free course. Let this book be the one that actually changes your life by participating in the free Unlimited Mindset Possibility course rather than just moving on to the next book without anything changing in your life. Click here to participate. An introduction to Unlimited Possibility. There are very significant moments in everyone's life when everything they have ever imagined becomes possible. A time when one must decide whether something has come along to help them or whether or not the comfort of their current beliefs will keep them stuck without hope of something better. The longer these moments and decisions are ignored, the less they occur, eventually completely fading away, leaving hope and possibility behind. This is a time when one must decide whether or not to accept that something has come along to help them or to stay with the comfort of their current beliefs, which will keep them stuck without the hope of something better. You would not be here reading this book now if you only wanted to endure your life and have a mundane life with mediocre results and experiences. You want to learn to recognize those moments and learn how it is possible to live your dreams rather than letting your circumstances stop you. Choosing this book is one of those pivotal moments. Reading this book is one of those decisions. Do you believe you came across this book by accident, or is this something you have been calling forth to help get you over the hump? The answer to that question will determine what this book will mean for you and the impact it will have on your life. Let me offer you a new possibility. It is not by accident that you are here now. This book was written for you. If you are here reading these words, then within you is the knowing that the life you have always wanted to live is possible, and you are now deciding whether or not you are ready to embark on a transformative journey that has been waiting for you for your entire life. Most likely, there have been other times that you have said yes to a similar journey. It may have been many years ago or even more recently, but something knocked you off course and stopped you dead in your tracks. You may have read books or attended seminars that temporarily motivated that fire within you to try something new. Unfortunately, when you came back to reality, or your normal life, you weren't able to follow through and accomplish what you wanted. You have been treading water ever since, and you are now at the beginning stages of figuring out how to get beyond the obstacles that have been stopping you and start creating what you really want. This time you long for the journey to be different. This time you want to reach your intended destination without quitting. This time you want the results to be different. I understand perfectly. You are scared. You don't want to get excited again only to be disappointed later. You don't want to fail. You don't want to let anyone down. And most importantly, you don't want to let yourself down. Whether you have ever acknowledged this or not, your biggest fear is that everything you have ever wanted is possible, but you have been too scared to find out how. So what is really stopping you from experiencing a new life? What are you afraid of? The true answer is your power. It is unlikely you consciously have admitted this to yourself, yet at some level you are scared of who you really are. The magnificent, powerful, abundant, beautiful, loving, joyful, and limitless being that you truly are. Even reading these words may be uncomfortable for you. Once you fully realize what is possible and understand who you really are, then a world of unlimited possibility will open up for you, and you will never look at your life the same way again. The essence of who you really are knows that you are an unlimited being where anything is possible. The problem is that you have had numerous experiences causing you to believe the exact opposite of this to be true. You have often felt powerless to create what you want in your life, and at some level, you have accepted the inaccurate belief that you are not in control of what is happening in your life. Over time, your beliefs have created the life you are currently living, and the vicious cycle of disappointment and failures has kept you from experiencing your dreams. You have done your best, but your best has gotten you to here, and now you are seeking help. Well, help has certainly found its way to you now. Your request for assistance will be met in this book. I want to make this absolutely clear. This is one of those significant moments when you get to decide if your life is going to change or not. This book was written with the sole purpose of showing you how to change your life from lack and fear to abundance and possibility. You are now reading it because you are ready to remember what it means to live from a possibility mindset where the dreams you have always imagined can actually begin to come true. If you make the decision to treat this book much differently than any other book you have ever read, and instead open your mind to the ability of living an extraordinary life, then quitting your job, following your dreams, and getting rich will become inevitable. Not only are those things possible, they are the manifestation and expressions of who you really are. You just need to take the first step by saying yes to embarking on the journey of learning to operate from unlimited possibility. If this makes your heart beat a little faster and gets you extremely excited, then buckle up because we are about to take an amazing ride together. If you are just leisurely reading the book and have no desire to change your life, then I heed you this warning. Your mind will be expanded, and by the end, you will not look at anything in your current life the same way again. In the event you have no interest in lasting change where your dreams are not only possible but imminent, then I would recommend putting this book down and saving it for the future when you are ready to go beyond just being entertained. Are you wondering how what I'm describing is possible? How is a book going to help you create a new world of possibility? Everything you are about to read is precisely deliberate. This book is a systematic, step-by-step approach for you to experience what is possible in your life, not simply read about it. Here is one very true secret about life. When you experience something that you thought would be very difficult or didn't think was possible, then everything shifts in your life. You can no longer operate from smallness or fear because you are witnessing firsthand what you are capable of creating. Read that last sentence again. It means everything. There is no going back to the same limiting game you were playing before. Your eyes will see firsthand and your soul will experience again what is possible and who you really are. I can guarantee that this book is going to challenge your beliefs, how you make decisions, how you spend your time, and how you think. We will get to the heart of what is underneath the surface and what has been consistently sabotaging your life over and over again. We will cut through the fear and let go of the past, so it no longer dictates your life right now. Instead of thinking about why something you want to create won't work, you will become a master at realizing not only that it will work, but that what you want is already in the process of happening. You will see the possibility in every situation, in every event, and there will be no doubt what is happening. Can you imagine knowing that everything is going as planned and working out perfectly? This may all sound like hyperbole, and frankly it will be unless you experience the truth of what I am sharing. We will develop your possibility muscles to the point that you can live more, create more dreams than you have ever imagined. I'm here to tell you everything I share in this book is possible because I have personally experienced it for myself. Who am I and how can I help you? In answering the question of who I am and how I can help you, I want to be extremely transparent by sharing my story first. I have had this idea about writing this book now for a number of years, yet I was held back for the same reason many other people don't share their truths, follow their passions, and pursue their dreams. I was scared and lacked confidence that my journey or what I had accomplished in my life was enough to be able to author a book with a title such as this one. I have had many ups and downs. Just like you have. There are times when I felt like I had a solid grasp on the meaning and purpose of life only to be thrown a curveball and fall into a funk. I still and always will be a work in progress, and in no way do I claim to have all the answers. What I am about to reveal and share with you through this book is what has worked for me and what I believe can work for you if you allow it. Having personally been down this road on multiple occasions, I can share with you that it will not always be easy. I have done a major amount of work on my thoughts about myself and what I believe is possible. I have done this work through books, coaching, seminars, meditating, and going within to discover my true thoughts about myself. I have consciously worked extremely hard to deal with my feelings and get in touch with what truly matters to me. I made these efforts with the intention to allow the life I know is possible, rather than continue to make choices that repeat a vicious cycle of failures, letdowns, and disappointments. I am here to share with you that you do not have to feel trapped and what you want is not beyond your grasp. There is a way out from the darkness of despair, sadness, and hopelessness. You can have the life you have always imagined, and anything you have ever wanted is possible. You are all living what you believe to be true or what you believe is possible at this moment in your life. These current beliefs or paradigms can change, you can grow, and how you look at the world can completely transform the choices you make. These new choices can then create new results that align with what you really want rather than making you feel stuck or without hope. I share these words of hope and possibility with you because I have experienced the very essence of what I am describing. What I call a possibility mentor, which means I empower people to experience what is actually possible for their lives, well beyond what they currently believe to be true. Essentially, I guide people to develop their possibility muscles just like a physical trainer guides people toward bigger and stronger muscles by helping them retrain their mind and achieve new results. Further, I accomplish this by helping people define exactly what they want to create, and then I show them systematically how to achieve it. The successful creation of what they want begins to open them up to realizing their power while also showing them through experience that they have the ability to consciously create a life grander than their previous beliefs. They begin to develop a new mindset that is oriented from a completely new perspective, focusing on had, if, and believe rather than can and ought possible. The experience of possibility shifts their mind from fear and restriction to belief and expansion. An unlimited possibility mindset begins to develop and expand. To continue with the weightlifting metaphor, the weight is then increased sights on a new creation that aligns with who they really are and what they really want, so to speak, and the new weight or achievement is eventually lifted, thus creating the experience that it was possible. Also, the muscle memory of O is experienced, so the muscles can continue to grow and be exercised. The only problem with this analogy is that the body has limitations on how big it can grow in a healthy manner. Your mind will never stop growing and experiencing what is possible, which is one of the many wonderful things you get to experience about life. What I'm describing is not some kind of voodoo magic. Developing an unlimited possibility mindset is a process that can be learned and performed by anyone willing to change. Once people utilize this approach a number of times by increasing the weight, experiencing new creations and possibility, then in their minds they will realize more and more about who they really are and the ability they have within themselves to live the life of their dreams. This unlimited viewpoint happens because they see the muscles developing the creations they wanted to come true. In essence, this is the unlimited possibility mindset process. Why am I qualified to share this process with you? I have systematically and successfully done exactly what I am going to help you do. Everything you are about to read in this book, I have experienced firsthand, which is why I am sharing it with you. I waited a number of years because I had some limiting thoughts to deal with still, and I thought I needed more evidence to provide in order to be considered an expert on the subject. These doubts that I was ready to share were just another excuse I was using based on my own fears. So, what have I brought forth in my life, using the knowledge I am going to share with you? I have an amazing marriage of 13 years at the time of writing this book, 3 wonderful children whom I adore, and live in a suburb of San Diego, California, my dream city. I have quit several jobs, followed my dreams, and I am now richer both financially and emotionally than I have ever been before. I have lived exactly what I intend to empower you to do in your life, and I continue to create the life of my dreams, with this book being one of those dreams. Let me take you back a number of years, 16 to be exact. Immediately upon graduation from college, I had no idea what I wanted to be when I grew up, so I accepted the first job offered to me at a financial services company in Indianapolis, Indiana. It had the promise of making a good deal of money for a person just out of college, so I pursued it. I worked 6 days a week cold calling people over the telephone before knock-call lists to buy long-term care insurance. I was selling something not so fun, thinking about, not to mention having to close people rather hard, which I hated. It took me 2 years to finally admit I was absolutely miserable, and one day I just walked into my boss and quit without having another job lined up, or any plan whatsoever for that matter. At the time, I had just gotten married and had no kids, so I did not feel it was that much of a financial risk. If you are hoping that I am going to advise you to just go in and tell your boss to kiss your behind, then you will most assuredly be disappointed. Although, for you, quitting your job might be just what the doctor ordered. More on that later. My actions on this first resignation are not something I am proud of, nor is it something I recommend that you choose to do as an answer to your problems. Putting myself in that position actually caused me even more hardship, and I ended up taking another job out of desperation, which just perpetuated the cycle of frustration, hardship, and failure. I eventually found another sales job. After 6 months working at this company by knocking on the doors of local businesses trying to sell them uniform cleaning services, I was called in just prior to Christmas, actually thinking I was getting a raise. I was shocked to find out that not only did I not get a raise, but I was let go from my position on the spot. I was crushed. I cried on the way home, wondering why me and wanting answers to why my life was not going very well when it came to earning an income. I asked myself, how can I find a job that I like and that makes a lot of money? How can I just be satisfied with what I have? How can I just get up in the morning, happily go to work all day, and come home like everyone else? I asked myself these questions and really gave thought to them. I realized I was not happy with traditional jobs. It just wasn't right for me. I knew more was possible. I wanted to be happy and make money. I wanted to set my own hours and not be told I need to do something that was not the best approach. I wanted to call the shots and not have a ceiling on what was possible for my actions. After I was fired, I soon made the decision that I would be calling all the shots in my next career, so I decided to get licensed in residential real estate and become a real estate agent. I love the independence and being my own boss. After struggling to find clients in my first few months, I joined a real estate coaching company, and my business began to grow exponentially. It had been quite a financial investment to pay the monthly coaching fee, but I knew it would help me grow my business and help me make more money. I had no doubt that there was a roadmap. I just needed to have someone teach it to me. The coaching helped me even more than I had hoped. My financial aspirations were coming true with new fancy cars and plenty of cash. Although I became really good at spending it as fast as it came in. It took me a few years to realize the fact that I had completed part of what I set out to do, which was to be my own boss, call my own shots, learn how to build a business, and make very good money. The problem was that no matter how hard I worked to make the business meaningful to me, it just wasn't what I felt I was supposed to be doing with my life. I felt empty and knew I had more to give. I started acknowledging my feelings about wanting more meaning and purpose in my life. I realized that despite my success, I once again felt hollow inside and that there were more aspirations that I wanted to pursue. I had gone to a seminar in San Diego the previous year, and I absolutely fell in love with Southern California. I had grown very tired of all the cloudy days, rain, snow, and lack of sunshine in the Midwest over the 33 years that I had lived there. I was also pulled to the vibration of California, almost as if magnetized to its energy and way of life. I began to feel this almost surreal and peaceful state. I had been a Midwesterner my entire life and soon realized there were other horizons and possibilities to experience that I had never been exposed to before. The same seminar was taking place the following year, so this time I took my wife with me, and she ended up falling in love with San Diego, too. We just cooled and believed there was a place that we were not aware of that had the perfect combination of mountains, ocean, mild weather all year long, and that was almost always sunny. The dream to live here had begun to blossom within us without us even knowing it at first. We ended up visiting again a year later for a vacation, and as the airplane was lifting off, heading back to Indianapolis, we excitedly, yet knowingly, looked into one another's eyes and declared that San Diego was where we wanted to live. We knew this was where we were supposed to live, and so we decided to follow our dream and move to San Diego. It's important to note here that I am what some people would call a risk taker. I look at opportunity in everything and rarely see the upside as being smaller than the downside. On the other hand, my wife most definitely is not a risk taker. So even considering this possibility seemed absolutely crazy, even though every fiber in our being was screaming yes. By the time we landed back in Indianapolis, we had set our intentions and made our plans. We didn't know exactly how we were going to pull this off, but we knew we wanted to go, and we knew it was possible. The dream was now well off the ground, and everyone we told thought we were completely off our rocker. They literally thought we had lost our minds, and were concerned about us. Almost no one could understand why we would leave a great business, countless friends, and a good city behind. Some people even got angry, saying it was irresponsible and that it would never work. They would say we didn't have enough money, we didn't have a job lined up, we didn't know anyone out there, we didn't have a house, and that the cost of living was very high. And guess what? They were right about almost all of those concerns. It didn't matter though. We had a dream that we knew we were supposed to follow, and we were going to pursue it come hell or high water. I announced to my clients that we were selling my business and the leads stopped immediately. We put our house on the market and many of our friends started moving on from us too. Not in a rude way, but just moving ahead with their lives, knowing we would no longer be a part of it on a day-to-day basis. It was definitely official. We were moving to San Diego. 4 days before Christmas, in 2007, my mom drove our minivan and I drove the Penske truck with our Honda Accord. Sold my brand new Lexus that I no longer needed being towed behind. I was consumed by overwhelming joy for the possibilities that lay ahead, along with a large amount of apprehension about the unknown. Looking back, our friends were right. We had lost our mind. The mind we had been using to make decisions up that point in our lives would have never allowed us to move to California. My wife and her parents flew out on Christmas Eve with our newborn son being only 3 months old, along with our 2 daughters ages 2 and 5 at the time. I had just lined up a job a couple weeks before by flying to San Diego in the morning, interviewing in the afternoon, and flying back that same evening. The position I ended up accepting was a 100% commission job. We had used all our savings just to keep our heads afloat the previous 3 months prior to moving and had just barely enough to use toward moving expenses out west. In hindsight, what we did was craziness to the 10th degree, but we were loving every minute of following our dream to live in a place that is gorgeous all year round with an ocean nearby and an abundance of sunshine. We knew almost no one, had virtually no money, with no guarantees we would have enough money to pay our bills, of which we had many, but we had done it. We were living in San Diego after setting that exact intention just 9 months previously. It felt beyond amazing, and to this day I smile when I think about how much that decision has impacted our life. Now, I wish I could say it has been all flowers and rainbows ever since, but I would be lying to you. In 2008, the proverbial crap hit the fan. The stock market crashed and the economy went in the toilet. We proceeded to lose most of our material possessions while going through the most difficult financial times we had ever experienced. Consumers stopped spending money and no one was buying much of anything, so my commission-based sales job was no longer supporting us. We had already called in most of our favors just to get out to California from our families and friends, which meant we were on our own. I felt scared and alone. I could hear the limiting voice in my head screaming at me for being foolish and telling me this is exactly what would happen. The hits kept coming and coming for months. We got punched in the gut while we were already down by losing one of our cars and going even deeper into debt. We could no longer afford our rent, so we were forced to move. Problem was we had no money for rent, let alone the down payment. It was a scary time and doubt crept in. I was taking so many punches that I was unsure I could keep getting back up. In these dark hours and at my lowest points, I started thinking that maybe some of our friends were right. Maybe it was crazy or too risky. Maybe I had bitten off more than I could chew. We were so desperate we even considered moving to Denver to live with my mom rather than be out on the streets homeless. Saying we were almost homeless may sound dramatic, but it was the absolute truth. There were days back then when we didn't even have $5 to our name. It truly a miracle we made it through this time in our lives without having to give up and run back to safety. We believed in our power, and we were not giving up on our dream, no matter what obstacles came our way. I now look back almost 6 years later, seeing the absolute perfection of it all. I was forced to learn so much about life and about myself. I had been chasing things my entire life, and I was unsure of who I really was or what I really wanted. I just pursued whatever looked shiny at the moment and looked to conquer whatever I was aiming for. I was not willing to observe what was working and acknowledge why I always found myself stressed out, continuously looking for new jobs every few years once I got bored or fired. It was all a blessing that I now embrace, although at the time, I readily admit it sucked really bad. It felt awful and was very scary. I was brought to my knees on numerous occasions and repeatedly humbled almost daily for a long period. Prior to moving to San Diego, I had myself believing that I had it all figured out by using things like the law of attraction and having studied many books about personal growth. I soon found out that I had so much more to learn and now realize the earning will never end. I understand at a much deeper level now that I don't need to wait until some imaginary point has been hit before I can follow my dreams and pursue what I am most passionate about. That is why I am writing the book now. There is no perfect time and or end point to get to before you can go for it. The perfect time is when you decide it time. And for me, that time is now. I will share other experiences of my life throughout the book in hopes of connecting with you and to demonstrate a point or clarify an example I want you to understand. I want to share now that I do not necessarily recommend doing what we did during our move to San Diego. It was right for us at the time and something we needed to embark upon. Your journey will look much different than mine based on what you want to achieve. Using the weightlifting metaphor again, moving to San Diego was like going from lifting 100 pounds to lifting 400 pounds within just a few days. We skipped a few steps, and although it was obvious that our dream was definitely possible, it came with some hardship too. My possibility muscles knew I was capable of accomplishing this dream, but I was not properly trained to maintain this level of creating, which is why it almost all came crashing down. Prior to moving to California, I had quite a few previous failures, so had I not made it through this very difficult time in my life, I am not sure I would have ever fully recovered. This would have been tragic for me because my confidence in myself and hope for the life I had envisioned might have not been something I could overcome. This is what happens to so many people without them even knowing it. Their confidence or belief in something better is shattered. People pursue something they want to achieve and it does not work out, or they quit before they reach their intended destination. Instead of realizing or experiencing what they wanted was actually possible, defeat and failure is reinforced. They doubt that they have the ability to create what they want, and they stop believing that what they want is possible. Fear of failure or disappointment causes them to settle for what has always been because they weren't able to show themselves how to overcome their limiting beliefs and succeed. This exact scenario of reinforcing failure almost happened to me, and it would have been all my own fault. There is a way to break through your old, limiting patterns, and it is a process that anyone can learn. It's crucial that people have the experience of realizing or achieving what they set out to do, and I am here to mentor people through the challenges and obstacles that will surely arise. It is all part of the process that is the amazing discovery of who you really are and what you are capable of being and doing. It won't always be easy, like I have said before, yet it also doesn't have to be as hard as we make it to be. You are a possibility. You are the expression of your beliefs. It's time we begin our journey together. Are you ready? How to get the best results from this book. As I have stated, my intention for you in reading this book is not to just get to the end and say this was another good book without anything changing for the better in your life. I'm going to challenge you. Sometimes you will embrace what I am sharing, and other times you might feel anger while totally disagreeing because your current belief system will be disputed. Pay attention to how you feel and your reactions to this book. These feelings are actually your guides, and you will learn how to follow them. Throughout this book, many if not all of your beliefs will be examined and detailed and reevaluated. There may be times that you totally disagree or don't like what I am saying. I'm not worried about being right, and I understand that you may not resonate with everything I describe to you. Having said that, I highly recommend proceeding with an open mind in order to benefit the most from what I am sharing. Your current thinking, beliefs, and choices have gotten you to this point in life, and if you want to change, then your beliefs need to change too. This is a fundamental point that I will consistently remind you of throughout this book. On that note, most people have developed the habit of reading a book the same way every time. They read a little bit each time until they either finish the book or stop reading it altogether and then move on to the next book. I intend to help you change the patterns in your life, and we can start by how you read this book. What if you treated this book differently than any book you have ever read? Do you think your experience and results might be different because you treated the book differently? I'm going to share 4 recommendations that will enable you to get results from this book that you have never ever gotten before from another book. Recommendation number 1. First, make sure you put yourself in an environment that is calm and quiet so you can concentrate. If you feel distracted, then change your environment. If it's possible, find some place where it will be enjoyable to read without many or any distractions. You just have to be cognizant, so every time you sit down to read this book, create a peaceful environment or go someplace where you can truly absorb yourself into this book. The benefit of having this environment will be no distractions, so you can concentrate and feel the essence of this book rather than just going through the motions of reading it, feeling better temporarily, and then moving on with nothing actually changing. This deliberate action will show yourself that you are serious about creating a new life with new possibilities. Recommendation number 2. Secondly, look at the table of contents and decide how much you are going to read at that one sitting. Will it be 1 chapter or 3? Or will you read 10 pages or 20? It is okay to go further than what you first set out to do, but set an intention and then follow through with it. Start getting in the habit of completing what you set out to do. This might sound small, but in time this habitual mindset will impact every area of your life. Right now you can snap your fingers and manifest $100,000. If you could, I highly doubt you would be reading this book, but you can control how much you read and consciously choose your environment. I realize some excuses are probably coming up right now, like family or work or whatever excuses you have been using to limit yourself. Just notice them. One of the biggest hurdles you have in creating something new is not following through. This is one simple example of how you can train your mind to follow through and prove to yourself that you complete your intentions. Huge. Every time you pick up this book, decide how many chapters you will read and then don't stop no matter what until you reach that point. Recommendation number 3. Third, Get a notebook, journal, diary, and have it nearby. Don't get stuck on exactly which of these. I used to be the king of making everything so difficult. I would take a week to just find the perfect journal which was, and really the point. I was just stalling and unconsciously distracting myself to avoid actually having to use the journal and doing the real work. Just have something that you can write on nearby. It would be very easy to sidestep this recommendation and not make it a priority. Let me ask you this. Often have you been given advice in life and you brushed it aside claiming it wasn't important? Probably so many times that you don't even realize you are doing it anymore, and then you are shocked that no answers or help ever seems to come along. The help is there. You aren't taking it. I told you I would challenge you. Take a look at what I am sharing in this paragraph and see if it applies to you. I'm very serious about the importance of having some kind of journal nearby. Get something to write your thoughts and feelings on as they come up. Do this now. If you don't have an empty notebook, then grab some paper from the printer and throw it in a folder. Title each page with the chapter you are on so you can reference your location in the book. I can assure you throughout this book your stuff is going to come up. What do I mean by tough? The excuses, reactions, feelings, beliefs, limitations and so forth that you have secretly used to keep you where you are now. Your tough are the fears and limiting beliefs that have always kept you stuck. When you feel challenged, fearful, empowered, excited, agree, disagree, or have any strong feeling or reaction, then write it down. Essentially, acknowledge how you are feeling and why you might think you are feeling that way or why you are having that emotional reaction. Use your journal to write down your feelings so you can begin seeing when your tough comes up. My purpose in having you participate in these recommendations are for a few reasons. Reason number 1. I want you to start getting in touch with how you authenticate feelings and your thoughts. It is crucial that you acknowledge where you really are rather than pretending to feel differently than you do. Ignoring your true feelings keeps everything just under the surface and nothing changes because you aren't being true to yourself and acknowledging what you really prefer or what is really bothering you. Why you feel the way you do is important to understand so you can get to the root of your problems. Reason number 2. I want you to look back on what you have written down in the future to see where you once were, so you can see how your thinking has changed. It is very important to see progress to help keep you motivated and realize that the work you are putting in is paying off. Reason number 3. Becoming a student of how you think and why will help you consciously make new choices. When you get to really know yourself, then you will start making new conscious decisions that align with what you want rather than just have things happen to you due to routine patterns of behavior or habitual thoughts that no longer serve you. It's a completely different awareness level that opens up unlimited possibilities when you have a deep understanding of yourself. Reason number 4. Writing things down will help become consciously invested in the book and go deeper than if you just read it without participating. Stopping to contemplate and write down what you feel or what you are thinking is a resent-moment activity. Writing down your thoughts and feelings is very powerful. I will guarantee that you will be shocked at some of the things you write down and read again in the future. I have had times when I did not even know I truly felt the way I did until the words started showing up on the paper. Recommendation number 4. Read this book from beginning to end and read it multiple times. Each of the chapters are purposely ordered and congruently built on the previous chapter. You might see a chapter title that looks very intriguing and feel the urge to skip to that chapter. Wanting to skip important steps is a mistake that is detrimental to our growth and learning. We want to get to the meat of the substance without prepping and cooking it. This book will reveal itself in perfect order to you regarding what is particularly best for you to understand and why. Refrain from jumping to what you perceive as the answer at first because all the nutrients and healthy stuff that is really good for you will not be digested. Also, read the book again after you finish it. You could read this book 10 times and learn many new things each time, as if some chapters and paragraphs did not even exist the first time reading it. The reason why this happens is that you often start contemplating a point that you just read and subsequently miss what you are currently reading without even realizing you have drifted. Before you know it, you have read 3 pages without comprehending a single word. This is a common occurrence for many people when reading the book for a second time. Another thing that happens is that you understand different aspects more clearly, which ultimately helps you understand other explanations or information that didn't make as much sense before. Multiple readings also allow you to dissect the information at a deeper level and helps you tie concepts together. Read it over and over again, maybe 2 or 3 times at first and then monthly for the next year. This may sound a little crazy or unusual, yet it is something you will have done differently than you have done in the past in order to get new results. When you follow the suggestions and you will see why I am recommending reading it several times. The understanding and then the experience of what you have learned is what truly matters and what has lasting power. Allow yourself to be coached. It would be an understatement to say that I have read a ton of books, attended countless seminars, participated in a multitude of coaching programs, and that I have been a dedicated student to personal growth for decades. I finally learned that when I was coached by someone that has done what I want to do and then actually do what was coached, my results are 10 times or more better. Why is that? Quite a few reasons, but most importantly, it is because I have set an intention rather than just going through the motions or wandering aimlessly. I now realize I used to read many books just to make myself feel better for the time being and to feel like I was doing something about my life, but I rarely followed any of the suggestions or advice. As a result, my life did not change one bit. I felt better while reading the book, but I soon returned to old feelings of lack and longing, which then prompted me to yearn for the next book that would hopefully give me the answers. I finally realized I was not reading books because I wanted to change. I just wanted to be entertained because I was afraid of learning a new path and what it would take from me. Without wanting to realize it, I was comfortable, and it took many hardships and pain for me to be uncomfortable enough to do things differently in order to bring the real change I was seeking. It is my intention for this book to be different from any other book you have ever read before, not just in the approach, but in the results that you achieve. And that is why I advise you to follow my recommendations. You have the choice to treat this book like every other book. You also have the choice to heed my advice and declare this book to be like no other book you have ever read. One choice follows a familiar route that will ensure you stay where you currently are, and the other choice establishes a new path with opportunity and possibility for completely new results. This can be just another book in a long line of books in your life, or it can be the book that finally makes the difference. In fact, How to Quit Your Job, Follow Your Dreams, and Get Rich is not so much a book, but rather, a systematic, guidance system to help you realize your full potential. This book is the opportunity to learn how to systematically create and experience your dream life by learning how to live from possibility rather than fear. I'm pouring everything I have into this book at a price that is beyond affordable because I get you. You would not be here if you were not seeking answers. You would not be here if you did not think it was possible. And you would not be here if you did not want so much more for yourself and for the loved ones that surround you. You are here reading this now because you know it is time. I know what it is like to feel the way you do. I know the pain and the frustration. I know the fear and the doubt. I also know how amazing it is on the other side and what is now possible. Nothing in my life is out of reach anymore. I have created and experienced so many amazing things that it is now impossible to pretend I do not know what I can achieve. I have shown myself, and I can no longer limit myself in any way. I ask of you and I encourage you follow these recommendations and declare this book will be different for you. Right now, as you will see and have already possibly noticed, I will be doing a lot of coaching, or possibility mentoring, as I call it, throughout this book. There will be times that I will share information, insights, and strategies, and other times that I will share stories that you can relate to. On top of the sharing, I will constantly be pointing things out to you that I have often come across with clients and things that you are likely thinking or are facing right now. It is written in a conversational tone as if I am talking to you specifically. In essence, I truly am. Review. Eat this book differently by following the 4 recommendations. Recommendation number 1. Create a peaceful environment. Recommendation number 2. Decide how much you are going to read and then do exactly that at each sitting. Recommendation number 3. Have paper, notebook, journal, diary nearby so you can write down your thoughts and feelings as they surface. Recommendation number 4. Read the book multiple times. Part I. The Old. Chapter 1. An Invitation to a Challenge. Victims versus Creators. In life, there are 2 kinds of people, victims or creators. The victims believe everything happens to them and that they have no control regarding what transpires in their lives. In contrast, the creators take 100% responsibility for their lives and believe they create everything. The victims feel helpless, afraid, and have little to no hope their lives will ever change because everything is perceived to be happening to them rather than why them. The creators, on the other hand, know that how they think and feel dictates the actions and choices they make. Creators feel empowered and optimistic about their future, and therefore, They make choices that align with what they want to create and stay focused on where they intend to go rather than on the past. Creators do not blame life events and other people for the results they are getting because they know that they have the ability to create anything they want in life. Both points of view of the victims and creators come from a single choice of either believing that you have the power to create or that you have no control. The single choice makes all the difference. Right now, are you a victim or a creator? Chances are you are a little bit of both and lean one way more than the other. By the end of this book, I want to help you become more and more of a creator so that absolutely nothing can stop you from living the life that you want. I intend for you to see that you are the master of your life and that unlimited possibility exists for you in every moment with no exceptions. The problem: every day throughout the world, people wake up and start their day. Many of those people are unhappy. Life has not turned out as they hoped. Some are still seeking answers, while others have completely given up, erroneously believing that their life is just the way it is and there is nothing that can be done about it. There is a common theme between the "just the way it is" people regardless of where they fall on the happiness scale. They wake up each day doing exactly what they did yesterday, feeling exactly the way they did yesterday, and making the same choices they made yesterday, and for that matter, for years on end they continue that cycle. They fail to understand why their life never seems to change despite doing the same exact things they have always done. Expecting something different despite the same thoughts and actions is ludicrous, and as we all know, it is the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over while wanting a different result. Your current thinking got you to where you are right now, whether you want to take responsibility for that fact or not. Sure, the people who have played a role in your life have affected your thinking and how you believe the world works. Although, at some point in your life, you have to take a stand that no one else has power over you anymore and that you are the master of your life with the ability to create anything you can imagine at any time. You must take 100% responsibility for your life and realize you need to change in order for your life to change. The choice. It's an interesting dilemma that we all have to face. How do we overcome our past, our thoughts, our choices, our feelings, and our beliefs about life so that we can garner different results? Not just different results, but results that we actually want. This is a major life question that most people never ask themselves. How do we overcome ourselves and break free from the debilitating choices we have continued to make despite feeling that we have no idea how or where to begin? The answers to these questions will come to you when they are asked. And reading this book you exemplifies that you are asking. The answers will reveal themselves to you throughout this book. Although, the title of this book is about quitting your job, following your job, and learning how to be rich, this book goes beyond those topics by showing you exactly how to create an amazing life by learning how to live from possibility in every moment, where nothing is off limits and where anything is within the realm of possibility at all times. Here lies the challenge. Are you willing to make the choice and say yes to the challenge that is ahead? I am not going to sugarcoat this fact. There will be hurdles, roadblocks, setbacks, failures, and disappointments. During this training period on the road toward living from possibility, the difficulties that you will face are inevitable. I believe knowing the road you are about to travel on or have been traveling on will have bumps makes it more manageable. It is when people think the path toward their dreams will be extremely easy, and they are not prepared for what they will be embarking upon, that they set themselves up for disappointment. If you choose to be a creator, then you will feel empowered that you have the ability to change and thus transform how you view the world and what is possible for you. You will know that everything is working or conspiring for you rather than against you, no matter how it appears right now. I am inviting you to say yes to the challenge because in my years of mentoring people regarding what I have written in this book, if this challenge is not consciously agreed to or committed to by you, then it becomes just another opportunity to be disappointed and to feel powerless. When you consciously say yes to the challenge, you are stepping up to the plate to take swings at the game of life rather than unknowingly cheering from the sideline. You stay on the sidelines because you are too scared the pitches might be too fast or that you may strike out. You are ready to learn how to hit singles, doubles, and triples with some home runs along the way in order to win the game. What matters most is that you are in the game playing and not watching from the sidelines wishing you could be a player, being too afraid that you do not have what it takes. It matters that you are not in the stands only hoping your team wins when you have absolutely no control of the outcome as a spectator. When you say yes to the challenge, coaches, things like this book, and teammates, friends, and mentors will come along to help you become a much better player. In this case, Winning means realizing through experience that you are a powerful being who is capable of creating anything. Just like in any game, what you need to become a great player is a process that takes some time and practice. You have to challenge yourself to participate and keep playing no matter what happens or how hard it is in the beginning. You will strike out at times, but you will also start getting some hits and learn how to be a better and better hitter. I will make you this promise. The game of life will become much clearer and how to play it will become much easier. You will enjoy actively participating more than you ever have before. You will learn to hit the ball, create what you want consistently with great satisfaction, and you will constantly improve as you proceed. Even better, when you miss the ball, you will no longer be dejected because you will learn to see why you missed and use this understanding to help get better results. You will no longer use missing the ball, or failure, as an excuse to not play anymore or feel bad about yourself. You will also realize that the setbacks or obstacles are just part of the process that is molding you into a better player of the game of life, and no one ever hits every pitch perfectly, makes every dream happen right away. Also, you will begin to know through practice and becoming a better hitter that with the very next pitch you have the ability to knock it out of the park. So are you ready to put on your jersey and accept the challenge to create your dream life? Again, it is no accident I am inviting you to this challenge. Before we begin to identify and transform the thoughts and beliefs circling around in your head, the single most important step that immediately changes everything is the choice to accept the challenge to live your best life. It is time to declare that your past will no longer dictate your future and that mediocrity is no longer an option for you. It is time to be open to answers and guidance that you have never been open to before. And finally, it is time to choose to believe that what you want is possible and that you will persist until you succeed. The choice for taking on this challenge is yours to make now. Yes or no. Review. 8. 100% responsibility for your life. Creators take full responsibility. Victims blame everything on something else. Oh, not do the same things again hoping for a new result. Consciously choose to create your dream life now once and for all. Commit to the challenge. Chapter 2. Getting Unstuck. How to never feel trapped again. For a major part of my adult life I felt trapped. I was in a job that I hated, responsible for bills, expected to provide a living for my family, and I could not see a way out. I was lost and had no idea what to do or how to do it. My path was a traditional path, and one I bet you can most assuredly relate to in some aspect. I went to college, found a job, got married, and started a family. One day I woke up and wondered, oh, did I get here? Oh, was I so unhappy, dreading the day ahead of me? Now do not get me wrong, there were things I loved about my life. I married my dream girl from college, and to this day we have an exceptional marriage. Our relationship and love for each other has never been stronger. I also dearly love my kids and am honored to be their father. Together they are all my biggest blessings, yet I knew IWAS and living my dream life, or what I knew was possible. It was just that I had never really asked myself what I wanted. So I just found myself in a heap of responsibility that made me feel stuck. I found myself in jobs that I could and care less about. I wanted to be doing something that I enjoyed, something that had meaning, and something that felt purposeful. I was always chasing jobs for the money, and I pretty much hated them all. I was wandering aimlessly and wondering what the hell I was doing with my life. Every business idea or dream that I considered seemed awfully risky. I definitely went after some of those business ideas, but I did not have a roadmap like this book or a mentor to help me through the hurdles that arose. I was not prepared, and I failed repeatedly. With each failure, I felt more suffocated and more stuck with little hope of finding a way out of my circumstances. I resented and blamed other people, especially my family, which is tough for me to admit yet absolutely true. They were the reason I was stuck and had no choices. I told myself that if it were not for the responsibility of providing for them, I could take the risks I desperately wanted to take. I thought I would be free to do what I wanted to do rather than what I had to do for them. I was very down on myself and losing hope that what I wanted for my life was even possible. I have always had an entrepreneurial nature and a for it attitude, yet I had found myself in a situation where I felt limited and restricted by my circumstances. I now realize that was just my story, and that it was not true. This false story was what I had created based on my past beliefs, experiences, and results. I was living a recurring theme woven throughout my life that I just could never measure up to what I wanted, and everything was just out of my reach. I was always falling short and never breaking through to the success level of what was really possible. Eventually, With the help of some mentors and life-changing experiences, I finally acknowledged that my life was 100% my responsibility. I also began to understand that my family was not to blame for the way I was feeling or for being stuck. I felt stuck because of my unconscious feelings and deep-rooted beliefs about myself. I felt stuck because I was afraid to explore what was possible. I knew I would need to change how I thought, what I believed, and the choices I was making. I knew it was up to me to take on this challenge, and I was afraid. I felt alone and lost. Ultimately, looking back at most of my life, I was not willing to look in the mirror and take responsibility for my life. Instead, I placed blame on everyone and everything but me. I thought this made me feel better, although the blame just tore me up inside and made me miserable, without any control of my life. I felt like a victim. Eventually, I started to listen to how I was feeling and realized through some coaching that I was living from a victim mindset. I began to understand that victims feel as if they have no power. They can do nothing about their life because life happens to them rather than because of them. Side note, I realize there are people that have horrific things happen to them, and this is not the context I am using here for victims. The victims I am discussing involves people blaming everyone, everything, and feeling like they have no ability to make new choices and have new results. When I made the realization that I just might have the ability to create the life I had always imagined, everything started to change immediately. There was this knowing deep within me that so much more was possible and that I was as capable as anyone to create my dream life. I believe this knowing is in the DNA of everyone, but it is lying dormant waiting to be discovered. I had been to many seminars, read countless books, and bought too many online programs to even remember from many people I admired. The realization finally dawned on me that I'm no different than these people I strive to be like. I finally understood at a deep soul level that what is possible for these people I strive to be like was also possible for me. It became obvious to me that what made the people who I perceived as experts different right now from me was that they made conscious choices and believed in themselves more than I believed in myself. I had always come across as confident on the outside, yet I had some deep-rooted issues based on past failures. And I finally admitted to myself I was scared of failing again. I wanted to avoid the pain and frustration of failing, so I stopped pursuing my passions, which led to me becoming even more unhappy. Looking back, it all seemed so clear how I would sabotage my own success. My favorite technique to fool myself was to get an idea, get really excited and tell myself this time it would be different, begin pursuing this idea, and then before anything would materialize or happen I would quit. I would tell myself I was and really interested, or that another idea was even better. By never following through with my ideas, I never had to feel like I failed, and it served as a defense mechanism and way of protecting myself. I substituted my appetite for creating what I wanted by just always moving to the next idea, which made me temporarily feel alive again. I would literally go in circles, and God bless my wife, she supported me, but we both thought I was a little crazy, which I was. The main problem with this cycle was that inside each of these Ds that never materialized was actual further proof or evidence I was providing myself that I was not powerful, that I did not follow through, and that it was all someone else's fault. I was teaching myself limiting beliefs and reinforcing those patterns through my experiences. These repeated failures kept alive the story I had created about myself, and unfortunately I bought into this illusion hook, line, and sinker. I had other limiting thoughts to myself, like if I didn't have to go to work and support my family, then I could make whatever business I was trying at the time actually work. Or how about this gem, if I didn't have kids, then I could invest more money into my business. These were the thoughts that used to go through my head that I was actually using as the reason why I was failing to live my dreams. What a bunch of crap. In fact, although I am being transparent, it is embarrassing to admit all this to you. I finally adjusted my thinking, and for quite a few years now, I have been deeply grateful for my family and for all those experiences instead of using them as excuses. My family and my marriage will always be my best and most important creations that I hold sacred. They were never keeping me stuck. I was keeping myself stuck. I share this story because I suspect that at some level you can relate. I have a feeling based on my experiences and from the people who I have mentored that you feel stuck in some way. You may feel stuck because you spent $100K on college toward becoming a doctor or lawyer or specific service professional, and you don't like your job. You spent all this money and feel it would be reckless to change course. You may feel stuck by being a parent and having to provide for your family, spending all your time working or attending to your children's needs as a parent, thus feeling stuck because you don't see how it's possible to find time or money to pursue what you really want while supporting your family. You may feel stuck because of feeling like you are well trained at your job, spent a lot of money on schooling, and make really good money doing it. Therefore, you feel if you left your job, it would be reckless because according to everyone else you have a dream job based on the fact that you make good money. The only problem is that you have lost your passion for your job if you ever even had the passion in the first place and daydream about something else that would be more fun and meaningful. Or maybe you are in a job that makes you absolutely miserable, and you see no way out. You believe you have no skills and that no other company would hire you. You believe you lack the knowledge or experience to create an income from what you love. So you stay put just trying to convince yourself that you are content and that your job is not all that bad. There are endless reasons you are reading this book, but at some level, you feel stuck or helpless to do anything about your life and want to find a new way to live. So how do you change that? Let's take a look at following these 3 steps so you can start getting unstuck right now. 3 steps toward getting unstuck. Step 1. Admit that you are not satisfied with the life you are currently living and then acknowledge what you really want regardless of how unlikely or impossible it seems right now. Without admitting and acknowledging, you will only continue to fool yourself into thinking everything is fine while you are slowly dying inside. You would not be here reading this book now if everything were fine or if you did not believe something even better for your life was possible. You already know that you are not satisfied with how your life is going. But at what level have you admitted how you feel and acknowledged what you truly want? It is exercise time again. Take out a piece of paper and write down how you feel about your life, the good and the bad. Start by making 2 columns on your sheet of paper and head the left column on like about my life and the right column up about my life. Fill these columns out until nothing else comes to mind. Then on the back of this piece of paper start pouring out your heart about how you are feeling and what you believe is keeping you stuck. Now for the second part of this exercise. Take out a new piece of paper, switch gears, and begin to allow yourself to dream about what you really want. Nothing is off limits. Dare to dream regardless of what you currently think is possible. Write down everything you have ever dreamed about and a crystal clear picture of what your dream life would be like. This exercise is not about the how, it is only about the what. Spend 10 minutes or take an hour. You will start to be surprised at what has been suppressed and how you really feel about your life and what you want. I have done this exercise thinking I knew how I felt and what I wanted, only to be completely surprised at what I was writing down. Step 2. Make a pledge to yourself to stop ignoring what you really want for your life by paying attention to your feelings as often as possible. Many of us are masters at denial. At some level, this denial stems from a belief that we do not think we are worthy, or deserving, or that it is possible to live our dreams, which is why nothing new is happening. You need to be real with yourself and open yourself up to the infinite possibilities that exist for you. This new awareness is an important aspect toward getting and staying unstuck. Always pay attention to what you really want and nurture your dreams as if they mean the world to you. Would you ever just let your child go without food or shelter and not nurture them so they can grow and have a good life? Absolutely not. But this is what people do every day with their dreams. They fail to care enough about them to allow them to grow and come true. I know acknowledging what you really want may be scary at first. All kinds of questions, doubts, and fears may immediately surface, which is perfectly natural. Believe me, I understand and can relate to all these emotions and the fear. I am here to tell you this is your stuff coming up, and before long you will recognize it immediately and do something different besides ignoring it. Acknowledge and nurture what you want for your life. You are worth your dreams and they are possible. Step 3. Surround yourself with positive people, information, and then become an expert at living from possibility. Your environment, referring to the people you surround yourself with and the information you put into your head, is crucial toward your future success. If you are around negative people who would rather complain about their lives rather than do something about it, then that will impact your attitude and make it easy to join their negativity by complaining too. At some level, we have all been guilty of participating in negativity. It needs to stop now. Also, How do you spend your free time? Do you watch the news? Do you read the newspaper or online news sites? Do you spend your drive time listening to talk radio shows? Almost all news in its various forms is bad news. These huge media corporations know that negativity sells, and that it is human nature to gravitate to hearing about what is wrong rather than all the wonderful things happening in the world. I stopped exposing myself to any kind of news years ago, and it made a gigantic difference in my life. My life is no longer impacted by other people's views, so the news plays no role in my future or how I currently feel. In my opinion, watching the news is an excuse to feel bad. Instead, I highly recommend watching inspirational documentaries or reading autobiographies of successful people. This shift in focus will open your mind to what is possible. The brain is an amazing machine that should be used to digest wonderful and creative thoughts to inspire you. If your brain is given garbage to digest, like negative news for example, then you will begin to feel bad, and this leads to hopelessness. What you put on your mind is your choice and makes all of the difference. There is a saying, garbage in, garbage out, which is so true. I want you to start noticing how you spend your time. Are your conversations positive or filled with negativity and complaining? Do you read or watch positive things, or do you watch shows with tons of violence, drama, and heartache? As I have stated before, without the awareness of what is happening, what is working, and what is not working, then nothing will change in your life. The sole purpose of this book is for you to become an expert at experiencing what is possible. Intend to keep your environment positive and begin paying attention to your behavior and actions. You are an unlimited being in training. Don't ever forget that. Bit by bit, step by step, achievement by achievement, you are a work in progress that is relearning, gaining evidence, and rediscovering the very essence of who you really are. Getting unstuck. Recap: the only reason you feel stuck is because of you. Realize and accept this fact. It is a huge step and is actually very empowering. Victims can do nothing about their lives because they don't believe they have the ability to change their thoughts and circumstances. Creators take full responsibility for their lives and understand they have the ability to change their thoughts, which then leads to them getting new results. Without the belief that your life can change, you will not take any new steps or head in a new direction, which means nothing will change. All of your actions and choices are based on what you believe to be true, and you will only take action if you truly believe something is possible. If you think you are stuck and that there is no way out, then it is game over until that belief changes. I am here to tell you that so much more is possible for you. But it doesn't really matter what I think about your life. It only matters what you think. I am not concerned what has happened in your past. You have a clean slate to change your life right now. You can choose to get unstuck and stay unstuck by following the 3 steps I just shared with you. Although it is the early stages of learning what is possible, it is important that your mind begins to open up and starts experiencing a new world of unlimited possibility. It is time to feel excited again. It is time to open yourself up to what you really want again. I want you to begin picking into the light a possibility rather than staying hidden in the corner and darkness of fear and failure. You are so much more than what has happened in your past, and it is definitely time to let go of the story of feeling stuck and to write a new story. Do not worry. We will cover the past in much more detail later in this book, so it no longer has any control of your future. I want to be perfectly clear that your past circumstances are not what is keeping you stuck. There is always a way toward what you want and a new possibility in each moment, if you are open to receiving it. I am compassionate about what you have gone through. I get the pain, the trials, the tribulation, the disappointments, and the defeats. None of these things that have happened to you are who you truly are. They are just what you have used to stay stuck and to stay on the sidelines of life rather than playing in the game. You are a masterful player that is in the process of learning exactly what it looks like to play a new game. Review. Stop blaming other people for your current circumstances. CCPT. The role you have played in feeling stuck. All of the 3 steps to get unstuck. 1. Admit you are not satisfied. Acknowledge what you really want. 2. Stop ignoring what you want as well as your dreams. 3. Create a positive environment and realize you are becoming an unlimited possibility expert. Chapter 3. 3 Common Pitfalls to Avoid. I can speak as an expert regarding these common pitfalls to avoid because I have been the king of repeating them. These are either pitfalls that I have participated in or that I have seen my clients fall into. These pitfalls usually have the same effect for everyone, They stop us dead in our tracks. The awareness of these pitfalls is crucial so that you can identify them to reclaim your power over them and stop allowing them to happen. Then you can start concentrating on what you want to create and the direction you intend to go rather than unconsciously remaining stuck because you unknowingly keep falling for these pitfalls. It took me years to figure out these 3 common pitfalls. And my hope for you is that this chapter will open your eyes to how these pitfalls have influenced your life. Knowledge and awareness are a powerful combination, so let's take an honest look at these 3 pitfalls to avoid. Pitfall number 1. Repeating the same pattern. Pitfall number 1 is probably not what you think. I have already shared that the definition of insanity is doing the same things over again and expecting a different result. We have all heard this numerous times yet never seem to think it applies to us. So what is the most common thing that happens when people want to change their life? It usually involves a scenario like I have broken down below in sequential order. I will use quitting a job and use the name Linda as an example. 1. The pain from Linda's current job or circumstance becomes so much that she feels highly motivated, almost forced to actually do something about it. 2. Linda fails to think about what she really wants to do with her life and how to possibly earn more money or how to do something she actually enjoys, probably both. 3. She seeks to flee or run away from what she doesn't like, avoid, ignore, deny. 4. Linda begins to think about quitting, which makes her even more miserable because not only has she acknowledged that she is not happy, she has little hope of doing something better since she does and know what she really wants. 5. In either a short or over a longer period of time, Linda ends up quitting or gets fired. 6. Regardless of whether or not Linda quit or got fired, she feels obligated to get another job and quickly returns back to her comfort zone concerning what she knows and replaces her old problem or job with a new problem or job. The new problem has all the same characteristics as her old job, but at least seems better for now since she is no longer in her old job or situation. Read this one again, it is very revealing. 7. A certain amount of time goes by and Linda once again realizes she is no longer happy at this job either. The reasons are similar to why she did not like her previous job, whether she realizes this fact or not. 8. Linda either goes back to item number 1 on this list and repeats the entire pattern again, or she starts losing hope and just sucks it up, staying put where she is now, believing life was meant to be miserable and that there is no hope or way out. Does this sound familiar to you? I can tell you that I wrote the book on steps 1-8, no pun intended. I estimate that I was stuck in that pattern for about 10 years without even knowing it. I went from job, to dream business, back to job, to unemployed, to job, to another job, to trying another new business, to broke, to job, to unemployed, all the while losing confidence in myself and losing hope that the life I wanted was possible. So let's get back to what is happening in the your job example I just provided. Why does this 8-step process play out so much throughout the world? The reasons are many. Yet I have found at the very core of each of those reasons there is a lack of belief that most people have about themselves and a lack of hope about what is possible for their lives. Therefore, they unknowingly keep playing it safe by perpetually going through steps 1-8. Consequently, this perpetual process tricks people into thinking that they are doing something different each time or that they are really trying, when in actuality it's just the same pattern. They think if they merely want something to be different bad enough, then that acting will magically change everything despite none of their actions or choices being any different. Having this thought process is like adding 2 plus 2 together and thinking the answer will be something different than 4 simply because they so desperately want the equation to add up to something new. There is one more step available that most people do not take, which can stop steps 1-8 from repeating themselves. Step 9 is what this entire book is about. 9. Linda decides to take a look at the role her thoughts, beliefs, and decisions have played in what has transpired thus far in her life. She decides she is tired of nothing changing and desperately wants something different. Linda opens herself up to the possibility of changing her life. She gets clear on what she really wants, and then starts moving in that direction. As obstacles and old limiting patterns surface, she learns how to overcome them. She begins to experience new results and her mindset regarding what is possible changes. Linda is now intent on not making the same 1-8 process continue to play out in her life. Lastly, in discussing this first pitfall and the example of quitting your job, I want to make sure you are not falling into the trap of just repeating one headache for another headache. I'm going to give you some words of advice based on my own experiences that will probably completely surprise you. Quitting your job advice. I used to have this grandiose vision of just going into my boss and telling him to go to hell unless I liked him, and then I would just politely resign. I actually have done both. The egocentric quitting and the professional resigning. I also walked into my boss' office and out of the clear blue quit because I was so unhappy. I did this a couple of times without have any real plan for my future because I just knew I had to get out of there. I have also walked in and quit with either another job already lined up or a new business venture planned. I here to tell you these options are rarely the most beneficial. I offer this to you through years of experience. I used to think this would make for a great success story. Abruptly quitting sounds fun, but most of the time it is not the best choice toward getting you where you want to go quickly, and it sure was not realistic for me despite myself believing the contrary. In fact, these rash choices kept me stuck and in the cycle even longer because it reverted me back into fear and caused me to make decisions based on avate rather than into. I was making the same decisions I had made before without realizing my pattern, which inevitably kept me stuck. I bet I have a good idea what you might be feeling right now, whether you realize it or not. You might feel disappointed right now because you had hoped, due to the title of this book, that I was going to encourage you to abruptly walk into your workplace and quit your job. You might also be wondering why a self-proclaimed possibility mentor would say that something is unrealistic. There is a difference between a possibility mindset and setting yourself up for further hardship if you are not equipped with the necessary tools to be successful. I'm guessing you might feel this way because most of my clients have felt similarly. They have not liked when I point out their pattern because at some level they are still in denial about the role they have been playing and what it will take for them to break free. They want to avoid their problems rather than deal with what has not been working. My clients have had resistance to my suggestion that just leaving their job without changing themselves first and learning new tools are necessary in order to not repeat the past and lose further hope. They would much rather do what has been comfortable or what they know by pretending that his time it will be different and turn out fine. Well, everything always does turn out fine eventually, but earning out fine may take years of failed attempts to realize what you are doing is not working. Life will teach you what you need to learn until you get what you have been missing. If you never understand or at what has been stopping you, then your life will never change. The underlying question is, how long will it take for you to see what your life is trying to show you? The answers to everything you have ever wanted are right in front of you. For me, quitting my job and then finding another job just like the previous one I had just quit was one of the many clues life was trying to show me that I continuously ignored and didn't want to recognize. These repeated choices kept me exactly where I was and caused me to seriously doubt myself and doubt that my life would ever change. Why else am I recommending that waltzing in and quitting your job is rarely the best solution? If I were to tell you to go in and quit your job without teaching you and having you experience what you will learn in this book, then I am doing you a huge disservice and setting you up for making the same choices and staying stuck. In fact, I would actually be telling you to run before you can walk if I told you to just go quit your job without having the tools and knowledge regarding how to do something different. If you already knew how to stop the 1-8 vicious cycle, then you would have already done so. You are reading this book because what you have done has not worked. Realizing and acknowledging this fact is crucial. There are many other things that need to change in your life, and your job is not necessarily first on the list for now, despite what you assumed the title of this book was going to give you permission to do. As you proceed reading this book and experiencing for yourself what I am helping you to relearn about yourself, then the explanation that I just provided you will make much more sense. Side note: if your job is abusive, demeaning, hurtful either physically or mentally, then by all means consider making a change right away. My point here is to not simply trade one issue for another where you will find yourself in the same situation again. As long as your job is not harming you, then I am recommending not being distracted by finding another similar job continuing the dysfunctional cycle. Instead, put your focus on creating something new, what you want. We will be discussing this in detail in the second half of this book, but do not skip ahead. Remember, skipping ahead is like skipping steps on learning how to walk. If you hate your job, then I promise you there will come a day that you will absolutely leave your job. It will be obvious when that time comes. You will be ready. You will be prepared. It will be glorious indeed. For now, the train toward your dream is just starting to turn its wheels toward the destination of unlimited possibility. Pitfall number 2: chasing the money. There is absolutely nothing wrong with wanting to have tons of money or being a millionaire. You might have some head trash, or negativity thoughts, around worthiness and money that will have to be dealt with. But there is nothing inherently wrong with money itself. Money is energy just like everything else, and it is one of the unlimited results that can occur concerning what you think is possible. Having provided this explanation of money, I emphatically state, do not make money your only focus. The chase for only money is an empty and elusive road to nowhere. The end destination is never attained because once you arrive it becomes about adding more money. One of the biggest illusions in our lives is that money will make us happy. Throughout the world, money is the holy grail that will provide us everything we need in order to be happy and solve all of our problems. Sure, money can provide financial security, and buys necessary things for survival like food, water, and shelter. Money is also perceived to bring about power and freedom. And although all these things about money share some truth, I can emphatically tell you that there is no amount of money in and of itself that will make you happy. If you are not happy, then having a lot more money is not going to make you happy. You probably think it will. You probably saying to me right now that I did wrong and that you would be perfectly content with about $10 million. You have an arbitrary number in your mind that will make all your problems go away and change everything. Let's say you somehow all of a sudden found yourself with $10 million. There would be one major problem though that has not been felt with yet. Guess what that would be? You will not have changed. You will still be the same version of you that you have always been, with the same set of beliefs and still equipped to make the same choices. We have all heard the countless stories about how lottery winners lose all their winnings. Sometimes what they squander away is a staggering number, well over $10 million. Why does this happen? Again, because the only thing that has changed is one day a large amount of money showed up. Nothing else changed. There is a good chance they do not feel they deserve it. They are not used to having money and therefore have no idea how to take care of it. They do what they currently know to do with money, and they do what they think will make them happy. There is no plan. There is no realization that their spending could catch up with them. The initial intent is to go make themselves happy by purchasing everything they had ever dreamed of buying. Sure, this type of spending spree is fun at first. The houses, the cars, the paying off debt, and the vacations to paradise are all a blast in the beginning, but over time they revert back to their old thinking and lose it all. The problem comes back to who they believe themselves to be and what they are now going to do with themselves that fulfills their soul and provides meaning in their lives. Eventually, no matter how much a lottery winner wins or how much money a normal person accumulates, they will have to ask themselves, did the stuff they buy make them happy or just distract them from figuring out why they are unhappy for a short time? I am pretty darn sure every lottery winner had a blast in the beginning and it sure sounds appealing. Yet at the end of the day or the end of the shopping spree, are they any happier than they were before? Do they feel their life is purposeful? Do they feel like they have made a difference in the lives of other people? Did they solve their problems and figure out what has been really bothering them? Do they now feel alive and excited? I'm here to tell you the answer to these questions is almost always oh. No matter how much money a person wins, earns, makes, or has, if the intent was always to only make more or spend it, then they will find themselves right back where they started, unhappy. The money and material possessions never are able to overcome how they feel about themselves and give them what they really wanted. I can attest to money not providing happiness firsthand, and on numerous occasions. Despite my life appearing pretty good to most people, it just never felt complete. No matter how much money I made, I often felt like more money would fill the gaps and the emptiness I felt within myself. I used to believe money would solve my problems, so I set out to make more of it. I really didn't care at what cost. I just wanted more, and I wanted it quickly. So I set some goals. I was extremely motivated. Here is what happened. In my first year, back then, I set goals with specific deadlines, but now I follow a different approach I share in my book, Unconventional Goal Setting. Yes, a shameless plug. I set a goal to make $50,000, which was a sizable first-year goal in real estate. It was also a rather crazy time in my life. We were expecting our first child, we were building our first home, and we had no savings. Perfect combination, don't you think? My wife had a job that helped pay our bills, but I was so determined to make more money that I was willing to do whatever it takes. So I got a job at an Italian restaurant waiting tables at night and on the weekends. During the day, I was a realtor, and guess what I did in that first year? Did I hit my goal? I absolutely did. I made over $50,000 in just commission, which isn't bad for a first-year real estate agent. Was I happy? Not at all. I wanted more. So in my second year I set a goal for $80,000. I achieved this once again. Was my life that much better from a meaning, purpose, or happiness point of view? Nope. But I thought I knew what the answer was. If I could just make more money, then we could go on more vacations, and I would not be as stressed. I could also hire some people, and then I'd would and be so crazy busy. In a nutshell, I needed more money, and then I would be happy. In year 3, I upped the ante and went for $120,000. Did I hit it? Yes, I did. For so many years I had struggled, and I was determined to make my life better. Surely this additional $40,000 would make the difference that no amount of money had made previously. I had this vision that wealthy people were always happy, and with that money I could buy new gadgets and toys that would be fun and make me happy. This time I didn't just buy, I rationalized spending well more than what I was making. I bought a new loaded Lexus, nice clothes, and didn't save that much. I spent money in my business, going to all kinds of seminars and eating out every day with the excuse that I was building relationships. I was always just barely able to pay the IRS, ignoring the fact that the more money I made, the more money I paid in taxes. Weird concept. I felt entitled to spend money. I was working hard, and I was now a successful realtor. These were the splendors that came with the territory. At least that is what I convinced myself to be true. But underneath it all, no matter how much money I was making, no amount of money was able to fill the huge void I had in my heart. I hoped more money would distract me from the lack of purpose I had. I hoped money would make me feel connected to myself and other people. I hoped money would make me feel like I mattered. Essentially, I hoped for something money could never buy. Well, in year 4 I was definitely making more money than I had ever made, but I was spending more money than I had ever before, and more than I was making. I was no dummy though. I had the perfect solution that would change everything once and for all. A perfect antidote, if you will. I once again decided that I just needed to make more money. Are you seeing my pattern? So that next year I was determined to make $180,000, and by golly, I just knew my world would completely change for sure. This time I hired an assistant and proceeded to knock my goal out of the park. I hit my money goal once again, and I grossed over $180,000. But what had I really done? Yes, I had more stuff. Yes, I had shown myself what I was capable of achieving, which was admittedly a very good experience, yet it was also the culmination of a vicious cycle that was finally starting to catch up with me. My solution to make myself feel better and be happy by making more money was failing miserably. It appeared as if I was making more than sufficient money on the surface. However, my expenses were so high that it was all just a big facade. I started to ask myself why I was in real estate. I convinced myself that I was serving people. Sure, I did some things I enjoyed, helped people, and built some strong relationships. Yet I finally asked myself if I loved real estate. I even took it one step further by asking the biggest question yet. Was I passionate about spending my time doing what I was doing? The answer to this question was a resounding "oh," which led me to the next big question: if not real estate, then what? I asked myself. What else is possible for you, Gavin? And that, my friends, was the beginning of the end of my real estate career. I realized that although I wanted to make a lot of money, my real estate career was always going to be unfulfilling and merely a distraction from doing what I really wanted. I was scared to death to admit this to myself. At the time, I did not understand how common it was to ignore my true passion or dreams. Admitting to myself that the path I had taken is not the path I wanted was very difficult for me. Looking at my true feelings was not something I wanted to acknowledge, because I knew deep in my heart that if I listened to what my heart was telling me, then I would actually have to do something about these feelings, and I had no idea where to start. Honestly, a piece of me was dying inside, because down deep I had always known what was possible for me. I knew what I came here to do, and what needed to be done. I was just never willing to admit it to myself because it scared the bejesus out of me. After 4 years of setting money goals hoping that it would fill the void missing in my life, I finally realized no amount of money would compensate for how I really wanted to spend my time on this planet. I realized it was not about money, it was about following my heart. That next year, my 5th year in real estate, I didn't set a money goal. We set the intention of moving to San Diego after having attended another seminar in Southern California. It was where our hearts were regardless of how crazy it seemed to us and everyone else. We had to go. It was time. Looking back, the ironic thing is that real estate led me to San Diego. Had I not been in real estate, then I would not have gotten into that coaching company, and it is very unlikely I would have attended a seminar that launched the desire to move here. My job in real estate helped me discover what I really wanted for my life, and it exposed me to San Diego. I learned that nothing I ever went through was a waste, and my life was unfolding perfectly despite not being able to see it at the time. I just needed to learn to pay attention and trust the journey. Money is not the answer to your problems and never will be. When you follow your dreams and what you are passionate about, the amount of money will not matter nearly as much to you. You will not be doing something you hate just for the money. You will be doing what you love and the money becomes secondary. The ironic result of doing what you love is that the more service and value you provide, the more money you will make. I am also considerate to the fact that many people are in survival mode and money would make a difference in their lives. That is very likely to be true, which is why I recommend coming from a position of stability rather than scarcity when embarking on a new adventure. Sometimes the first step toward your dreams is just getting your feet beneath you so you can take the next step. Lack is not something you have to endure over and over again. There is another way, a different possibility for you. I realize I am making it sound easy right now, but do not worry, I will systematically provide you the tools and show you how all of this is possible. Just make a pact with yourself to never let money be the reason you are rationalizing how you are spending your time and trick yourself into thinking money will solve your problems. I realize you may have to learn this on your own like I did. However, if you choose to grasp what I am sharing with you, then you can prevent yourself from continuing to aimlessly drift, and you can actually start focusing on getting to where you really want to go. You can focus on what you are passionate about and how you deliberately want to spend your time on this earth. A new path where tremendous joy and abundance are yours because you followed your heart. Pitfall number 3, quitting too soon. For so many people, quitting has become something that is so ordinary they fail to even realize that they are doing it. Instead, they convince themselves that they are simply moving on to something better. When the next shiny object comes along and catches their eye, all of a sudden they are running after this new thing rather than continuing to pursue their original idea. Can you relate to this? I surely can. Once again, I used to be the king of chasing every shiny object. I would start some project, business, or dream, and then within a short period of time, I would come up with something completely different that I was all of a sudden even more excited about. I would spend all kinds of money and time researching and learning about this latest shiny object, get started, and then something else would come along and I was now chasing that instead. I stayed in that cycle for quite a few years without ever realizing it. At first, the excitement was exhilarating. I loved the feeling that came with something new, the hope, the possibility, and the belief that with this idea it would be different and finally bring me happiness. I liked the early process of discovery and learning, yet I rarely ever saw anything through, and guess what? None of those projects, dreams, or businesses ever come to fruition. I never stuck around long enough to see what could happen because I always convinced myself the next thing was even better and would make more money or make me even happier. Essentially, I would rationalize my reason for pursuing something different, but in actuality, I was simply quitting. The new object made me temporarily feel better by having something to distract me, and it made me feel excited about the future. Unfortunately, I was slowly showing myself that I was not capable of creating what I wanted, and further, what I wanted never ended up happening. This was dangerous for me. I was showing myself what was possible or what was not possible. My quitting always taught me that my idea was not possible or not very good. My experiences were dictating my future dreams and consequently the actions I took or chose not to take. So let's take a look at what was really happening with me and see if you can relate. First, using myself as an example, the truth of the matter, when I would quit was because I was scared. I would start moving in the direction toward my intended creation and why stuff, as I call it, would surface. Obstacles would start materializing, and in the beginning I would tackle these obstacles. I was excited and I thought this latest idea was the difference maker that was finally going to make me rich. As time proceeded though, my excitement began to wane because more and more speed bumps and issues were popping up. These speed bumps caused me to doubt if it was possible, and I started doubting if I was capable. Fear crept in like clockwork. I would start asking myself limiting questions like, Is this foolish to believe? Or oh, I have what it takes? Read what I am about to share with you very closely, because the distinction is vital. In the beginning, when I was excited, I would gather evidence and show myself why it was possible. Over time, my idea became harder to deal with and overcome the obstacles because I was not aware of my sabotaging and limiting tendencies. I would then start gathering evidence regarding why my idea was not possible, which is the precise moment when I would start to drift into another idea because I was afraid and felt unequipped to handle the obstacles that was allegedly even better, only to repeat the cycle once again. I never saw anything through. I was not aware that my ideas were not necessarily bad, although some of them were horrendous looking back, haha. But instead, my thinking was not able to overcome my past, limiting thoughts and what I believed was possible. I had fallen short for so long that I was an expert at not seeing things through, which is a polite way for saying I quit often. I was a dreamer going from one dream to another. Quite the distinction. A dreamer loves to dream about what is possible, yet never follows through in actually creating that dream. This realization was a gigantic pill for me to swallow, and eventually I had no choice but to look at myself, because what I was doing, who I was being, and how I was thinking was obviously not working. The second reason I never followed through was that I hadn't found my reason why. I was constantly choosing ideas that I thought would make me happy by making lots of money, when in actuality I hated doing the activities or spending the time on what it would take to create these ideas. Said from a different viewpoint, I would pursue ideas that I had no interest in, or even hated, and then hoped that making a lot of money doing that would bring me joy. I saw other people doing this and never stopped to think about whether or not I would enjoy carrying this idea out or determine if I was passionate about it. Sure enough, when the going got tough and obstacles surfaced, pursuing this idea just was no longer worth continuing for me. I told myself once again that there has got to be something easier and better, and then I was off to the next new idea. I needed to break the cycle and stop the insanity. I needed to set my sights on something that I loved and that I was already passionate about, only thing I could see myself following through and doing no matter what got in my way. By sharing my story and experiences, I hope you can discover new insights and revelations into what might be happening in your life. I realize I have repeated themes in this book, and the reason why these themes reoccur is to help you understand them at a deeper level from multiple angles. Repetition can be a very helpful tool toward understanding more clearly. Review 3 common pitfalls to avoid so your dreams are not sabotaged. Pitfall number 1: repeating the same patterns. At some point, you will need to realize the cycle you are repeating so you can break that pattern and create a new result that aligns with what you want. Thinking, acting, and believing in the same way will not garner you new results. The status quo thinking will only give you more of the same, which can be detrimental to your possibility mindset and achieving your dreams. Pitfall number 2: don't chase the money. There is nothing wrong with money. Simply do not make money your only focus or your source for happiness. An abundance of money is the natural byproduct when you are doing what you love and providing a service that makes a difference in other people's lives. Pitfall number 3: keep going and don't stop until you understand and experience how to create whatever you want without resistance. You must understand why there will be obstacles and roadblocks that appear to be in your way. Your limiting beliefs need to be recognized and acknowledged so they no longer dictate what is happening in your life. The answer to not quitting is to find something so worthwhile and important to you that you could not imagine stopping until it becomes manifest in your life. Chapter 4: Identifying risk levels and how to take empowered risks. Fear is often identified as the number one reason that stops people from achieving something that they desire. The question that is rarely asked is, why is fear stopping you? When you actually look deeper at anything that appears to be in your way, then you can start to identify the problem and consider the options that would solve this problem. If you take a closer look at fear, then you will see that what lies beneath your fear is the risk that what you have to gain is not enough as compared to what you could possibly lose. You fear that the risk is more than you are willing to endure because you are afraid to lose things like money, pride, possessions, and other items that you feel are important. You do not realize that you are assessing risk levels in just about everything that you choose to do or anything that happens in your life. You are programmed to assess fear by unconsciously deciding if you feel the fear is worth overcoming. The decision to overcome your fear is completely based on how significant you perceive the risk to be. Basically, It comes down to whether or not you view the gain to outweigh the perceived risk. Now this is where a huge distinction occurs between those who seek opportunity and those that stay stuck. People who see opportunity look at risk as what they have to gain, and people who make their choices based on fear perceive risk as what they have to lose. There is a massive difference toward how life is processed when you feel you either have an opportunity to gain something or fear that you could lose something. When you view life from the perspective that you have something to gain, you are operating from a possibility mindset. When you automatically decipher life choices by what you can possibly lose, then you are avoiding the possibility for something better existing in that moment and consequently keeping yourself stuck. Do you see the difference? Do you see why this is such a big deal? You think you are protecting yourself by playing it safe, yet you are just repeating the same patterns and thought processes that got you to where you are now. You are then frustrated that nothing seems to change and feel powerless to create the life you want. A better way to make decisions is to first consciously identify how you are feeling and then choose your risk levels based on what you would like to achieve in that situation. This deliberate choice enables you to be aware of the risk and proceed in a manner that will help overcome your fears, moving you closer to what you want. Essentially, identifying the risk level inherent with a particular situation or event will help you determine just how important it is for you to move forward and show you how much you actually want what you claim you want. If you notice yourself saying that you are too afraid or scared to move forward, then what lies underneath that fear is the belief that the potential loss outweighs the gain. Therefore, in order to get past this fear, you need to do a risk assessment and identify what you think you would lose. Most people are already pretty efficient at following the steps I have just suggested naturally without even knowing it, because identifying fear and what you have to lose is not all that difficult. The problem lies in the fact that focusing only on what you have to lose is where you likely stop. You can stop here. You must keep diving in even further by looking at the entire equation. Therefore, the next step is to focus on all the ways you can gain from taking a perceived risk and then compare the two lists to determine what matters more to you. If what you want to gain is more important to you than what you perceive you could lose, then you have just armed yourself with the ability to overcome the future potential obstacles. The desire for what you do want has to be greater than your fear of what you do not want. Do you see the process I just walked you through? If not, then read the last few paragraphs again. This risk assessment process is a major tool that will help you change how you view risk and accordingly how you handle risk. Let's take a look at 3 different kinds of risk I have labeled and give you some examples of how to deal with each of them. Uncomfortable risk. Uncomfortable risk is the kind of risk that makes you feel vulnerable. This kind of risk is usually not about money, but rather involves not being confident or sure of yourself in a particular situation. The lack of confidence or vulnerability stems from something about your past that has happened to you and that you don't want to happen again. An example of uncomfortable risk would be having gone to a networking event in the past where you knew no one, and you felt totally out of place. You thought everyone else was confident and had their elevator pitch ready, and you felt completely out of your element. The last time you went to a networking event like this, you were so afraid to talk to people and tell them about your business that you left after 30 minutes. Now you are considering attending again, and all you can think about is how you froze up, did not pass out any business cards, and barely talk to anyone. Still using this scenario as an example, you are now thinking about attending another networking event that you were invited to recently, and like clockwork, your fear surfaces based on the memories and feelings of the last event you attended. You were terribly embarrassed before and felt unprepared, so your first inclination or response is to avoid going through that anguish again. Since you are feeling fearful again, you unconsciously assess the risk level of attending the event again. While assessing the hat you could lose side of the risk, you determine that you could embarrass yourself again, not meet anyone, not give out any cards again, waste your time, squander money on the entrance fee and gas, and lose even more confidence in yourself. The hat could you lose list is rather long and convincing because you are a professional at adding reasons to this list. Your focus is only on the negative things that could happen rather than on what you have to gain. Unless you are aware of your choice to identify the risk, you stop right there, only assessing what you have to lose and thus deciding to not attend the event. It is the perfect sabotage. On the other hand, let's assume you decide to consciously assess the risk level by also considering what you have to gain. Then your choice on attending might change by overcoming the fear with many good reasons to go. When you start to consider the possibilities that come with attending and what there is to gain, Then you begin to realize that there are going to be people there that could help your business. You tell yourself that you have wanted to meet new people and hope to create more synergistic relationships in which both parties can help one another. You consider that there are going to be other people attending who are also new to the group and that you could seek them out as support. You consider more possibilities by thinking to yourself that you could tell people you are new and ask them for help on how to get the most out of the networking group. You remind yourself it's been almost a year since you attended the last event and that you are a more confident person now. You also realize attending the event could potentially make you more money too. Suddenly, you notice that you are already planning in your head a completely different way to show up this time simply based on the fact that you are considering what you have to gain. You see that your energy and excitement level has increased dramatically. Based on considering all these 8 reasons, you feel much better and realize you have much more to gain than you have to lose. You feel empowered that you walked yourself through this risk assessment process, and you even start to prepare for the event by developing an elevator pitch and visualizing yourself confidently meeting people. You decide to go to the event, and not only did you land a new client that evening, but even better, you meet a group of people who meet weekly to brainstorm business ideas in your exact field. They invite you to join them, and you are super stoked because the knowledge and experience from this collective group will help you solve the problems that have been keeping you from going to the next level in your business. This is one example of how identifying risk and the possibilities of what you have to gain, rather than only what you have to lose, can completely transform any situation or decision you are facing. Uncomfortable risk can also be a result of something that you have never experienced and therefore are unsure what to expect. Using the same example, it might be that you have never attended a networking event and that you fear the unknown, making up reasons in your head that the risk would be too high and not worth it. In this inexperienced scenario, you would just need to walk yourself through the same process as above. You are still scared and concentrating on what you have to lose based on another event you attended in your past that brings negative memories. Consider what you have to gain and determine if that overcomes your fear or reasons for not attending. Material risk. Material risk is the perceived fear that you have something tangible that you could lose, like your house, car, or money. Material risk also includes things like family or your spouse, despite them not being a material object, so to speak. In contrast to uncomfortable risk, which is something internal that seems to be risky, material risk is external, or outside of you, and something physical that you feel like you could lose. Material risk can be viewed from a few different perspectives. One such perspective is the belief that certain choices will bring about the loss of something of material value. For example, you believe that if you were to start a new business that you would not be able to make your car payment and consequently hurt your credit score. The resulting fear is losing your car based on a certain level of risk due to the business. The car payment is used as the tangible property that could be lost and the reason you assess the situation to be risky. Material risk tends to be a snowball effect type of fear, meaning that if, for example, you couldn't make your car payment, then your credit would get worse. You feel that this would mean your finances would be affected, which would lead to your spouse getting angry, which would lead to you feeling bad about yourself, and then you would worry about even more things going wrong. Material risk tends to feel very scary based on other potential ramifications that can cause even more pain for you. Let me back up for a moment and be clear on something here again. I'm not saying assessing risk is bad or wrong. In fact, it is a very valuable tool that can help you mitigate past failures and help prevent you from falling into traps that you could have avoided if you were paying closer attention. In no way am I instructing anyone to just go jump into something with reckless abandon that is in the sky, thinking that will not get you any closer to a possibility mindset which empowers you rather than keeps you stuck. Using the example of possibly losing your car due to not making the payments, if you use that money to start a new business rather than for the car payment, then your concern for losing the car would make complete sense. In the event that you have no extra money at the end of the month after paying bills, then choosing to take $500 and putting it toward a new business each month rather than the car payment is most likely going to bring about the result you were worried about, losing your car. This is common sense and logical thinking. I am not looking for you to take unnecessary or unsound risk like the above example. I want to help you view risk differently in a way that does not just center on loss. Again, In this example, many possibilities exist beyond having to not make the car payment in order to start a business. Thinking there is only one way is very limited and not a possibility mindset. It is possible that you can have the car and start the business once you determine what you have to gain and assess your desired risk level. Upon being highly motivated and focused on what you have to gain rather than what you have to lose, you could look at your bills to see what costs you could cut back on and then use those savings on your new business. It may not be as much as the car payment of $500, but it's a good start and involves little to no risk. This off and mentality breaks you through the fear and you start heading in the direction of where you want to go rather than staying stuck due to fear. As you proceed toward your intended destination, you will open yourself up to other possibilities regarding how to find more time and money to start your new business on the side. You will realize that you do not need to risk what you previously thought you had to risk in order to get what you want. In this scenario, you did not just say, "Will lose my car if I start my business," and quit your dream. You looked at what fear or obstacle was standing in your way and came up with a possibility on which you acted upon. Material risk is one of the most common reasons you choose to stay right where you are now, and rarely is this something that you have much awareness about. You are not able to see the limitless possibilities that exist surrounding your dream business. Instead, based on past programming and learned behavior, you focus on all the reasons it is not possible and why it would not work. Here is another example to further illustrate this point. Have you ever heard the term "old in handcuffs"? It is a term people use to describe a situation that feels too good to leave behind. Old in handcuffs commonly involves a job that pays extremely well but includes no passion, and usually a strong amount of dislike is associated with it. The large amount of money that individual is earning represents the old in, and the handcuffs represent the feeling that they cannot escape the job due to the significant amount of money being earned. The risk assessment is based on the belief that leaving the money behind would be worse than having to remain in a disliked job. Somewhere in the present thought system is the belief that only this job can pay that kind of money, and risking the current job in exchange for doing something enjoyable is not worth the potential loss. The car and the old and handcuff job are two examples of material risks that are stopping people from moving toward what they really want and experiencing who they really are. Take a look at your life right now. Are you using either uncomfortable risk or material risk as your reasons not to move toward what you want for your life? Remember, acknowledgement and self-awareness are what we are looking to develop on a more consistent basis. Without the awareness regarding how you are assessing risk, there is no new choice or possibility that can be considered. An important factor toward assessing or identifying risk is to determine the type of fear that is stopping you. You need to look at what you believe you will lose or gain and consider why you feel that way. Ask yourself, is the fear true? Would it really happen? And is there another way that would feel more safe or less risky? This awareness and these kinds of questions are the foundation of a possibility mindset. The arm risk. I almost used the term "isking the farm" in the subtitle of this book because perceived risk, or fear, is what is stopping so many people. You need to understand that you don't have to risk it all in order to have it all. Isking the farm is basically the belief that everything could be lost if a certain risk is taken or choice is made. The thought process behind this assumption is if the risk does not turn out positively, then not only is uncomfortable risk and material risk at stake, but now there is even more that could be lost. Everything. On a smaller scale, isking the farm for many people means losing their job, their house, their car, possibly their marriage, or their self-respect. On a larger scale, isking the farm means potentially losing all of those things. The belief is that the risk is so vast that life could come tumbling down in one big heap. The interesting thing about this kind of risk is that many people feel like they are risking the farm when they take any kind of risk, even smaller ones. They are so paralyzed by fear that any kind of risk feels like everything could be lost. The fact of the matter is the isking the farm type of risk is no different than the other two kinds of risk, except for the fact that people perceive the risk as bigger or having more possible negative consequences. This risk feels like everything that really matters is on the line with an LL in mentality. If you happen to feel like you are paralyzed by fear and constantly seem to feel like you are isking the farm, then rest assured there will come a time in the future that if you commit to developing your possibility mindset, You will never again perceive anything as risking the farm. Why will this happen? Because how you view what is possible and what choices you make will be completely different than they are now. Someone with a possibility mindset would never feel like they have to risk the farm in order to get what they want. They would not think they have to gamble and put all of their money on it so that they could win double their money right away. They would never be desperate enough to believe that this is the only possibility and the only way to get what they want. Actually, risking the farm is a dicey bet that only desperate people feel is a real option. I would never recommend to anyone ever making a decision based on risking it, because this is a limited way of thinking. There is always another way or possibility that exists that does not involve risking everything. Again, I can almost hear the thoughts going on in your head. But what if we really want something? Is it okay to risk it all then? Gavin, it okay to risk it all for love, right? My question to you would be, what is within you that feels like you have to possibly lose it all in order to gain it all? This mentality is a limited mindset. How many times have you felt like you risked the farm and lost? I have felt this way, and let me tell you, it set me back quite a ways. Risking the farm shook my confidence, made me doubt what was possible, and it started giving me the belief that achieving what I wanted was extremely difficult and maybe even impossible. Were my negative thoughts based on past failures actually true? Absolutely not. But my thoughts and beliefs were still making it true for me. I was just making it harder than necessary by putting all my eggs in one basket and inaccurately labeling what success meant for me. I believed success meant risking everything in order to get everything. There was one gigantic problem with this thinking. I did not have the tools or mindset to deal with setbacks and obstacles that presented themselves by taking such a giant leap without taking any of the helpful and necessary baby steps. My lack of experience, or lack of possibility muscles, left me unprepared to deal with the adversity and chaos that presented itself with such a large undertaking. Using a gambling analogy, it was like I was sitting at a World Series of poker table, having paid my $10,000 entry fee, the last dimes to my name, and expecting to win despite rarely ever having played poker. Not to mention I would be competing against 5,000 of the world's best poker players. Not a smart bet, because I would have no idea how to win, nor would I really understand who or what I was up against. In this analogy, starting at my neighbor's Saturday night poker game for a $50 buy-in probably would have been a much wiser decision that would start me on the path of possibly participating in the World Series of Poker down the road. Burning the ships. On the other hand, I clearly recognize that there is a time when you so desperately want to start anew that it no longer feels like risking the farm is even risky. This feeling or situation is quite different from risking it all, and it is a major sign you are ready for a significant change in your life immediately. If you feel you have everything to lose and very little to gain, then risking the farm is obviously not the highest and best possibility for you. But if you are definitely ready for massive change and want to ensure there is no turning back or room for failure, then despite the level of risk being potentially very high, you may instead feel like you have everything to gain and absolutely nothing to lose. When I became really miserable, I felt absolutely desperate for change, and I adopted a mindset called burning your ships. Have you ever heard that term before? Basically, burning your ships means going for what you want with such vigor that success is the only option, and there is no possibility of going back to the way it was before. This phrase is based upon the earliest explorers who were coming to America. Many of these explorers made the decision to burn their ships so that if things got difficult they would have no choice but to maintain their course and make it work here. Returning home and going back to their old way of life was no longer an option for them. They had to make it work. Let me be clear that I'm not telling you to go burn your ships. In actuality, I think this approach can be detrimental in most cases. I am an advocate of this mentality only in certain situations. If this mentality is used in the wrong situation, then extreme hardship and physical damage can occur, which is not what we are aiming for here. Had the early settlers not been prepared or ready to deal with what they were faced with, they would have died, and in fact many did. I hesitate in even discussing the concept of burning your ships with you because the prospect of trying this is often very appealing to people at different times in their life. Only you can determine your preparedness and whether this is the right choice for you. I will use my example of moving to San Diego as a situation that burning your ships worked for me because I knew without a shadow of a doubt that it was the path for me. Basically, we burned our ships by telling everyone we were moving to San Diego 6 months prior to actually doing so. As a result, My real estate business dried up immediately, which is how I had been supporting my family. Our friends started moving on with their lives since we would soon no longer be part of their daily lives. Further, we sold our home and a large chunk of our possessions, and we signed a lease agreement for a house in San Diego. Our life and how we supported ourselves was no longer the same. Following through with the move became our best and almost only option. Upon people hearing we were moving, many times the first response was for them to tell us we could always move back if things did not work out. We politely smiled and nodded, thinking to ourselves, odd a chance. Our parents offered us a contingency plan to move near them if things did not work out, and again we politely smiled and thanked them for the offer, but we were opposed to any option that was not living in San Diego. We burned our ships. Looking back, we did not just set them on fire, exploded our ships. There was no going back on what we had set as our intention and what we had declared to people. So why did this mentality work for us in this situation? First, our why was off the charts, meaning it was huge. We could not stand the cold, clouds, rain, or snow. We wanted warm weather and plenty of sunshine all year round. We also wanted to be near the ocean, and we really liked the progressive open-mindedness of California. We felt drawn there by energy, and we listened to the voice within us that was calling us to San Diego. Secondly, we had a plan. Upon setting the vivid intention that San Diego was where we would live, we followed through with our plan to sell my business, sell our house, find a new job and house in Southern California, and move all of our belongings. Thirdly, and very important to note, we were finally ready and equipped to take on what was going to be expected of us. We knew this was not going to be easy. There was no guarantee of income. We knew almost no one in the San Diego area. No family members were within 1,000 miles. There was no safety net or friends to fall back on. We understood we were embarking on a big challenge and we were prepared to take it on. Our savings were all spent just moving to San Diego, but none of that was going to stop us, and we knew it. You see, I had tried many other times to burn our ships. The problem was I also burned down the entire nearby forest and almost my family with it. I surprised my wife, didn't call me napalm there for a while. I was a disaster. I had these big hopes and dreams, yet I had not realized I was not mentally equipped to take on the challenges that would be presented, which just led to repeated failures. Can you imagine one of the early settlers burning their ships without knowing how to hunt, build shelter, work as a team, or persevere? They would not have made it without being equipped with these skills and knowing already that they could provide for themselves. I, on the other hand, for so many years wanted to skip quite a few steps and figure it out as I went. There is nothing wrong with figuring some things out as you go, but if the stakes are high, then trying to run before you can walk is not a very sound plan. Using this analogy of walking, it is pretty easy to start jogging or even running after you learn to walk. But it is the experience of walking that shows yourself that you can walk, and with practice you can walk even faster. I was such a dreamer, I just jumped off cliffs thinking I could learn to fly on the way down. I found out soaring through the sky was not the outcome, just a quiet or sometimes loud splat when I would hit the ground. Not fun. I needed to learn to fly in some capacity before I jumped. Do you see the difference? Do you see how I was now ready to move to San Diego as where in the past I was not prepared? Do you see how big a role my why played and how badly we wanted it? Moving to San Diego did not feel like a huge risk anymore. In fact, it felt so right. There was no way we could not do it. If you feel this way, then going for it becomes your best option. You don't have to risk the farm, risk everything, but you might have to burn your ships to make sure you follow through. But I heed a sound warning again. Do not dive head first or go all in without a deep knowing that you will make it and you are willing to do whatever it takes to succeed. We knew we could pull off moving to San Diego and no one or nothing could tell us otherwise, and believe you me, they tried. Never burn your ships unless you feel the exact same way. When moving to San Diego we were very clear on our intention and our why, and we were finally equipped to take on the obstacles we were going to face. The challenges came, and now 5 years later we have never been happier and have lived possibility in one of its highest forms. We broke through a mental barrier that we had not been able to get through before because we were finally ready. This book will help you do whatever you want in your life by giving you the awareness about what has been stopping you and what is possible for you. You won't have to necessarily burn your ships, which is often an extremely risky approach that may mean more hardship than necessary. Review. Identifying risk and consciously choosing how you want to proceed will help you overcome fears rather than keep you stuck. Comfortable risk. the kind of risk that makes you feel uncomfortable or vulnerable, with the effect being more psychological rather than a tangible loss. Material risk, the type of risk where the possibility of physical loss is perceived, or loss in the form of a possession or item of material value. Farm risk, the kind of risk that considers everything that matters could be lost. Earning your ships, an option that is available when the desire to never go back to an old pattern or situation is very strong. This option is only taken when the participant is off the charts, when they are equipped to handle potential obstacles, and where there is a clear vision to the intended destination along with a plan. Part 2, The Beginning. Chapter 5, What Do You Really Want? One of the hidden tragedies that takes place in this world every day is when people stop believing in their dreams. It is a tragedy when they believe that what they had hoped for is no longer a possibility. It is a tragedy when the light of potential and possibility is replaced with the darkness of despair and lack. Unfortunately, this is the current state of existence for so many people in the world, and this may be how you feel right now, too. When the candle of possibility barely flickers or even goes out for you, the dream stops and you become just a body wandering through life without a purpose, direction or meaning. In truth, the light is still there, despite the dream falling into darkness for the time being. How do you turn the light of possibility back on? Remember your dreams. Allow yourself to dream about all of the things you have always wanted for your life. Vividly see and feel the friends, the family, the meaningful career, the abundance, the service, the difference you want to make, and ultimately what really matters to you. For those of you who are nowhere near your dreams and strongly dislike your life, envisioning these dreams or imagining the life you want can be very difficult to perform. The painful memories and wounds from the past are still tender, and the defense mechanisms resulting from past disappointments oftentimes kick in and stop any consideration of a new possibility. Dare to remember your dreams anyway. If you do not acknowledge your dreams to yourself, then I can assure you nothing will ever change, and what you have always wanted will be beyond your grasp. You need to ask yourself what you really want. I am not just talking about material things that you think would make you happy. Instead, I want you to begin thinking about how you would love to spend your time. What would it look like? What would it feel like? Perfect dream day exercise. Take a few minutes right now. Close your eyes. Envision your perfect day from the minute you wake up to the moment you go to bed. Do not think about your current situation or responsibilities. Anything is possible in this exercise. You have been granted a clean slate. Just allow yourself to dream. Go ahead. I am serious. Go through these steps right now. Really allow yourself to picture what a dream day would look like for you. So know that you created a detailed picture of what your ideal day looks like. Was this exercise easy? Did it feel good? Did you have limiting thoughts come up? Was it scary? Let's take a look at each of these questions. Was doing this exercise easy? For some people who are on the brink of pursuing their dreams and are absolutely ready for a new story to play out in their lives, this exercise is usually a piece of cake. In fact, it is probably something they do consistently throughout their day already. Daydreaming about their future. For other people who live in mostly fear, the very thought of something new is very difficult, and they will not allow themselves to dream because they just cannot see how it is possible. Therefore, they deny themselves the experience of that if and stop the beginning stages of possibility from even happening. Did this dream exercise feel good? Again, this will vary for everyone. Some people will find the exercise extremely liberating, while others will find that it brings up bad memories and major doubts about taking on something new again. Did you have limiting thoughts come up at some point during this exercise? I would guess, whether you admit this to yourself or not, there were some negative thoughts that surfaced. Thoughts like, here will I find the time, or just not realistic because of, or something similar will most likely surface at some point. Why do these negative thoughts occur? When the mind considers something new, it immediately goes into its past experience database and draws conclusions based on what it currently knows to be true up to this point. If the database has past proof that something is possible, then the feedback will likely be more positive. On the other hand, if the database cannot recall or provide proof or evidence that something is possible and instead sends bad memories from a time when things did not go very well, then its normal function is to alert warning signals and danger. Was this exercise scary? For many of you, there were probably some warning bells going off in your head. You might have even had fire alarms going off that were very scary, like your mind was telling you there was danger of getting hurt and a warning to run in the opposite direction. Regardless of what your exact experience was in this exercise, The main point is that you participated and you began to allow yourself to dream again. I cannot state how important it is just to allow yourself to consider new possibilities. We will tackle how to actually make these possibilities come true and reconfigure your hard drive or database. Once we rewire how you think and how you respond, you will begin to naturally perform this exercise on a daily basis while moving closer and closer every day to create this vivid dream in your life. Before you arrive anywhere, you must know precisely where you want to go. Figuring out exactly what you want can sometimes be a rather difficult task. My clients constantly try to convince me they do not know what they want. I understand how true this may feel for them. However, it is an absolutely lie they are choosing to believe. Everyone knows what they really want whether they realize it or not. Not everyone will acknowledge what they really want based on fear and having little or no evidence that what they want is possible. For those people who are in deep despair and where life has been very difficult, it can be much harder to acknowledge their dreams because they feel they are protecting themselves from getting hurt or being disappointed again. They erroneously believe that staying where they currently are will protect them from further pain, and they fail to realize by ignoring their true desires that they are actually causing themselves more pain. Everyone needs to search and find their lighthouse, or their dream destination, at some point in their life. When you are in a storm out at sea, you need to find that light that will bring you ashore and stop the suffering. To stop looking for the light is to give up on life and accept the fate that you were lost without ever knowing the lighthouse was just around the next bend, there waiting for you in the distance the whole time. Even though the lighthouse, your dreams, may not currently be visible with little hope of arriving, you need to trust your navigation, following your heart and head in that direction. The closer you get to the lighthouse, the brighter the light will be until it is in perfect view. Your dreams and what you really want are your lighthouse. They are waiting for you. You just need to keep heading in that direction by allowing yourself to dream. Performing exercises like writing down your perfect day will help reveal what you really want. While writing down your perfect day, it activates your participation in your dream and keenly details what living your dreams would look like on a daily basis. When I first did this exercise myself, my perfect day ended up being quite different than what I thought it would be. I will share with you my perfect day that I now have printed in the back of this book. Talk about liberating. It was so freeing to write about how I spent my time with absolutely no responsibility, restrictions, or limitations. I will tell you why stuff and negative thoughts showed up a lot the first time I wrote it down. My mind wanted me to answer how it was possible and reminded me where I currently was, insinuating that the gap was too large to overcome. I wrote my perfect day anyway. And you want to know something crazy? My perfect day came true. Not exactly all of it in the specific detail as of yet, but enough of it that I know the rest of it is unfolding perfectly in this very moment. You see, my dreams had taken quite a beating too. Countless disappointments and failures really took a toll on me. I was great with ideas and nothing near great with making these ideas happen. My mind did its best to protect me by having fear overwhelm me whenever I dreamed of something new and actually took action. For me, I was always able to dream about what I wanted, but over time, with my past experiences in mind, I started finding it hard to actually deal with the pain and move in the direction of what I wanted. I was bruised and beaten. I considered my dreams to be just safer to look at from a distance rather than actually pursue them. I was like a ship out at sea, lost and getting battered in a storm. But rather than look for the lighthouse and head in that direction, it seemed more comfortable to just stay put out on the storms, wandering aimlessly. Those storms were what I knew best. I finally realized land was a safer place with so much more possibility for a happy life. I began looking for the lighthouse, and I found it by getting clear on what I really wanted. You need to find your lighthouse and get very clear on what you want, too. Again, I ask, what do you really want? What would make your heart sing? What would be more fun than you could ever imagine? Dare to answer these questions. Your current situation does not have to prevent you from realizing what is possible for you. I will prove this fact to you as we proceed in this book, and you will prove it to yourself, too. It is critical that you actually know where you want to go. Why? So you can actually get there. Can you imagine getting in your car and not having any idea where you are going and then expect to get there? That would be pure craziness. When you get in your car to go somewhere, you know where you want to go. You have a destination point in mind. Sure, you may not always know exactly how to get there from previous experience, yet you have had enough experience getting to other destinations that you do what you've done in the past. You may print out a map, or use your GPS, or have a friend give you directions. There is no doubt in your mind that you will get to where you want to go. I love the quote, Most people aim for nothing and hit it with 100% accuracy. I'm not sure who said this first, but it perfectly describes the real problem. You have no chance of ever creating the life you really want without knowing exactly what that life looks like. Too many lives have transpired without having a dream. You show me someone who has a life similar to the life that you dream about having, and I will show you a person who had a vision dream for the life he wanted to live. I often find that people think other people's success comes from luck. This viewpoint is such a disservice toward the people who have created their dreams, and also a limiting belief about what it takes to be successful. This sucky judgment is a deep-seated belief resulting in the lack of belief in oneself. But that is all this judgment is. A belief that appears to be true from their current reference point. Let me give you an up-close example. When I mentor people on a one-on-one basis, I ask them what they want over and over again. See if you can relate to this exact scenario that has happened in a similar manner over and over again. Me: so what do you want for your life? Client: what do you mean? Me: what do you want for your life? What are your dreams? Client: I'm not exactly sure. I'm too busy supporting my kids and don't have time for that. Me: okay. But what do you want? Client: I just told you, it's not about me anymore. My dreams have passed. I just want what's best for my kids. Me: I understand, but what do you want? Client: why do you keep asking me that? I just told you. Me: you have told me nothing except why you believe you are not living your life the way you want. Client: I have kids. I have to work. I have to do laundry. I have to cook them dinners and get them ready for school. I don't have time for that. Me: I understand that is how you currently feel, but that is not what I am asking you. Put those things aside for a second. I want to know what your dreams are. What do you want for your life? What are your hopes, and what are you passionate about? Stop giving me reasons you don't think they are possible. Just allow yourself to dream. Your dreams are still there, and they are possible. I understand this is not easy. Just dare to think it is still possible for you to take care of your kids and have your dreams too. Me: so share with me the grandest vision of your life that you can imagine. Client: silence. I'm not sure. Things are different now. Me: you know what you want. Client: what do you mean? Me: you know what you want. You have dreams. You have a vision for the life you would love to have. You just want to allow yourself to go there because of what it will mean. Client: I'm not sure I follow. You saying that I do know what I want, but I won't say it to you. Me: not only will you not say it to me, but you won't say it to yourself. Deep down you know that once you acknowledge your dreams, there is no going back. You will no longer be able to pretend that you don't have dreams, and that you have so much more that you imagine for your life. Client: but I have read books that tell me I should just be happy with how things are and not want new things. Me: those books are saying that you should never look outside of yourself for answers and for why you are not currently happy. Those books are not suggesting that you ignore how you really feel, and they are not telling you that you should keep trying to convince yourself that you are happy when you are not. You have so much to be grateful for, and we will need to be aware of this as we proceed. But I am asking you to get real with yourself. Is your current life exactly how you had imagined or how you hoped it would turn out? Client: no, not exactly. Me: then what is the life you have always imagined? Describe it in detail and put aside your fears or whether you think it is possible for now. Just go. Tell me everything. Free flow. What do you want? Client: I want. They proceed to pour their hearts out with tons of details and feelings about what they would love for their life. After they allow themselves to really share, they feel invigorated and are often shocked at what came out. They have been ignoring their hopes and dreams for so long that they actually have convinced themselves that they did not have any dreams. They did not feel like they had any choice but to just accept their lives the way it was now because they did not know how to create the life they wanted. They told themselves they were happy because they felt like the life they had should make them happy. I love asking people when they say they hold be happy no matter what the following question: if a dog came and pooped on your face every morning, would you like that? Of course, everyone except for the most stubborn say they would not like that at all. Then I ask, why are you letting your life poop on you every day? And then you try to tell yourself you like it. My apologies for the graphic and quite gross visualization here, but sometimes it's necessary to point out in bold terms what is really happening. Stop trying to convince yourself that the things you do not like in your life are acceptable. Poop does not smell good no matter how you try to smell it. So now back to my original question to you. What do you want? What do you really want for your life? There are no limitations for answering this question. Anything is possible and everything is on the table. You just need to begin envisioning your dreams, and the ball of possibility will begin rolling. Not having dreams is like having no plan to a destination to nowhere. Think about that sentence for a moment. You do not go anywhere because you have nowhere to go. Sounds simple because it is. Not having a destination in mind. Dreams is one of the biggest answers to the riddle of why your life is not working the way you want. People attack what is happening in their life all day long by pointing out what they don't want or like without ever letting themselves or the universe know what they actually do want. It makes no sense to have no destination in mind and then complain when you never get there. Acknowledging your dreams is like getting on the train of possibility to anywhere you want. Another hang-up for many people is that they describe in great detail what they don't want their life to look like when asked what they want. Instead of answering the question, their mind automatically goes to all the negative things they don't like and they have trouble answering what they do like. For example, imagine secretly wanting a box of chocolate candy. One day, someone asks you what kind of candy you want. You respond by telling them you are not sure what kind of candy you like. You then proceed to tell them every kind of candy you do not like rather than what you have always had your sights on, the box of chocolate candy with your preferred kinds of chocolate. This translates into getting a box of chocolates with all their least favorite kinds because that was the focus. The person is being offered the opportunity to share what kind of chocolate they like, and instead of answering that question they proceed to tell every kind of chocolate they don't like. Let's take this chocolate example and apply it to your life. Do you know what you want, or do you focus on talking or thinking about what you don't want? I realize this portion of the book might be a little difficult for you to accept or even admit to yourself how what I am sharing applies to your life. I'm not expecting you to just read this and how you have been thinking for years and years suddenly changes. At the end of this book, I have a link to a free course that coincides with this book called the Unlimited Possibility Mindset course that will walk you through implementing what is taught in this book and give you the opportunity to take a closer look at what you want. As I mentioned in the beginning, I recommend reading this entire book prior to doing anything else. If you choose to participate in the Unlimited Possibility Mindset course, it will walk you through this process in the same manner that I do with my clients. The act of really acknowledging what you want can be eye-opening and life-changing, and it leads to the next step toward creating the life you want, which is identifying your new why. Review. How do you want? On ignore what you really want. Acknowledge that your dreams exist. Enter on what really matters to you and envision your perfect day. Focus on what you would like to see happen as opposed to what you don't like about your life. Chapter 6. The Crucial Importance of HY. Every day people throughout the world wake up and go about their normal routine. For a large portion of the world, a normal day involves going to some sort of job, running a business of their own, or parenting their children. It's a routine full of responsibilities and items that are obligated to get done, filled with to do. Most people are focusing on getting things done and making it through their day. If I were to sit down and ask people why they go to work, run a business, or conduct their parental roles, their answers would most likely be similar to one of the following: to pay the bills, to make money, to raise my children properly. These listed answers to that particular question would be quite easy. But what if I took it a step further? What if I were to ask them why they perform that particular job? Why did they start their business? Why do they want to be a good parent? Most people would still be able to answer these questions, and they would really be just an extension of their earlier answers. After all, whether or not they realize it, these answers are how they do what they do. They get up every morning and go to a job to pay bills, make money, and to take care of themselves and their families. An alarming amount of people are not happy because they feel obligated to do what they are doing and believe there is no way out. Their current lie keeps them stuck and they feel trapped. Why do you do what you do? Does how you spend your time make your heart sing? Is it what you love and what you really enjoy doing, or do you feel obligated to perform activities you do not enjoy out of a sense of responsibility? Your why is always dictating your decisions toward how you live your life. Unfortunately, your why is likely about performing a responsibility or some kind of obligation rather than because you love what you are doing. Instead of asking yourself why your dreams are important and what achieving those dreams would mean, you focus on why you need to get other things done that you have deemed more important. You have convinced yourself that your old why is important, that it is what you really want, and that it is a good enough reason to not be happy, to not go for your dreams. and to not move through your fear so you can fully experience what is possible. Your why can either be your ticket to everything you have ever wanted, or it can be the shackles that keep you in an imaginary prison that binds you every day. Your why will either empower you to achieve your dreams, or it will keep you stuck with seemingly no way out. Let's now change the questions and dive deeper into your feelings and beliefs. Why do you feel stuck? What is stopping you? If nothing were holding you back, what would you want for your life? Again, I am asking you to get real with yourself and acknowledge your true feelings. Take a minute to contemplate and answer the above questions. Admit to yourself what is really going on, because within these answers resides your true power, where something can actually be done. Failing to answer these questions means remaining in the land of denial, which might as well be a prison sentence, because you will feel restricted and believe you are powerless to set yourself free. Your self-appointed prison sentence will end when you realize only you have the keys to unlock the door to what is possible for you. In one of my favorite movies of all time, The Shawshank Redemption, there was a character named Red who finally made parole. He had been in prison so long that when he got out, he was not sure how to even live his life. Outside the prison walls was a terrifying world that he didn't understand and where he was unsure he could survive. On the other hand, Andy, one of the main characters, had a plan for his life, and despite being wrongly convicted for murder, he had the mindset that nothing was going to stop him from realizing the life he envisioned. Andy didn't rely on someone else for his circumstances to change. He knew the life that was waiting for him, and he was determined to get there. One of the most famous quotes of the movie is, "Get busy living or get busy dying," and it was a phrase that really struck a chord with me. Andy never saw himself as a prisoner that felt stuck with nowhere to go without any options. He had some terrible things happen to him, yet he knew the worst prison is not the kind that keeps you locked up in a small cell, but rather, the kind of prison where hope for a life of freedom and doing what you love is lost. Andy knew what was possible, he had hope, and he moved in the direction of where he intended to go. Although he was in prison for 19 years, his why empowered him and gave him hope. In fact, his hope and intention for his dreams were so strong they influenced everyone around him. Red, his best friend in prison who doubted his ability to live outside of prison, ended the movie by softly sharing the following words that describes perfectly what it is like to have a dream. "Find myself so excited I can barely sit still or hold a thought in my head. I think it only the excitement a free man can feel. A free man at the start of a long journey whose conclusion is uncertain. I hope I can make it across the border. I hope to see my friend and shake his hand. I hope the Pacific is as blue as it has been in my dreams. I hope." In a lot of ways we are all like Red, but want to be more like Andy. Red is scared about what is out there and is unsure of himself. He has stayed in prison so long that it what he knows best. He has convinced himself being incarcerated is better than what is outside of prison. Andy, on the other hand, despite the atrocities that happen to him, never loses sight of what he wants. Although it takes him many years to see his plan to fruition, he never gives up hope. Red finally started to realize what was possible through witnessing firsthand Andy's desire and dedication to pursue what was possible for him. No one had ever escaped that dreadful prison before, and that fact didn't stop Andy. Red found his hope and broke his parole to reunite with his dear friend in life from possibility. The Shawshank Redemption, and that final quote eloquently parallels what I've been describing. One person why kept him stuck, Red, while the other person why Andy gave him hope and set him free. Your why will either empower you to pursue the life you really want, or cause you to stay stuck and settle for much less than what is truly possible. The choice regarding which path you take is up to you. How to create a EWY. The most important aspect of creating your new why is to focus on the reasons for the life that you want rather than the life that you currently think you have to live. Do you see the huge difference between these 2 points of reference? One focuses on consciously creating what you want, and the other point of view believes there are no choices or possibility for something better. Each of these whys are continuing to influence the choices that you make, and therefore, dictate the actions that you take. Before you begin focusing on your new why, you must actually know without a shadow of a doubt the most vivid and grandest version you can possibly imagine of the life that you want to live. You must know your dream life inside and out, which is why I put the "Hat Do You Want" chapter first. Without having the dream first, there is no purpose, meaning, and substance behind your why, which are all crucial elements. Once you have your life vision, a detailed picture of the life you truly want, then and only then, can you determine what the worth of aligning with this vision is to you. This goes way beyond just the correlation of your dreams and your why, because they are truly one and the same thing. Absolutely everything that you do, every decision, and every choice will become connected to your ultimate why and your dream life. They mean everything, and without them, you are adrift with little hope of ever finding your intended dream and destination. I am sure you have heard the importance of your why before, but I hope you are realizing even further that creating a meaningful and exciting why is the backbone of making your dream life come true. The journey you are embarking on will have rough waters ahead. Issues, roadblocks, problems, and difficulties that you have experienced before and new ones yet to surface are all going to happen and come up again. You can receive this declaration as bad news and let fear take over, stopping you once again, or you can understand that all of these events are helping you to become a better captain of your life and teaching you how to navigate the ship toward where you want to go. These difficult events are neither good nor bad. They are just what you have believed up until now. Step by step you will begin to show yourself what is possible, and with each new experience of greater possibility, you will realize these roadblocks have all been created by you to experience your power. They are showing you what is possible, and they are actually gifts to be embraced. You need a big why and dreams worth pursuing so that the past stumbling blocks don't stop you any further. If your child or someone you loved was going to die and you knew you could do something to change this, then you obviously would. Your why in this situation would be extremely important, and you would do everything in your power to find a way no matter what. When a person gives up on their dreams, something dies within them. They begin losing hope and focus on just surviving. Let me share a quick story that was very difficult for me, yet helped me develop part of my why. My kids have always known my aspirations as a possibility mentor and my goal of empowering millions of people to experience what is possible for their lives. A few years ago, my then 9-year-old daughter came in to have a chat with old dad while I was zoning out in front of the television on a Sunday afternoon. At the time, I was in a job where I was absolutely miserable. I had never told my daughter that I was miserable, but don't let your children fool you. They know. We started chatting, and frankly, I was paying her much attention, half listening and half watching golf. Embarrassing but true. Anyway, she started talking about some things she wanted to do in her life. I started to perk up since I love this topic of dreams and possibilities. I got on my high horse and said to my daughter, "Aiden, anything is possible. I hope you know just how magnificent you are and what you are capable of creating in your life. All your dreams are possible and you are a powerful manifester. The most important thing you can do with your life is to go for your dreams." At that moment, I feeling pretty good about myself, having just shared my heart to my daughter who has such a wise old soul. She looked at me knowingly, with almost a sense of compassion. I could see her hesitate as if deciding whether or not to share what she obviously wanted to say. I encouraged her and said, "Oh, ahead, what do you think?" And her response nearly knocked me out. Dad, if that is the most important thing, then why aren't you going for your dreams?" Holy smokes. Ouch. I was stunned and felt like the air had been knocked out of me. In one question I had just been slapped hard by reality, and truth was brought to my attention by my 9-year-old daughter. Although I had created many of my dreams, my daughter knew at the time I had stopped pursuing my passions and was losing hope. She knew I felt stuck and she called me on it. What a blessing it was, because her response helped me clarify one major component of my why. Of course I want to provide a good living for my family, however, that pales in comparison to how I want to show my children what is possible through my example, not just talking about it. The reality is, I can tell my kids what is possible until I am blue in the face. But until I actually show them by doing so myself, I am only teaching them to fall short and not follow through like I had so many times. This realization was terrifying to me. I was teaching my kids that settling for less and not going for my dreams was acceptable. I had rationalized that providing them with a financially safe upbringing was more important than being happy and living my dreams. I was using the excuse of needing to provide for my family as a defense for not pursuing my dreams. I was scared about failing or getting hurt again, so I would just tell myself that providing for them was more important than any of my hopes and dreams. When my daughter asked me that question, I recognized my error. I realized that it was possible to provide my family a safe upbringing without risking the farm while also pursuing my dreams. It was only my current limiting beliefs that thought I needed to sacrifice my dreams for my family, and I realized this was not necessarily true. I had just bought into this belief and made it true. Never in a million years would I want my own children to just maintain the status quo when I know who they really are and what is really possible. I want them to experience this greatness, and the best way I could have them see what was possible, was to show them myself. Right then and there everything began to shift majorly for me, and it will for you too when you get your why so big and clear that nothing can stop you. I know what is possible for my children, and I know what is possible for you. I shared my story as an example of what is at stake here. Although your reasons why will be different than mine, I'm sure you have similar stories or reasons to develop your huge why. At some point in your life, what you want needs to be more important than staying where you are now, and in order to pull that off, your why will need to be bigger than what has held you back. Another aspect I want to be sure to identify that most people miss is how their why pertains to them personally. When speaking with my clients and even in evaluating myself, it is people's natural tendency to use only external reasons to devise their why. What I mean by this is they tend to only focus on other people regarding their why rather than considering how it will impact themselves. For example, their why is about providing for their family, or helping co-workers, or providing for the needy. There is nothing wrong with wanting to change your life for other people, but ultimately, it is important that you want to change your life and have a big why because of what it will mean for you first. Once you have nourished your soul and followed your heart, it becomes much more natural to come from a place of true meaning, purpose, and service. I realize this may be a little confusing because I am telling you to make this about you and so many books tell you to make everything about other people. I recommend this so you are not getting caught in the normal path of doing things because you feel you have to or because you feel it would make someone else happy. That is where people get trapped and why they feel stuck. A major component of creating your why is to focus on what your dream life would mean for you. This is a meaningful point of distinction that I want you to really ponder. If you pursue other people's dreams or continue living your life in a manner that you think other people want you to live, then that does not serve you or them. The most powerful way you can serve yourself and your family or friends is to live your best life, to live your dreams, to discover who you really are, and to show them what is possible through your actions, ways of being, and results. It will inspire them to pursue their greatness and achieve what is possible for them too. Create your why in 4 easy steps. Let's take a look at how to specifically create your why right now. Step 1. Define your dream life so vividly that even your best friend could imagine living it. You need to have your dreams and the life you want to create in mind to help clarify the reasons behind your why. Step 2. Determine what matters most to you. Not just who, but what in your life matters most to you. This can be very difficult to acknowledge. I highly encourage you to be real with yourself, and a great way to determine what matters most to you is to concentrate on what you love doing with your time outside of your family and responsibilities. As an example, I light up like a Christmas tree when talking about possibility and empowering people to realize what is really possible for themselves. What lights you up? Do not worry about or focus on the or if it will make you money. Simply, what do you absolutely love doing? Step 3. Identify who would you like to set an example for in your life. Today you are writing a new script. Who are the people that matter most to you and what would it mean for them to see you live from a new possibility by being the best version of yourself that you can imagine? Step 4. Ask yourself this question. If the world were to end today, what would I look back on wishing I could have done differently? Then think about what that would have meant to your life and why. The point of step 4 is not to have regret or to feel guilty. It is actually the exact opposite. You have the ability to create a new world for yourself right now, and answering these questions to determine your why will empower you to follow through this time and help ensure you get to where you want to go by not repeating the past. Take the answers to these questions above and write a paragraph with a few sentences to summarize a powerful and crystal clear why. Don't do this later today or tomorrow. Do this right now. I serious. This is one of the most powerful exercises you can ever do. If you have done something similar in the past, then no problem. But I still encourage you to do this exercise again because it is highly likely that things have changed in your life and these 4 steps are slightly different. I will share my why with you as an example. I read and think about this every day and it helps me shift from what seems to be happening now into the world of possibility. Notice that it is very descriptive and almost reads like an affirmation yet focuses on why I am creating my life. My why. I'm deeply grateful that I get to empower millions of people throughout the world to live their dreams by experiencing what is really possible. I get to wake up each morning doing what I love and attract extreme abundance for the services I provide. I have learned there is nothing that can stop me from being a world-renowned speaker, possibility mentor, and father, husband, friend, because these are the highest roles I have always envisioned for my life. I love showing my kids how to not only pursue, but also to achieve their dreams, through the process of actually living my dreams and the life I have always known I came here to live. Having my kids witness me following my passions and living my dreams is my greatest gift to them, so they can do the same for themselves. My highest intention for my why is to remind myself who I really am by showing myself what is possible. Through my experiences, I reconnect with my highest self-love, abundance, and joy. As I continue to remind myself, I am able to go be the expression of my true essence, thus completing the experience of my ultimate purpose in life. I am complete. Remember, this is my why. The main focus in my why is experiencing who I really am and empowering others to do the same. I know this path is my purpose on this earth. I also realize it is different than what most people would have as their why, which is exactly how it should be. In fact, your why will change as you change. A number of years ago, my why was about never having to worry about finances and not being miserable about work. Those are no longer the same issues for me, so my why has expanded into following my passion and rediscovering myself. There is no wrong way to create your new why. I am just sharing possibilities that help you create a new why rather than not having a clear reason to create the life you want. One way to know your new why is on the right track will be because it will make you feel differently. You should feel a new sense of wonder, excitement, and hope for your future, like you have tapped into a higher part of yourself that has always been there but that you have been ignoring. Your why might also even be a little scary and make you feel uncomfortable. This is normal, and it is another sign that you are on the intended path. If you do not feel good or excited about your new why, then your vision or dream life is not clear enough, or you aren't allowing yourself to dream bigger. You are playing it safe. Again, this is definitely understandable and possibly necessary in the beginning if this is completely beyond anywhere you have allowed yourself to be before now. Another aspect I want to bring to your attention is I wrote my why in the present tense. My why is who I am being right now, and it is what I am creating right now. I also did not write it in the past tense, having already happened, like many goal-setting techniques teach. I want to focus on the only thing that is real, this very moment of now. You cannot change the past, and everything that will happen in the future is a result from right now. I encourage you to be with this exercise for a few minutes. Look at what is bothering you or what may be coming up regarding your feelings. Identify the thoughts and possibly the negative beliefs that are showing up. Let them surface, but continue down this path and stick with completing your why. The awareness that change is happening will be something I remind and mentor you to constantly remember. No matter how far off track you feel and how insurmountable the odds may feel at any one moment, your dreams are in the process of unfolding. The only way your dreams stop is if you quit believing your dreams are possible, and having a powerful why will help ensure this does not occur. Now go write your why. Have fun. Dream. Imagine the possibilities. Allow that it may take quite a few drafts. Brainstorm your why and start by writing down your dream life as stated in the previous chapter. Beware of your old self. I want to point some things out right now that are paramount to your success in creating a new life. At times, it is highly likely that you will want to deviate and return to how you used to do things. This is your default setting, what you know and how you feel comfortable operating. A computer is reliable because it has default systems programmed to fulfill tasks in a certain way. Ask a computer to do something it is not programmed to do, and it will try to revert to what it knows how to do, which is much like you. We are in the process of reformatting your default system away from the past and into unlimited possibility mindset or new operating system. All the exercises I am recommending and advising are to help you recreate your default system and to reprogram your thinking. If you do not engage or participate in this process, then your results will stay the same. You will keep recreating the same situations, and your beliefs will stay the same because you will not experience anything differently. Review. Our why is crucial because it will help you overcome obstacles, and it clarifies the importance of what it would mean to create what you want. Reach your new why by focusing on what you really want rather than what you feel like you have to do based on your current situation. All of the 4 steps to create your new why. Become more aware of how you used to feel and catch yourself acting the same way so you can begin reprogramming how you think and feel. Chapter 7. The obstacles, overcoming the big 4. I have pointed out the fact that as you embark on this journey, things will not always go the way you intended or have envisioned it unfolding. Through my experiences and mentoring clients, I have found 4 obstacles that are most common in slowing people down or stopping them altogether. I want to take a look at each of these 4 obstacles so you are aware of them and also so you can consciously make a new choice that gives you a new result. I want to make sure you understand that all the challenges appearing are actually gifts showing you a new way rather than obstacles trying to stop you. Once you overcome these obstacles through your experiences and realize you have the power to surpass them no matter what, they will happen less and less frequently. These perceived obstacles are actually your creations from your thoughts and beliefs. I realize this may be hard for you to believe right now, and you may want to argue with me on this point. My clients have strongly stated to me that they would never purposely create some of the things that have happened to them. They failed to understand yet that it is their thoughts and beliefs that continually recreate the past happening over again. At a deep unconscious level or possibly even consciously, they don't think something new is possible, so they keep doing what they know and consequently get the exact same result. If their perspective on what was possible changed, then their thinking would begin to change, and they would make different choices giving them different results. The point I am making in the last paragraph may sound likely in theory, but I need you to actually experience this possibility shift in order for you to really truly believe and understand it. After you have experienced a new possibility, and even further, seen how to create possibility for anything in your life on numerous occasions, then you will go from believing to knowing. This is another example of the fact that once we actually take a look at what is not working, then we can actually do and be something different without realizing or understanding what is not working. No conscious new choices will be made and nothing will change. What you have believed up until now will always continue to dictate what you believe going forward, and you will keep getting the same results. The awareness of your obstacles or perceived limitations changes everything. The awareness of your obstacles is a crucial component to change and one that I hope you grasp. Therefore, I am going to go through these 4 obstacles and discuss 3 aspects about each of the 4 obstacles. The first aspect will be a description of the obstacle, the second will be the problem, and the third will be the solution going forward. You will see a theme develop in each of these obstacles and throughout this book. This section may be rather eye-opening for many people on different levels. I invite you to be honest with yourself and consider how the following obstacles have affected your life. Obstacle number 1. Other people. Description. There are 2 ways that we use other people to get in our way of what we want to create. The first way is by watching other people and assessing that the results they are getting in life are the results that we should get or can get. Now, this is not necessarily always a bad thing. When we choose positive people who are living a life in the manner that we want to live, it can be very empowering and beneficial to follow their example. On the other hand, when we want to emulate certain people but tell ourselves we could never do what they are doing, then we are using their level of success as the reason that it is not possible for us. Their level of success seems way out of reach, and so we never get started. The second way we use other people as obstacles toward our dreams is by caring about what other people think about us. We spend so much time trying to please other people rather than staying focused on who we are and what we want. We worry about whether or not people like us, and seeking their approval completely distracts us from what really matters to us. The problem with watching other people to determine if something is possible or not is that we may be watching someone who is not a good example of what is possible. Due to our current state of possibility consciousness, negative people are often a magnet to us based on how we feel about ourselves and what we believe to be true for our lives. It often feels comfortable to be around other miserable people so that we can get caught up in the same dramas and stay stuck in our comfort zone. We surround ourselves with people that seem like us to feel better about ourselves and to validate what we believe to be true, thus perpetuating the cycle of not creating new results. We gather more and more evidence that this is the way life works because it seems to work this way for us and the people we hang around. The topics of conversation are often focused on the past and what appears to be wrong in life. The saying who we hang around is absolutely true. Another problem is caring about what other people think of us. We want to gain our friend and or family approval, so we do things that we think would make them happy rather than what we want. The consequence of this behavior is that we get way off track on what really matters to us and what we want. It took me a long time to realize just how much I was using other people as an excuse to stay where I was. I wanted to please my parents, so I made decisions that I believed would make them happy. I also compared myself to people who were and where I wanted to be. I tried to convince myself that if I was just a little happier than those people I surrounded myself with, that I was somehow doing fine. In reality, I felt empty inside, so I constantly pursued anything I could to fill the void in my life. The solution is to stop worrying about other people and what they think about you. The most important person in the world you should be worried about what they think of you is you. Everything that appears to be out there is actually a reflection of what you think and feel about yourself. Once your beliefs and feelings about yourself begins to change, then more and more things will start to shift in your life. Also, you need to be keenly aware of the people you not only spend your time with but that you admire. Do you secretly admire the people on television or someone in your family because of all the drama and anguish they have in their lives? Start to identify people who have a life like you want, and then do your best to study them and hang out with them if possible. Having new friends that are already where you want to be will completely start to change your mindset regarding what is possible. These new relationships will force you to start challenging your past thinking and choices based on seeing how they are living their lives. If you want to overcome the first obstacle of third people, then stop worrying about what other people want from you and start getting clear on what you want for you. Then identify the people in your life who are not in alignment with what you want and find the people who are. Obstacle number 2. The past. Description. The past is everyone's favorite excuse as an obstacle, including my own. Essentially, we use the past to determine what we think is possible now. Processing future outcomes based on what has transpired in the past is comfortable to us. Therefore, it seems normal to use what has already happened as a reason to either try something new or not. The problem with the past is that we use it to stay stuck. Our natural tendency is to make choices and decisions based on what we currently know to be true. The issue with this form of decision-making is that what we currently believe to be true is not necessarily true. Let me explain. Just because something did not go the way you wanted or intended does not mean it is not possible. It simply means that currently you are unaware of what is stopping you from creating what you want because you have never experienced how. Therefore, you came to a conclusion based on what you currently believe to be true based on events that have happened to you in the past. Thus, you conclude what is and what is not possible. Therefore, your past is not the problem. What you believe to be true about the past is the problem. The solution. Once you experience new possibilities, then a new world will begin to open up for you. Without these new experiences, you will stay stuck at your current set point or default setting. You won't make new choices and form new feelings because you will continue to unconsciously perform your normal behavior, which will give you the same results. The solution to the past holding you back is to realize that it is over and no longer has to dictate your future. Of course, learning from the past is important, but the point is not to focus or stay there. The past is helpful in providing you answers to what is not working and what needs to change. Your feelings based on the past are providing clues about what you have not liked or events that you want to avoid from happening again. The past is how you have learned to be afraid of things happening in your life. You are afraid of the possibility of what could happen based on similar things that have happened to you before. You then use this information to draw conclusions about what will happen in your future without it even ever having happened. The past is over. It is no longer real, and it has absolutely no power over you unless you continue to feed it and give it power by staying focused on what happened before. The only moment that will ever be real is the moment that is happening right now. Yesterday you may have been a thief. Today it's possible to be a saint. Right now is all that matters and the only time frame from which you can make new choices. Let go of the past, and pay attention to how often you use it as an excuse to not make changes in your life. You are not your past. Obstacle number 3. Time. Description. Another popular obstacle that is stopping people is time. The challenge people feel is not having enough time to spend on things that would provide them different results. They feel that with their job, family, and life chores there is just not enough time to get anything else done or to live differently. The belief for many people is that there is so much time in the day and that they have many activities that they have to do rather than to do. The problem using time as an obstacle is the number one excuse my clients give me. The problem with using time as an obstacle is that it appears like a valid reason why their lives never change. The conclusion is drawn that their current activities are more important, which leaves no extra time for new activities. It a prevalent defense that everyone has used at some point. The problem is once again that nothing changes because the belief is that there is no time for change. The result from this odd enough time mindset is just to maintain and get by, and that exactly what continues to keep happening, your time being spent the same way, so nothing changes. Do you see a theme here regarding repeating patterns? The reason time is used as an excuse is that you have not created a strong enough vision for the life you want that will help you overcome your time excuses. If something really mattered enough to you, meaning your why is important enough, then I guarantee that you will find the time. The solution. So how do you solve the time obstacle? Devise a vision for your life that is so big and exciting that time no longer becomes an excuse or obstacle. It's amazing how we find time to do things that we enjoy despite not having time for our dreams. People find time to watch movies and television. They make time to have coffee with their friends. They have enough time to read online articles and magazines. They make time to spend with their family. I encourage you to take a look at how you spend your time. An effective exercise is to write down exactly how you spend your time for 2 days in a row. Set an alarm for every hour and take 2 minutes to write down what you did in the past hour. Then at the end of 2 days, evaluate where you spend your time. Take an honest look at the areas where you felt a responsibility like a job and other reasons when it was leisure time. The results will shock you. Pinpoint the areas that you could cut out that aren't that important to you. Analyze why you are doing what you are doing. You will find that you have more time than you think. You are just filling your time with things that you have always habitually done, like watching television or searching the internet or reading Facebook or watching tons of sports or gossiping with friends or zoning out in your own style. Once you have something important enough that you want to spend time doing, then you will find the time. Essentially, we spend our time where we find value in our life. Increase the value in what your dream life will bring and you will miraculously start finding all kinds of time to create it. I could write an entire book on time management, but in many ways, these few paragraphs explain the major time management issues and how to rectify them. This correlates with your life vision and your why. If your why is important enough, then you will make the time. If it is not big or exciting, then you will continue to spend your time how you always have. When my dreams became bigger than my current situation and bigger than my fears, I started finding all kinds of time. I wrote my first book, Unconventional Goal Setting, in 2 months, waking up at 5:30 a.m. every morning before going to my day job. It really mattered to me to write that book and I found the time. Had I not cared enough, then getting up early would never have been a consideration. When what you want is bigger than what has been, the obstacle of time will begin to disappear for you. Obstacle number 4. You. Description. Quite honestly, the only obstacle that there has ever been and ever be is yourself. You're your own best friend and worst enemy at the same time. This primarily comes from how you feel about yourself and what you believe is possible for your life. You are currently living the life that you believe is possible right now. The only thing that has truly ever stopped you is you. You can believe it is your circumstances, bad luck, insurmountable odds, or whatever story you have bought into, but that is just it. You are buying into a story where you are both the author and the main character. Your life is a one-person play, and it is completely up to regarding how the story unfolds. The problem with you being your biggest obstacle is that you have to change in order for this obstacle to be removed in your life. When I say change, what I'm really saying is for you to remember and experience again who you really are. Who you really are is unlimited possibility, and you are in the process of reminding yourself of this fact and showing yourself that this is true. The problem is that you have forgotten, and you are now in the process of remembering. The solution. The trick is to remember your true self and experience unlimited possibility so many times that it becomes your new default setting. You then realize you can create anything because you have shown yourself numerous times what is possible. You have to prove to you that you are capable of much more than you currently think. You can just read about what is possible. You have to believe and then experience the absolute truth of unlimited possibility thinking. Once you experience your power enough times, you won't be able to convince yourself that you are limited or weak or don't have enough time or don't have enough money or you are incapable of living your dream life. You will know who the real you is and you will live from a new perspective of knowing everything that used to seem to happen to you will now happen because of you. And this shift will be very empowering. You will completely understand you have always been the problem and that you are now the answer. Review. Here are 4 common obstacles people use to keep themselves stuck. Obstacle number 1. Fear. People is used to either believe what you think is not possible or to stay in your comfort zone by hanging around old friends, family that have no aspirations for a better life. Obstacle number 2. The ask is used to formulate what is possible. Since your mindset and experiences have not changed, Referring to the past for future decisions ensures the exact same result happening. Obstacle number 3. Time is a popular obstacle or excuse you use to not move toward your dreams. You are afraid of the unknown and have not found a dream big enough that is worth finding the time to create. Obstacle number 4. Oh, you are your own biggest obstacle. Once you learn to transform how you think and how to make new choices, then what you believe is possible will change, and you will get out of your own way in creating your dream life. Part 3. The New. Chapter 8. Usher out the old and enter in the new equation. In case you have not noticed by now, creating a new life for yourself is a process that does and happen overnight. You have spent years devising, comprehending, absorbing, digesting, and trying to make sense of how the world works. Over all these years you have drawn conclusions based on what you believe to be true and have accordingly responded to life based on these much hidden beliefs or core values. The major problem is that you are making decisions without knowing why, and you have no idea that you are playing out a script that is predictable and stuck on replay mode. Of course this is all unconscious, or you would most likely choose to do something about it. You sense that something is and right and that your life could be better, but you are completely lost on what to do differently. After all, you only know what you have learned up to this point. Realizing that you know what you don't know is important so that you are open to learning. It is very important for everyone to realize there is always more to know. The next portion of this book will focus on experiencing new possibilities in your life so that what you know to be true and how you assess data to make decisions will completely transform your life. You will be creating new circumstances and have new proof of what is possible. What used to seem like a pipe dream will become a distinct possibility. Step by step, little by little, things will start looking differently based on you acting in a completely new way. But before we really tackle that formula, it's important to put your current situation under the microscope and examine even further what has been happening with your life. The old equation. The old equation is how the world has primarily operated for you up until now. The focus has been on getting ahead and accumulating, or possibly just getting through and surviving. This way of living has been very limiting and filled with despair and hardship. A small portion of the population has lived a different life. But what I am about to reveal to you is what the masses have been experiencing for many years. A better name for the old equation would be the unconscious equation, because this way of life has not had the awareness of what is possible. It is a form of enduring and surviving rather than living from pure joy, abundance, and love. Here is the formula. Event occurs. Unconscious reaction, automatic response. Choices made based on past data equals same results. Now let's take a look at this in more detail. Event occurs. From the minute you are born, your life starts unfolding through a various set of events. You are born innately knowing how to do just enough to stay alive. In order to survive, you depend on someone to take care of you and provide the necessary items like food, water, and shelter. As you grow, you begin to experience things happening to you. Some things you designate as likable or preferred, and other things are labeled as unpleasant and to be avoided. You start developing a paradigm about how life works without even knowing that your beliefs are forming. This paradigm is strongly influenced by your surroundings or your environment. Your parents, friends, family, and teachers begin to show what life is about, not based on their words, but based on witnessing how they go about their lives. You watch their reactions, absorb their feelings, and witness their choices. These observations from your environment begin to mold you, and your paradigm is slowly created. How you are provided for regarding the basic needs of food and shelter begin to start forming how you feel about the world and whether or not you are safe. The amount of love from those around you begins to form your ideas of worth and acceptability about yourself. Without ever being aware of it, you begin to perceive the events that are happening to you in the exact same manner as those people who formed your environment. Unconscious reaction, automatic response. More and more events begin to happen to you in your life, and you start forming opinions about your world, how it works, and most importantly you start assessing what is possible. All the events in your life are processed and analyzed based on your past experiences and what you believe to be true. The experiences, the ups, the downs, and everything in between is now on your hard drive and ready to be utilized. How are these experiences utilized? Past events cause you to have certain feelings. If an event was a positive memory or experience, then you deem it good, and the feelings you have make you feel safe, hopeful, and happy. On the other hand, when an event happens that you don't like, it makes you feel scared, vulnerable, and sad. Key point: Both of these reactionary feelings are learned. You have determined what feels good and what feels bad based on your past experiences. Now this is very normal because you want to take care of yourself and stay alive from a survival instinct. Unconsciously you aren't thinking about your dreams because your instinct is to stay alive and not get hurt. So your brain has been compartmentalized to distinguish between things that could hurt you and things that can help you. Choices based on past data. Herein lies the problem. An event occurs and there is an automatic reaction based on feelings from past events. Then you are faced with a choice regarding how to respond to this event, and your choice correlates with two things: how you feel about the event and what has happened in the past that is similar to this event. You use what you believe to be true up to this point in your life to decide how to respond. Unfortunately, without you ever realizing it, your choice is similar to other choices you have made based on other past experiences and the learned behavior responses from others. Another event happens, the same feelings appear, and the same choices are made until there is a pattern and belief paradigm that dictates what will continue to happen. In processing how the world seems to work, a habitual thought system is developed that is almost entirely unconscious. This thought system then dictates the resulting feelings and responses, which is why so many people feel powerless to change their lives. There is no recognition of what is actually transpiring and conclusions are drawn that are not necessarily true. The new equation, conscious equation. There is a new formula or way of life that has been slowly happening over the last 100 years or so. People have begun to realize that new things are possible. Life is no longer about struggle and getting by. There is evidence everywhere based on what the world has created in the last 100 years. Technology is moving at lightning speed. Regular people can now go to the moon rather than just astronauts. You can watch TV on your cell phone. In just a few years there will be cars that can fly. The evidence of unlimited possibility is now everywhere. Countless people have accomplished truly amazing things and have shown what is possible, which has spun a great awakening that is now occurring. New ideas and inventions are popping up every day, and the question is no longer about how to survive, but rather, on how to thrive and get the most out of life. Even further, people are actually starting to think about what makes them happy and what they want for their lives and what they are passionate about. They are considering what is possible for them and for their children. It's a completely new paradigm and way of thinking, which is why it also a scary time filled with uncertainty for so many people. It is scary for some people because they sense this transformational shift, yet aren't sure about their role in these new times and how to live in this highly evolving world of possibility. Therefore, they unconsciously protect themselves by trying to hang on to what is comfortable and familiar. Unsuccessfully, they try to convince themselves that their life is just fine and that they are happy with the status quo, when in actuality they are dying inside, day by day, as they witness other people owing for it because they know from something deep within themselves that they are capable of great things too. Evolution and transformational growth is happening at a breakneck speed right now. No longer do scientists look at atoms in the same way. Quantum physics has completely turned the science community upside down in the past 30 years by showing the role we play in creating our lives. Scientists have found that just by viewing or observing atoms, that their form changes, meaning that we are influencing how atoms are responding. I'm not going to pretend I am a quantum physicist, and it is not my intention to write a book about it. I highly recommend researching it and watching some videos on YouTube. There is also a movie called What the Bleep that dives into quantum physics and provides an eye-opening account of what the science world is just finding proof of that the spiritual world has known for ages. Just look around, and you will see change is happening everywhere for everyone. Oftentimes that change can look like upheaval or tragedy. Financial markets have been in disarray and unstable. Governments are crumbling and have no idea what their role is anymore. The old way of leading by fear is no longer working, as we see many nations changing their laws and expanding freedom for their citizens. Slowly, all of the past, limiting systems that are trying to prevent change and keep people from uncovering their own greatness are beginning to fall apart. Although all of this change can seem scary because it's new and not yet understood by many, make no mistake about the fact that what is happening with all of the change throughout the world is a good thing. It is all a part of the natural global process that we all play a role in creating. More and more of the world is realizing there must be better ways that benefit more people. The world is waking up to the fact that we are not separate. What affects one person on this side of the world has a major effect on a person on the other side of the world, and vice versa. The world is one and everything is connected. I could provide you with many examples of this oneness and interconnectedness. I could spend pages showing you the changes that are happening, yet I know it not necessary. It is why you are here reading this book right now, whether you consciously realize it or not. You know times are changing, and you know that more is possible. You want to fulfill your role in this new world and experience unlimited possibility for yourself. Experiencing your true power and what is really possible for you is the fabric of your being and the right for everyone. The conscious equation. Those who consciously want to participate and enjoy the ride are utilizing the new equation, which is the conscious equation. The conscious equation focuses on living purposefully. There are no victims in this equation. Participants understand the role they play, and they take full responsibility for what they are deliberately creating. They don't let life just happen to them. They are clear on who they are and what they want to contribute. Then they go about focusing on these new ways of being and feeling, and they make empowered decisions that align with their passions. At first, embarking on this new conscious equation can be a difficult road to navigate. Everything is new and seems to be different. What has been thought to be true in the past starts to slowly crumble until it is completely turned upside down by no longer believing in the limitations and thought system of the past. This is an eye-opening experience, to say the least, and it is outside of most people's comfort zones. Instead of avoiding fear, it is examined and dealt with at its core. The root cause of the fear is determined and a new truth is declared. Over and over again, everything is examined from the present moment. When feelings of fear and thoughts of limitation arise, the focus becomes on letting these go so they no longer have any power. This letting go starts to dissipate the illusions and stories that have been believed up to this point and allows the resulting patterns to be broken. As people begin to acknowledge the role their thoughts, feelings, and choices have played in their life, things that used to happen to them begin to shift and no longer happen at all, or happen in a completely new way. Their focus is no longer on where they came from or the past, but rather on who they are right now and where they intend to go now. This shift is dramatic, and the hope that this mindset encompasses brings new excitement for the future. With new optimistic feelings come new results that demonstrate evidence of the direction they have been focusing on. Despite doubts and fears from the past surfacing, they acknowledge their feelings yet stay focused on the present and where they want to go. More and more evidence begins to show up that their new feelings and accompanied choices are bringing new results in alignment with what they want to create. They begin to experience the fact that they are writing their own story, and the only thing that has ever held them back is themselves and what they used to believe was possible. A new mindset of unlimited possibility begins to take shape, and a dream starts to gather steam. After some time, it is no longer a matter of if their intended life is happening, and instead, just the magical experience of allowing their dreams to unfold with steadfast knowing while enjoying the process of possibility. So let's take a closer look at this exact equation and what is happening throughout it. Choose desired destination. Consciously feel event. New deliberate choices based on new awareness. Refocus on desired event. Gather evidence it is happening. Equal experience. New desired reality. As you can see, this equation is quite a bit more detailed than the old equation. Let's break this down into more detail so you can have a clear picture of what is happening in the new conscious equation. 1. Choose desired destination. In the old equation, there is no direction, clarity, or meaning toward the intended destination. Choices are mostly unconscious and based on what is already thought to be true. The cycle repeats because nothing changes. There is no direction, no dreams, and no vision for the future. In the conscious equation, the destination is deliberately chosen. Instead of just surviving, life is about thriving and living to the fullest. The intention is to create a dream life, and the first step is to start vividly creating the grandest version of your life that you can imagine. Asking yourself questions about what you intend to create for your life, like, how do I enjoy most? How would I spend your time if money were no issue? What gift would I like to share with the world? How can I serve other people? Where do I really want to live or travel? What are my friends like? What do I do for fun? Asking these questions will help you start gaining clarity on what you really want and the direction you intend to deliberately take your life. 2. Consciously feel events. In the old equation, an event happens and there is an immediate, unconscious reaction based on learned responses. A reaction without first choosing is problematic because whether the response was positive or negative, there was no awareness of these learned feelings and the reactions that followed those feelings. Therefore, the choices that are made and the feelings that are felt are the same as they have always been, unconscious with no ability to change. What is never noticed will never change. In fact, so many of my clients always ask this question: Hi, does this keep happening to me? The answer is rather easy once they look at it. They are participating in their lives in the exact same way, which keeps repeating the patterns and behavior, thus giving them the same results. It is very predictable. Nothing will change on the surface unless it is first examined and changed at the foundation or within. In the new conscious equation, instead of reacting, people start to become aware of their feelings and how they want to react. Once this awareness happens, it causes two things to occur. First, it allows you to determine exactly how you are feeling and why you are feeling that way. Then with this information about how you are feeling, you can then deliberately choose how you want to respond. Listening to your thoughts and feelings always provides the answers to what you want and where you want to go. Therefore, I recommend to my clients to dive into their feelings. Don't ignore them. Really feel the excitement or the pain and everything in between. The acknowledgement of your feelings is very empowering because it helps identify what is really bothering you so you can deal with it. When you realize you are truly upset about something, then it becomes very obvious you need to do something different, and these negative feelings are a major clue that something is keeping you stuck or has power over you. When you are not conscious about these feelings and just try to deny it, they will just keep happening until your life becomes so difficult that these negative feelings are impossible to ignore. On the other hand, when positive events occur that bring you joy and you are aware of these positive vibrations, then you are being provided clues that you are on the right track. These elated feelings of happiness and fun are signs that you are on the intended path, heading in the direction that you want. It is easy to just focus on being aware of the negative thoughts, but the positive thoughts are just as telling, and they matter greatly toward guiding you to your intended destination. The other thing that happens when you consciously choose to feel the event is that you examine why you feel this way. You get to the root of the issue rather than trying to mask it. It is almost always from something similar that happened in the past that you are trying to avoid on the negative feeling side or looking to repeat on the positive feeling side. A point of major clarification regarding this step. This step is not instructing you to do law of attraction things by feeling what you want to create. I am instructing you to begin to realize your thoughts and resulting feelings that surface as you start moving in the direction that you want to go, and after you are picturing yourself having these events happen, I want you to becoming aware of both the positive and negative feelings so you can break in limiting beliefs that may be happening without you even realizing it. The law of attraction completely glosses over this awareness, and it a major reason why many people never get the results they want, because unknowingly they are sabotaging themselves. Once you realize that you are responding to past memories and feelings, you can actually do something to break the cycle and choose to be and do something different. 3. New choices based on new awareness. Once you have this new awareness because you have consciously decided to look at what is not working and why you are feeling that, you now have the ability to make new empowering choices that align with where you are going. This concept is so important, and it is something I want you to truly grasp so you can see the significance. Have you ever been lost? When you are lost, you don't know where to go because you don't know where you are. When you are lost, you are forced to start thinking about what happened, how you got lost, where things went wrong, where you are, and what direction you need to go so you can start heading in the right direction. Chances are, unless you are male, just kidding, you will ask someone for help or for directions to where you want to go. The important thing to figure out when you are lost though is where you currently are and where you need to go. Once you examine this and find it out, then you can make conscious choices to get back on track and go in the right direction. Let's take the same most example and apply it to life. Most people are lost, but they will not acknowledge it, and they will not make new choices that will ultimately help them get to where they want to go because they will not admit they are lost. Quite the conundrum, is it not? They continue to convince themselves they know the way and won't ask for or receive help, almost as if being lost is better than admitting they are lost. If you do not know or do not acknowledge you are lost or acknowledge your real feelings, then you will not ever make new choices that will help you get to where you want to go. You will not know or acknowledge that you are lost how you feel, so you continue on just wandering aimlessly, contemplating why you never get anywhere new or where you really want to go. Do you see the power behind this analogy? Again, once you become conscious of how you are feeling and where you want to go, then you can actually make empowered, deliberate decisions to actually get you to your intended destination. Otherwise you are just wandering aimlessly, a victim of having no map and in denial that you are lost. Deliberate choices are the exact opposite of automatically responding based on past events that have happened to you without being aware of your normal triggered response. This is one portion of a completely different mindset based on absolute awareness. A chosen response based on the awareness of thoughts and feelings becomes highly intentional, which breaks the pattern of reacting from fear and limitation. As the limiting pattern is broken more and more through conscious, deliberate choices, the old illusions and past beliefs begin to dissolve. The old walls of limitation start to crumble because the realization of new possibilities begin to emerge. 4. Refocus on desired destination. So how do you stay motivated and keep on track? By staying focused on where you are going and why. On your journey, you will inevitably come across what seems like 100 feet high brick walls. You will come across what seems like raging rivers, unsurpassable valleys, and scary cliffs. I am here to tell you that your tough will come up and that it is a necessary part of this equation. I share this with you because knowing that the obstacles from your past will show up makes it easier to move forward rather than being caught off guard or being upset when they do surface. You will see that you have the answers of how to get to where you want to go and that you are creating the entire scenario to show yourself your true power. This is all part of the journey and a very empowering and liberating conscious journey to experience. Your job is always to stay focused on where you really want to go and to not turn back or quit. You might have to take some alternate routes and deal with certain walls or obstacles as they present themselves. Regardless, you must stay focused on where you are going and remember why it is so important to you. I know as well as anyone that it is easy to get lost and want to give up. If your destination is not important or exciting enough to you, then you might feel the obstacles that stand in your way are not worth moving through. I can assure you, if your intended destination is important enough to you, then everything that happens in your journey along the way will be absolutely worth the work and determination it takes to stay on course. Stay focused and keep moving in the direction you envision for your dream lifestyle. The more steps you take, the more possibility and evidence you will see. 5. Gather evidence that what you want is happening. Unfortunately, we have been taught to fear, doubt, guard against, and judge just about everything in our lives. These responses are part of our instinctual nature designed to protect us from harm and help us stay alive. The problem is that these instinctual responses are unconscious and influence other areas of our life without us realizing it. We have become masters at judging, complaining, and focusing on what could go wrong. Most people are not very adept at seeing what is working well in their lives or how things could turn out positively. This ability to see what is possible is not our instinctual nature. Instead, we go around looking for evidence that supports our past patterns and limiting beliefs so we can be right and feel that we have things figured out. Essentially, we are masters at supporting our current belief system, which just perpetuates our limitations and disappointments and ensures they continue to materialize. Guess what? This old way of thinking had worked very well in keeping us stuck. We find all kinds of evidence that supports the ideas that we aren't good enough, that life is too hard, and that what we want never seems to work out. This is the current dominant paradigm and thought process for most people, and evidence is then gathered to make it true. Of course, this is all unconscious and occurs because we want what is happening in our lives to make sense. We draw conclusions based on what we believe to be true despite it not necessarily being true. Even worse, we fail to realize that we have gathered so much evidence to support our limiting beliefs that we no longer believe a better life is possible. This paints an even more vivid picture on why it's so important to have the awareness that we are still gathering evidence to support our old paradigms and mindset. The good news is that this negative, judgmental process can be flipped, and in order to live from a possibility mindset, it needs to be reversed. In the conscious equation, people gather evidence that everything is actually conspiring to help them achieve their dream life rather than stopping them or standing in their way. This is a completely different mindset that completely changes the story and how it unfolds. When we are gathering evidence that everything is unfolding perfectly, even the small wins along the way are noticed and appreciated. We realize that the obstacles and fears are actually bringing us closer to what we want rather than trying to stop us. This happens because we realize the obstacles are clues to what has stopped us and provide the answers that have been ignored. The obstacles show that we have the power to move through and beyond anything that appears to be in our way. Eventually, the same obstacles are no longer needed because we will have moved on from the need of experiencing limitation. Life becomes easier and there are no longer the same barriers that used to stop us. A new level of mastery is finally achieved where the entire journey is enjoyed, embraced, and realized as perfection. The roadblocks are no longer frustrating, discouraging, or scary. They are all perceived as just the next leg of the journey and part of the process. The evidence that everything is working perfectly is everywhere. We just need to understand that where we are at is exactly where we need to be in order to get to where we want to go. There are no victims. Nothing is against us. We just need to stay focused on where we want to go and trust that we are being guided toward the person we want to become again. In actuality, that person has never left. We have just forgotten who we really are, and that the journey of our life is the remembrance of our true power. Everything is happening perfectly. No mistakes, no errors. You have the choice to see what you want to see. Do you see love or do you see fear? Do you see possibility or limitation? As time goes on, and you begin to feel differently, believe differently, and trust that everything is as it should be, then you will begin to see an entirely new world where possibility is more than you could have ever imagined, and now you get to experience it. The evidence is that what you want is happening right now. You just need to learn to recognize it rather than looking for what is wrong. Gathering evidence is about embracing what happens and labeling it as proof that the process is unfolding in a perfect manner for you. Result equal experience new desired reality. The new conscious equation will bring about completely different results. When you have new dreams, feel differently, respond differently, and see the evidence of your creations, you will get entirely new results. A mud pie will not taste like mud when you start making it with apples, flour, and sugar rather than dirt and water like you have in the past. Make it with the new and different ingredients, and it will taste like the apple pie you intended. Such an easy illustration and so true. The conscious equation is an entirely new recipe for your life that will give you the results you seek. Learning this process happens over time, and just how much time will depend on you and how clear you are on where you want to go and why. A word of caution here that I want to bring to your attention. There will be many times that the desire you had in mind won't look exactly like you envisioned. Sometimes it will happen the way you thought it would, but oftentimes it will show up much differently. When it shows up not how you had imagined, you must see what resembles or is close to what you wanted and receive this as evidence that you are moving closer to your destination. We have all heard the story of the miner that stopped digging 10 feet from gold. He sold his mine after digging for years and barely finding any gold. Little did he know that just a few feet farther was a huge amount of gold waiting to be discovered. The gold he found was and enough evidence for him, and it cost him dearly. Be grateful for what shows up and understand your eating is worth all the effort. The gold is waiting for you, and although it may not be in the quantity that you want or had previously hoped for, what you want to find is there waiting for your discovery. Just keep following the conscious equation. Enjoy the process and allow it to unfold in the manner that is perfect for you. When the outcome does not match what you want, then realize there is more to understand and to work through. It might be lack of clarity, unconscious, limiting beliefs, fear, or any number of reasons. As long as you keep going and moving in the intended direction, the issue you need to work through regarding what is stopping you will occur, and the answers to moving beyond this issue will be provided. This entire process reveals that the only thing that has ever stopped you is you. You won't just understand this from a conceptual standpoint from a book. You will know from experiencing this, and thus you will begin to know more and more about who you really are and what you are capable of creating. No reality, creation, or possibility will be off limits. As you experience more and more of what is possible, limitation of any kind becomes smaller and a bump to hop over instead of a giant mountain to climb. The end result in the conscious equation is you creating the life you have always imagined with a completely different perspective on what is possible going forward. Review. LD equation. Unconsciously reacting from old patterns and beliefs, thus creating the same results over and over again. U equation. Being aware of thoughts and feelings in order to make deliberate choices and break the limiting patterns from the past. Conscious equation. Choose desired destination. Consciously feel event. New deliberate choices based on new awareness. Refocus on desired event. Gather evidence it is happening equal experience new desired reality. Chapter 9, How to Quit Your Job. The title of this book, Quit Your Job, Follow Your Dreams, and Be Rich, was highly intentional. I chose this title because I knew it would grab people's attentions and that these three statements are something that most people are very attracted to. I also realize you may actually like your job and not want to quit it. If that is the case, then just pay attention to the detailed process I am going to walk you through regarding quitting your job and see how you can apply it to other areas of your life. You can apply what I will be sharing in the next few chapters to anything in your life, and I am just using the title "Oh to Quit Your Job" as potential examples. On the other hand, if you do want to quit your job, then I want to re-clarify something again. I touched on this earlier in the book, but want to make sure you hear this loud and clear. In no way am I instructing you to walk into your boss' office tomorrow and just quit cold turkey. I have labeled my coaching as being a possibility mentor, so I can tell you cold turkey quitting is definitely possible. I have done exactly that on multiple occasions myself. I jumped off a cliff thinking I was ready to fly, and I often found out on the way down that my wings weren't fully developed. I don't tell you this to scare you. I am actually offering this advice to empower you to experience a more peaceful set of circumstances, to actually realize what unlimited possibility is all about, and to help get you where you want to go faster without as much pain. Let me explain. When I quit some of my jobs cold turkey, I was obviously very unhappy, to say the least. I was very motivated to leave. In one case, I was no longer making any money, and the job was miserable. I hated it because I was making no money and hated this job. It actually made sense for me to leave immediately. That way I could spend my time getting clear on the job I wanted and spend my time finding it. If you find yourself in this situation where you are getting absolutely nothing advantageous, then you will need to decide for yourself if your inner guidance is telling you it's time to move on. On the other hand, I quit many jobs where I was making money, but I just didn't like it. There was a major flaw in this thinking that I want to point out to you. Just because I left the job does not mean I was any closer to being a different person. Therefore, when I showed up to my new job, the one that I thought would solve all my problems and finally make me happy, the exact same things that happened in the last job began occurring again. Things like disliking my boss, not being appreciated, not feeling purposeful, receiving insufficient pay, working too long of hours, feeling restricted, not being in alignment with my beliefs, and selling something I could not care less about were all things I experienced. Job after job made me feel empty. But was it really the job, or was it me? I kept blaming the job, yet I kept finding similar jobs, selling similar things, hoping they would finally fulfill me. Let me share this in more detail. On the surface, I really wanted to be spending my time doing something that I enjoyed, yet focused on finding a job that made money instead. I wanted a job that would bring me purpose, yet I found jobs that sold products I could not care less about. I wanted a boss that would appreciate me and pay me what I was worth, yet I never earned that respect because I hadn't given my best effort in jobs I disliked. Is this not all insane? Can you relate? I wanted something from a job that was never going to happen. I was like ordering pizza and expecting lasagna. There was no congruency with me or the job. I could never face the fact that maybe I was the issue and not my boss or the job itself. I completely ignored the fact that no job was lasting long term because I didn't want to face the real reason why. Eventually, this merry-go-round continued long enough, and I finally realized I wanted to get off the ride and choose a better way. I wanted something that aligned with who I am and what I was passionate about. I finally understood there was nothing wrong with the jobs I had. What was wrong was that I was wanting something from a job that was not going to happen in that job. Ultimately, my ego quitting was just a distraction from who I really was and what I really wanted. All of the jobs started to help me become clear about what I wanted, which is a major point I want you to notice. Although it was painful, these hardships were actually my evidence that I wanted something else. My feelings and longing for something different were part of my internal guidance system that was desperately wanting to be heard. I just finally needed to listen. My heart told me I loved serving people. I loved pursuing my dreams. I loved being free to create what I wanted rather than under the umbrella of someone else's rules, which is why I love being an entrepreneur. And most of all, I loved seeing what was possible and pushing myself to expand. I made it really hard on myself because I never got clear on what was wrong or what was bothering me. I never really looked at where I truly wanted to take my life. Once I did start to examine where I wanted to go, it no longer made any sense to keep doing what I had been doing while hoping for a different result. It now seemed crazy to get another job like I had previously. I share all of this with you to help bring awareness to some of your own decisions. Hopefully you will begin to see your patterns and why you keep getting the same results. If you are wanting to quit your job, then take a look at why, what is not working, and where you want to go first before quitting, so you can move past the trap of being in the exact same position months from now with just a different job title or company to show for it. Essentially, cold turkey quitting, as I call it, is not solving the root of the problem. There is no evaluation of what feels wrong and what isn't working. Thus there is no room for a new possibility to appear. In fact, quitting without having a clear picture of where you want to go is a recipe for carnage and unnecessary hardship. I also realize this carnage might be a necessary step for you to wake up to what is happening in your life, as it was for me. For example, I quit a sales job one day rather abruptly, and I had absolutely no plan on how to make money or what to do next. We proceeded to get kicked out of the house we were renting, I lost my car, and we couldn't pay our bills. Our credit was wrecked, and even worse, my confidence in myself was completely shattered. I felt like a failure, and it felt awful not being able to provide for my family. For me, I felt like I was suffocating in my job, so I quit, which then created havoc in my family life. I am here to share that there is another way without all the potential hardship. I found out there was a way to leave my job and not repeat my patterns. It took my job becoming absolutely awful before I admitted to myself that I was tired of choosing jobs I hated. At this point, I finally listened to what my life was trying to tell me, and it made all the difference. I had been trying to deny my feelings, so it took something terrible to finally get me to wake up and realize it was not working. Same thing happens for people in even more tragic ways, like car accidents, injuries, health concerns, divorce, or something similar. The answer is not to run away, or in this case quit your job. It's to realize that you are not happy, get clear on what you would like, and then start moving in that direction. Only you can truly decide when it is right for you to quit. Although I hope the process I am about to walk you through will be a helpful tool so you can make deliberate choices that get you to where you really want to go. Let's take a look at how the unlimited possibility mindset process can help you quit your job without creating massive carnage in your life and get you to your desired destination faster. I am going to walk you through the conscious equation of quitting your job as an example of what is possible using this new equation. Remember though, everyone's journey is different, and what I am about to show you is just one possibility in this equation. 1. Choose desired destination. The first thing that needs to happen in this initial step is to realize you are unhappy and or unfulfilled in your current job. You need to determine why and what role you have played in being dissatisfied. This is important so that when you decide to set your sights on what you really want, it will help bring more clarity and ensure you don't just repeat the same choices and find yourself in the same situation. A constant state of restlessness and a sense of longing commonly wake people up to the fact that they want something different with their lives. Spending your time earning a living doing something you love is so important because it takes up a large chunk of your time. People try to convince themselves that money will make them happy. At times, the money does bring them some joy by giving them a false sense of hope. But the joy that money brings fades over time, and then both the job and the money become two major obstacles preventing them from going in a new direction. Again, I point these things out because it is important to get to the root of what has been transpiring under the surface in your life. If you first look at only how you can earn a certain amount of money, then that will be the focus rather than what you are actually passionate about. Do you see how this creates hardship and staying stuck? The conscious equation reverses this story. First, acknowledge where you are and why. See what is making you unhappy and then use that information to determine where you want to go. Then ask yourself, what do I really want? What would make my heart sing? How would I love to spend my time? How can the way I earn money bring me the greatest joy? How will what I do next bring value to other people's lives? You probably noticed that these questions center mostly on you. You need to follow your passions and bliss, not what someone else wants you to do. Your new destination needs to be something you would absolutely love, and only you can determine that place. In this step, it is crucial that you begin to get real with yourself. Your mind will want to stay in an old pattern of survival and getting by rather than listen to that inner voice screaming to be heard. Your old self will want to fight what dreams you are considering by saying things like, "T not possible, it reckless, and it will never work." Don't let this negative voice be louder than your dreams. When you first start using the conscious equation, you are in the beginning stages of noticing this fear-based, inner voice and kicking it out of your life by proving to yourself what is possible. Eventually, this voice will have no say in your decisions, and you won't even hear it anymore. What is happening in this first aspect of the unlimited possibility mindset is that you are allowing yourself to dream. What would be the perfect lifestyle that would bring you the greatest joy and bring you abundance? Imagine what you want without any restrictions whatsoever and have fun with it. Your destination, and in this case, the new way of earning an income, needs to be something so big and exciting that is worth pursuing. It needs to be so significant that the obstacles that come up will be worth overcoming. When you are creating this destination, it is crucial to focus on your why. What would it mean for you and your family? How would it change your life? Why would it be more than worth it? Why will nothing stop you from aligning with your dream? These are extremely powerful questions that will help you gain clarity regarding where you intend to go and why. The reasons you want to leave your job, how you would love to earn an income, and why this path is so important are now beginning to emerge. Don't be concerned if you don't have it all figured out, because as you allow yourself to open up to your real feelings, what you want will continue to grow in detail and become even more vivid. There is an art to understanding what you really want, and these are the beginning stages. Simply allow your true feelings to surface, acknowledge them, and begin to believe they are possible. I realize I am spending a lot of time going through these steps. I am going into great detail so you can really at this from different angles and begin to understand it at a deeper level. The better I can help you understand it, the better I can help you live or experience this in your life. As you proceed, the way you think begins to fundamentally shift over time. Many of my clients as well as myself have suffered from what I call eat delusion. Eat delusion is when someone is at point A in their life and they want to get to point F. The problem is that they have never reached or experienced beyond point B or maybe point C in their life. Their life has become so bad that they will do anything they can to get to point F, which is where they desperately want to go. But it is so far away from anything they have ever done before. They take the leap and try to jump from point A where they are now to point F where they really want to go. They jump off a cliff and have no idea how to fly. What happens next? They usually fall hard flat on their face and then tell themselves getting to point F was not possible, and their dream dies. Why does this happen? Because they experienced that it was not possible since they did not arrive to their destination. They then falsely assess that they did not have what it takes and only other superhero people can go jump off a cliff, go for their dreams and learn to fly, achieve them quickly. They hear things like hard work and persistence is all that matters. Yet when they each tried their version of doing for it, they failed. The failure is then used as evidence that their dream was not possible for them. Of course this is not whatsoever true, but they believe it to be true, and the dream is dead. Let's take a look at what really happened. They wanted to make a jump so far from where they were that there were not enough possibility muscles developed to help them fly. They did not have the skills, the mindset, and most importantly, the knowing that they could fly. Read this carefully. They did not first learn what it was like to fly for 1 second, and then learn to fly for 3 seconds, and then eventually learn to fly for 20 seconds. They never experienced the act of flying or whatever they want to accomplish in any capacity and just assumed it would be easier to make that enormous leap. The result then becomes the inevitable crash to the ground when in reality the jump was just too big for them at that time. Had they first known how to fly for a little bit, they could have extended their flight at some point rather than trying to jump from point A to point F immediately. They first had some learning and experiencing how to fly for a few seconds before they could jump off a mountain and fly all the way down. These jumps are oftentimes self-sabotages. People are unnecessarily attempting huge jumps they have never done before because they think it is possible. Most of the time it is the exact opposite. Many people often attempt these large jumps because they do not have the confidence in themselves to see it through. So jumping accomplishes two things: 1. Self-sabotage by ensuring failure, and 2. Providing themselves evidence that they were not capable and what they were trying to do was not possible. Down deep they know they are going to fail when they make such a big jump, but at least they can tell themselves they tried. Do you see the significance of this distinction? It is crucial to be aware of this thinking. When you try to jump from point A to point F without ever having even gone from point A to point C, for example, you are setting yourself up for potential failure. Taking the approach of gigantic steps is a defense mechanism and one of the most repeated forms of sabotage. I see so many of my clients setting goals and dreams and then expecting them to happen within a week. They feel like they're going all in for a few days or weeks, and then the first setback occurs, a recurring pattern based on limiting beliefs, and it starts to create doubt. More and more stuff comes up. Limiting beliefs, fears, and all the other reasons that have always stopped them. They crash and the dream is put on hold or given up on entirely. Not acceptable. People want to jump off mountain cliffs before they have learned or experienced that they can first fly 10 feet. Not only is this safer, but it is much smarter because the person is showing themselves first that flying is possible even if in a smaller increment than they were first hoping for. This is a radical shift. Even in this small amount, they can no longer believe flying isn't possible. They just showed themselves it was possible. Once they experienced the evidence of flying a few feet, accomplishing smaller milestones toward their dreams, they can fly further and further distances even more quickly. Using this metaphor toward your dreams and toward your new career or making money, you must first show yourself that what you want to do is possible in a smaller increment at first. Not necessarily by steps, but smaller steps at the beginning, like from point A to B and then point B to point C and so on. The steps will grow in length quickly once the realization is there, but it's crucial to experience success or reaching each destination point as you proceed. Do you see the difference here between taking smaller incremental steps and trying to take gigantic leaps right off the bat? Yes. You have the ultimate dream, flying for a long period in the mountains as an example I used above. That is where you intend to go, but first, you need to experience a component of that dream on a smaller scale, flying for 10 seconds. This will increase your belief and raise awareness that the possibility actually exists. I will discuss this in greater detail later in the appearing evidence component of this process. Now let's apply this to quitting your job. Don't go jump off a cliff by quitting your job without knowing where you want to go and how to fly in order to get there. First, start learning how to fly. Start getting clear on where you want to go next and what you need to learn in order to get your feet off the ground. For example, let's say you want to become a life coach and want to make $10,000/month. In this example, point A is that you are at your current job and point F is that you want to be a life coach making $10,000/month. People fail because they quit their job, try to get a couple of clients, can afford their bills, and then go back and get another job wondering why they could and make $10,000/month right away. The leap was too much for them at that time because they never even had experienced getting one client. Their fears and past patterns popped up, and they were not equipped to get themselves over the hump to where they wanted to go. What could they have done instead? If they were using the conscious equation, then they would have first gotten clear on why they wanted to leave, what type of life coach they wanted to be, what kind of hours they wanted to work, and what kind of clients they wanted to attract. And they would have considered the grandest version of being a life coach that they could imagine regarding how it would affect their clients' lives. This approach would be a completely new mindset or way of viewing the possibility of becoming a life coach. Then, rather than just quitting their job, they would have attracted just one client to start while they were still working at their current job. Obstacles like inability would probably surface, but if the desire was strong enough, then they would continue to follow the rest of the process and have the positive experience of coaching one client. Once the hurdle of landing one client was achieved and experienced, they would then realize how it's possible to have more. For the next step, they intend to add 2 more clients, totaling 3 clients in all that would earn them $3,000/month. They are now well on their way of achieving their dream and are gaining evidence it is possible to get to $10,000 month in time, and once they have experienced point B and C and D and so on, all the possibilities will begin to be revealed, trusted, and acted upon. Earning $10,000 a month will happen as they keep moving in that direction, and eventually sooner, rather than later, it will become apparent that it is time to leave their old job and that they no longer need it. The experience that it is possible to quit their job and do life coaching full-time will happen. They will have learned how to fly, to consciously feel events. So now let's say, for example, you have now made the decision to leave your job. You have a good idea of what you would like to be doing, and that picture is becoming clearer and clearer. You start considering the possibilities and begin thinking about some steps you could do to move in the direction. You have written down your perfect day, and you are visualizing how you would like your life to unfold. You feel your excitement level rise and your energy increase. Let's continue the example of becoming a life coach. You decide to go on the internet to start looking at websites of other life coaches for ideas. You see some really cool web pages and ways people are coaching. You are reading their blogs and watching their videos, and you say to yourself, "Hey, I can do this." Your confidence begins to increase even more and you make the choice to get your first client. You set up a simple blog and write a couple of posts. Then you record a couple of videos, and at the end of the blog post and the video you share that you are accepting clients. An email is sent to you from an interested potential client, and you set up a time to speak with them. You are feeling quite proud of yourself, and you are beginning to experience what is possible when you move in the direction of your dreams. This entire process has happened over a couple of months, and yet you are seeing firsthand what an unlimited possibility mindset looks like. You have had many moments of fear and frustration regarding getting some of the technology started, but you persisted because your why was so big. The obstacles thus far have been somewhat small and surmountable. And then it happens. The first big obstacle. Your boss wants you to go away for 2 weeks for all-day training, and when you come back you have a promotion that will pay you 20% more than you are making now. It all sets in on fear and frustration. You begin to have old thoughts about how maybe you do like your job, that this is something you have been working for, that most people would love to have this job. Your default mind continues on processing all kind of negative thoughts, like people would think you were crazy if you didn't take the promotion, that maybe the money in your job was now good enough to make up for the fact you don't like it, and finally, that this promotion is what you had been working toward for all these years, and to not pursue it would make the previous years a waste. An event like this happens that must be dealt with consciously. It can be ignored. A decision must be made for your boss, and even more importantly, a decision must be made internally about what you really want. This is exactly what happens when we pursue the life we really want. Events will happen that will completely challenge us to our core on how serious we really are and what we really want. If the why is not big enough, these events swallow our dreams. If what you really want is not big enough or important enough to you, then it will force you to acknowledge how you really feel, and you will default to what feels safe and what you have always done. Of course, additional fears will also surface, like possibly thinking you have no track record in coaching and that you are not sure if you would be a good coach. The question that you must be able to answer when an event like this occurs is whether or not you are serious enough to find out. I can assure you the obstacles are coming, and they will test you. Feel the events that seem like they are standing in your way from all angles. Feel the joy and satisfaction about the opportunity. Begin to notice what is making you uneasy and what fear is coming up. Write it down and determine what is bothering you and why. Find the limiting belief and pattern of fear. New choices based on new awareness. After you have become aware of how you feel and what you want, then it is time to make new deliberate decisions that are not attached to your past patterns and fears, but rather that empower you and bring you closer to what you really want. This is a huge shift. When you write down what feelings you are having, both good and bad, then patterns of the past will become more noticeable, and you will be able to consciously choose what feels like the highest and best thing for you to do in your life right now. You may possibly decide to go ahead and accept the promotion, realizing you don't feel ready to dive totally into coaching. The fear is too great right now. You may also decline the offer and keep focusing on your current client and learning how to obtain more clients because you know you really dislike the job, and accepting the promotion would only delay the inevitable. My point here is that you are deliberately making decisions based on how you are feeling and what you really want right now in your life. You have not just reacted or responded like a robot as you have in the past. This time you are really looking at precisely what is happening, how you are feeling, and comprehending what direction you would really want to take your life. Regardless of what you would choose in this example, the process of possibility has begun, and you are on a new journey. Yes, even if you chose to take the promotion, it was still a deliberate decision and not just an automatic reaction based on fear. In the event you would choose something like taking the promotion for the time being, it is important to stay focused on where you really intend to go and not let the promotion be a distraction that takes you off track. One possibility in this situation would be focusing on the promotion for 3 months and putting active clients on hold for a short time. During this time, you could also use it to get focused on exactly what kind of client you want, how you want to grow your business, attend some seminars, and even start to get coached on how to grow a coaching business. Even though the decision will have been made to stay at your job and take the promotion, it does not necessarily have to mean you have given up and that you quit your dream. This is an important distinction because many people get derailed here. They believe they are giving up on themselves and trudge along for months and often many years feeling as if they have failed. What really happened is that you were not far enough along in the possibility mindset to overcome your fears yet. And by the way, this is natural and perfectly fine. The problem that can arise is if you completely stop believing that what you want is possible. The only way you are truly giving up and stop believing is if you stop focusing on where you really want to go and stop allowing yourself to honor your true feelings. If this happens, then you are back right where you started, feeling stuck and empty inside. The key is to make deliberate choices that bring you the greatest joy and meaning rather than chosen based upon fear and lack. As you become more and more aware of your feelings and acknowledge them, the choices become easier and what you really want becomes clearer. This too can be scary because people get caught up in the how and they just don't understand how it's possible to get from where they are to where they want to go. 3. Refocus on desired destination. As I have said before, fear is going to surface. What you used to believe to be true about how the world works is going to most definitely show up. This is good news because when you really deal with these beliefs, then and only then can you create something different. So what do you do when the fear and obstacles show up? Focus again on where you intend to go and why. You must start to be really good at knowing exactly what you want, not just an idea and some fragments, but rather the exact life you are envisioning. Make it so clear someone could make a movie about it. Then play this movie in your mind as often as possible. Dare to dream and to believe by focusing on why this would be so meaningful for you. When traveling along the road to somewhere you have never been before, it is highly likely you will get lost occasionally. You will have the choice to try to return to where you came from, or you will have the choice to determine your present location and figure out how to get to where you want to go. The decision to stay on course or to turn back will all depend on how important the destination point is to you and why. This is why it is so important to have a vision for what you want and why you are heading in that direction. Your stuff will come up. There is nothing to fear. And at time you show yourself this very fact. As you keep moving toward what you want and your intended destination, it will seem silly to turn back because you will have traveled so far from where you used to be. If you keep going, it is certain you will reach your intended destination, and then you will decide where you would like to go next. As you choose your next destination, even more will be possible because of what you have just experienced. You will be more ready for what to expect and how to overcome your tough or the obstacles that appear to be standing in your way. Your job is just to keep your eye on where you are going and where you currently are in order to help you get there. How it looks in this example is that a new promotion comes about, a potential roadblock, the perfect carrot, just testing how badly you really want something different for your life. Once you become better and better at realizing what is happening, it will no longer seem like a carrot or an opportunity, but rather just a distraction. You stay focused on where you want to go and why. The unlimited possibility mindset will begin to grow bigger and bigger as you arrive to each of your intended destinations. 4. Gather evidence. One of the biggest reasons people end up turning back or staying stuck is because they have not become good at noticing that things are actually progressing quite smoothly. They want to first see evidence of the end result rather than proof that they are moving in the right direction and getting closer to what they want. You need to become an expert at seeing the progress, identifying points along the route that show you are headed in the right direction, and understanding that the evidence of where you want to go is actually all around you right now. At first, the proof may seem like something small, a little sign like finding a web page that gives you the exact information you needed to advertise for clients. This is evidence. Getting your first coaching client. This is evidence. Realizing that you no longer just react, and instead consciously choose. This is evidence. Understanding that any fear that shows up is simply revealing that fear is still present and that it needs to be acknowledged and released so you can get to your intended destination without turning back. This is evidence. In fact, in time, everything that happens to you will be perceived as evidence. That is when it gets extremely fun. Your life will be one giant experience of evidence toward who you really are and where you really want to go. Each event will be evidence toward helping you get there, and the deep realization that everything is happening perfectly. Admittedly, reaching this level takes some time and patience to see the evidence in everything that happens to you. Sometimes, it will seem impossible that an event is actually moving you closer to what you want and helping you get there. Difficult events may seem like harsh or painful, only to be viewed in hindsight as perfection because the event provided you more clarity on what was stopping you and how to move through the obstacle. Back to the IVE coaching example. The evidence might begin to look unpromising, like your clients are not sticking with your coaching and not interested in what you have to offer. Eventually you acknowledge this feeling and ask one of your past clients what went wrong. They share that you were really good at helping them with business, but that the personal growth side was lacking. This information from your client helps you understand your strengths and helps you realize that what you like most is actually helping people build a business rather than focusing on their personal life. You want to help people be successful in business and have balance in their personal lives. Therefore, due to this information, you rebrand yourself, and clients start flocking to you. You enjoy coaching more and it's much easier getting clients because you are getting many referrals now that you have aligned with what you really love. Had you not listened to yourself and paid attention, in this example, then nothing would have changed, and it is quite possible you would have determined coaching was and for you and quit. Seeing the bigger picture helped reveal a problem that you paid attention to and prompted you to discuss it with a client. This client helped bring clarity to the problem for them and for you. Although you had your doubts, the picture of what was possible and what you really wanted became much clearer as you proceeded down the road. This is what possibility looks like, and it further evidence toward where you are going and what you want. It everywhere, you just have to pay attention. 5. Experience new desired reality. Eventually, one day you wake up, and you fully realize your life is completely different. You greet the day excited about what you will be doing. Your current job does and bother you so much because you now know without a shadow of a doubt that it is temporary and you are only weeks, possibly days, away from leaving because your coaching practice has shown enough development that you know you can make the next step confidently. You go to work inspired because you got up early to perform a coaching call with an amazing client, doing the work you have always dreamed about. This fills your heart with meaning, joy, and a new sense of unlimited possibility. You are amazed to see how your new outlook and actions in your life have led you to be happier in other areas too. You have shown up to work with a completely different attitude, and your coworkers have noticed. They see a new sparkle in your eyes and a new skip in your walk. They begin to ask you about it, and you tell them you made the choice to take responsibility for your life and to develop a new mindset where anything is possible. You can tell they are curious, but also almost hesitant to learn more. It sounds good to them, but they also sense it probably means change, and they have done everything in their power to stay put, to stay safe, and to not fail us like you had previously done. Your coaching business is flourishing. You are still learning, making mistakes, and seeing how to do things better and how to serve your clients at a higher level. You have shown yourself so much. You overcome so many limiting beliefs, fears, and past patterns that you never realized existed. As you have begun to wake up, you have seen firsthand what it looks like to start believing that anything you want to create is possible. The life you have always imagined is no longer just a dream or a concept in a book. You have experienced unlimited possibility firsthand, and you now know even bigger dreams are possible. It no longer becomes about getting anywhere, but rather, enjoying the journey along the way and aligning with who you really are. The past becomes something that only provides you clues as to what has stopped you and guidance toward what you really want and where you want to go. The reality of your new life is beyond what you could have imagined before in such a short time. In just 6 months, you have created a coaching business, and you are now realizing that if you leave your other job, you will have the time to support yourself through coaching full-time. In fact, it will be less hours per week and working from home without having to commute and waste so many hours away from your family. When reflecting on the perfect day description you had written months earlier, you almost fall over because it is almost identical to what is happening now. The intention you set months ago has come true. The unfolding of your dream life is happening. Sure, there are more things you envisioned, however, so much has happened that you know, not just believe, that everything you have ever dreamed of is all happening perfectly in due time. You marvel at your level of trust regarding the future and the release of the past. You enjoy the moment of now where everything exists and things you had once worried about slowly fade away. You are experiencing your new desired reality. Chapter 10, How to Follow Your Passion. In the previous chapter, I walked you through the conscious equation toward quitting your job and what it looks like to live from an unlimited possibility mindset. Now, of course, I realize you may like your job and that quitting is not something that interests you right now. I walked you through the steps of potentially quitting your job, yet I want to make you acutely aware of the fact that the focus was not on the past or quitting. Instead, the focus was on getting clear on what you really want and starting to move in the direction. You can use the conscious equation for anything you want in your life. If you want a new relationship, or to be in better health, or to enjoy what you are doing, then you just need to apply this equation to what you want and where you intend to go. In this chapter, I am going to focus on how to follow your passion as an example of what is possible. I purposely went into great detail in the last chapter re-explaining each of the conscious equation steps along with providing you an example to demonstrate a more vivid picture of what possibility looks like. In this chapter I will focus less on reiterating the explanation of the process and more on providing details of what the possibilities look like through the example of following your dreams. As an example of a possible dream, I am going to use a person that wants to become an author and be a stay-at-home mom so they can be very active in their children's life. I'm going to call this Momly. Here is the background on Ally. She has 2 children ages 4 and 6. Her daughter just went into kindergarten and it was a very sad day for her because she realized how quickly her child was growing up. It is also very difficult for her to drop her son off to daycare every day, but she and her husband feel they need to work in order to pay for the lifestyle they would like to provide their family. Ally went to a prominent university and paid over $125,000 for her college education. Ally then got a good job right out of college at a major corporation in the marketing department and has been working there for 9 years with 2 different promotions. Ally would not say she necessarily hates her job right now because it's what she has always done and she knows nothing different. She actually likes her boss and most of her co-workers. Regarding her marriage, Ally married her husband 7 years ago after having met him her senior year in college. They were living a very normal American life, entertaining friends occasionally and taking a vacation once per year to places like Disneyland and the Grand Canyon in the last 2 years. The main problem that Ally is facing is that her job involves long, demanding hours, and as a result, she feels like she is missing so much of her kids growing up. Her husband picks up their daughter at the after-school program, and Ally picks up her son at daycare both at 6 p.m. after having left for work in the morning at 7 a.m. barely seeing her kids before she went off to work. A few years ago Ally started to get restless. She realized that because of her demanding workload, she was only around full-time for the first few months of her children's lives. She tried to make up for it on the weekends because she felt guilty that at night-time during the week she was so exhausted from work that she was not physically or emotionally as available as she wanted to be. During the week she went through the motions, and it was becoming more difficult to ignore how she really felt. More and more her guilt grew and her desire to be an active, hands-on mom became very apparent. Recently, Ally had even caught herself daydreaming about leaving her job and staying at home. She hadn't told her husband because she didn't want to scare him. He would probably freak out about having to provide for their family on his own, and she knew that without her income they would have to cut back on so many things that they had grown accustomed to having. She thought that even those cuts might not be enough to get them by. Leaving her job just didn't seem like a viable option, and she had no idea how it could be remotely possible. Therefore, she continued to ignore these thoughts and feelings. Ally had been avoiding these feelings now for a number of years, yet the desire to be much more involved in her children's lives was growing and popping into her head every day now, at least hourly. She just couldn't ignore it anymore. Her desire to be active in her children's lives while they were still young was now stronger than her need to feel safe by following the traditional path that she had been unconsciously taught. Ally knew she was not happy and longed for something drastically different. She wanted more meaning in her life, more fun, and more connection with other people, especially her children and her husband. She felt like she had been drifting apart from her husband, and they were getting caught in the mundane routines of work and responsibility. Ally knew more was possible and she started to think of what she wanted. She started wondering how she could be home and make money. Ally had no idea, but the dream had started. 1. Choose desired destination. As I have shared before, in order to get to where you want to go, including achieving your dreams, you must know exactly where you want to go so you don't wander aimlessly, never arriving much of anywhere. The Ally story is a perfect example of what so many people go through. One thing Ally has done that is crucial toward living the conscious equation is that she actually began to acknowledge her true feelings. She started to listen to what she really wants. Thus, acknowledging these feelings help her get more clear about what she wants in her life and what that could possibly look like. Let us assume Ally came across this book in an example to demonstrate what would be possible for Ally moving forward. First, she would begin to get very detailed about what she wants and what her ultimate vision would be for her life. She would write what her perfect day would look like and how she would feel getting to stay home with her kids. In helping her figure this out, she would ask herself questions like, what kind of mom and wife do I really want to be? What would bring me the most joy? What would my dream life look like with no limitation? How would I spend my time? What values do I want to instill in my kids? Ally would center on the grandest picture she can imagine for being a mom and exactly what her life would look like. She would then take a look at why it matters to her by asking questions like, what would it mean to my family for me to be more physically and emotionally present as a role model? How do I want to act and why? Why would it be so important to stay at home? What would I be teaching my kids by following my dreams? Although There are many different questions that can be asked depending on the dream. Each question for now centers on what and why. Ally answered these questions and absolutely knew she wanted to be at home so she could take her daughter to school and pick her up so she didn't have to go to the after-school program. She also wanted to be home with her son for the next few years before he went to school full-time so she could really connect with him. She wanted her kids to remember her being active and present in their lives as children, and this was very important to her. Side note: a part of me almost changed this example as I kept writing because I did not want this to hit too close to home and hurt someone's feelings. This is not intended to make anyone feel bad. If this happens to strike a chord with you, then I would highly recommend looking at why. This is just a detailed, made-up story to exemplify the conscious equation. You need to apply this process to your life and how you can use it. I believe vivid stories are the best way. Ally knew what she wanted and why she wanted it. Her reasons were undeniable and were not going anywhere. She just knew. Let me point out though that in this story the how has not even been entertained yet. Why has there been no mention of how she would do this? Because the how is exactly where so many people get stuck. They are unable to see the possibility regarding what they want happening, so they don't even allow themselves to dream or acknowledge their true feelings. They suppress their dreams hoping the feelings go away so they don't have to do something about it. Ally is first starting with what she wants to have her life look like and not getting stuck in past patterns of what she believes is possible or how. Once she has devised what she wants in a very detailed picture or movie and why this is so important to her, she then begins to start considering the possibilities of how. Ever since Ally was in high school, she had always enjoyed writing. Writing had come easily to her, and she received straight A in all her English and writing classes even in college. Writing just came naturally to her. As she was acknowledging the fact that she wanted to be much more active in her children's life, she also realized she missed writing. One day, an idea occurred to her that maybe she could write a book and make some money selling it. She figured she could spend just a few hours a day writing her book and potentially have some passive money coming in to help supplement her income. This idea of writing and the dream of staying home became her focus and ultimate destination. She started considering and brainstorming all the possibilities of what she could write about. She had a vast knowledge of information about her current career and thought she could share her knowledge to help many more people rather than just her employer. Ally began coming up with book ideas, titles, and had practically already written the first book in her mind. She had a crystal clear picture of writing for an hour in the morning before the kids got up and again after they went to bed, with some possible hours during the day when she made some time to consciously feel event. As Ally dreamed about staying home and even possibly writing a book, many of her past patterns and belief systems came up again. When she thought about writing a book, a voice in her head said things like, "You aren't an author. You don't have a publisher, you don't know how to market books, you would and make enough money, your husband would never approve, no one wants to hear from you," and many other negative thoughts. These weren't just occasional thoughts, they were a constant bombardment, and they paralyzed her with fear. After all, she thought some were relevant questions and still believed some of these limiting thoughts. She had never written a book before and at first had no idea what she would write about. In the past, these voices and these questions would have been enough to stop her from moving forward. This time was different. She had a destination that was so important that her past belief system was not going to stop her. She understood these were the same obstacles that had always stopped her, and she was determined to make new choices based on a new unlimited possibility mindset. She took each of her questions, doubts, and deeply looked at them. She asked herself where these beliefs came from and whether or not they were true or just what she thought to be true based on her past experiences. She considered how other people had done what she wanted to do and what made them different from her. How had they done it? She realized that they had persisted and kept their dreams alive despite the doubts. She was feeling her feelings rather than ignoring her thoughts. The past, unconscious sabotages were brought out into the open. She was dealing with her fears head-on rather than hiding from them. Dealing with her fears was very difficult, and at times, it was humbling to find out just how often her limiting beliefs were happening once she paid attention. Despite how difficult it was to deal with her fears, her new way of handling her issues was very invigorating and empowering. She had more hope than ever before and really started to trust that her life was moving in the right direction. 3. New choices, new awareness. An interesting thing began to happen for Ally. Instead of just reacting to events that were happening in her life, She consciously became aware of them and responded in a manner that aligned with who she wanted to be. This was extremely empowering for her because she started to understand and actually experience how much of a role she played in dictating what was happening in her life. Rather than just ignoring her ideas, she actually started considering how they were possible. She shared some of her dreams with friends that she thought would be open and supportive. Her friends ended up having some great ideas to share with her, and they started helping her brainstorm what it could possibly look like to become an author. One friend recommended Amazon Kindle as a platform because another friend of hers had published a book on parenting and mentioned that it was free and relatively simple to launch. Ally was blown away. She realized that just by opening herself up to the possibility and allowing herself to believe that all the ways of how were now presenting themselves to her right on cue, she was making new empowered choices rather than reacting through fear and past patterns that had kept her stuck. As she became more and more focused on the life that wanted to create, she became even more excited and more determined. Her why was so big that nothing was going to stop her from achieving what she was starting to believe was possible. Now that she had experienced some events that were showing her this could really happen, she so enjoyed being active in her children's life and now envisioned herself volunteering some in their classrooms and occasionally going to school to have lunch with them. She loved the idea of being home after school and helping them with their homework while fixing a snack before they went outside to play with their friends. She saw herself writing, and her first book had already practically written itself in her mind. Ally had even written the chapters and was brainstorming the title. She had invested in an inexpensive online program that walked people through how to get published on Kindle. The wheels were not just in motion, they were moving full steam ahead. Ally had also recently sat her husband down to tell him how she felt and what she wanted. This was very hard for her to do because she was afraid he might not be supportive and tried to stop her. To her surprise, he was open to the idea. He shared that he wanted to support her and what she really wanted in life. Her husband did have concerns and shared them with her. He expressed that he didn't want her to just quit her job without having some other money coming in and without a plan. They agreed that she would stay on with her current job until her book was making some money, and so they could start reorganizing their lifestyle in a manner that would support the temporary change in income. He was actually excited for her and had shared that he always felt guilty that she had to work and that the kids didn't have a parent that was more involved. Ally was flabbergasted. Why had he never shared this? She had no idea he actually felt this way, so she asked him why he had never spoke up about this before. His answer was a surprise too. He said he just didn't see how it was possible. He didn't want to ask her to stay home if she didn't want to, and he was scared they would not be able to pay their bills, including a sizable amount still owed in student loans. He told her until he had heard the passion and excitement in her voice about what she wanted that he just never entertained the idea because he thought it was a pipe dream. Now that he had heard her ideas and saw her enthusiasm, he was becoming a believer too and wanted to do his part in supporting her. A major fear that Ally had, her husband's support, was no longer the obstacle it once was. She had assumed that her husband would not be on board in any capacity, but once she had taken a number of steps herself, he was able to start to see the possibility, and Ally felt like it was almost as if he didn't want to get in the way. She felt her desire was so strong that he knew this was happening, and rather than letting his fears come up, he allowed himself to believe too. For both of them, what transpired was a perfect example of the power of possibility and believing in something that is in the process of happening. She noticed they were now making completely new choices about where they wanted to go rather than staying stuck and living in fear because of where they had been in the past. Quite frankly, Ally was already shocked at what had transpired, even though on the outside it didn't look like much had changed. She knew the dream was in motion, and she was in the process of making it come true. She was starting to sense that this is what it looked like to go for your dreams and make them a reality. She realized she just needed to get clear on what she wanted, explore the possibilities, and then start acting on what ideas she had. She was aware of what she wanted and what had stopped her previously. Being aware of these two things made all the difference because she was now making conscious choices rather than fear-based choices. She felt inspired and determined. Of course, it wasn't easy by any standards. Her fears and doubts were still coming up. However, they were no longer stopping her as she proceeded in the direction of her dream life. The more she realized that it was not just a possibility, but rather, it was actually happening, her confidence grew immensely. 4. Refocus on a specific destination. On almost a daily basis, Ally would have moments of intense fear pop up. Her old voice would shout negative thoughts about how she didn't have enough time or energy. This voice was very loud, especially at first. She had been listening to this negative, limiting voice from the past for so long that she hadn't known just how much control it had over her. There were days she believed what the old voice was saying and thought maybe she was crazy for even thinking about what she was starting to do. She had been writing her book and was nearly a quarter of the way through when one day the old voice really got to her. It said that there was no way she could keep up this pace, and even if she did finish the book, who was she to even think anyone would buy it? Based on her past beliefs about herself, this old voice made some points that made sense to her, and a substantial part of her still believed the points the old voice was trying to make. The difference this time for Ally was that her intended destination was much bigger than the words the old voice tried to use against her. No matter how vicious the old voice was, she always refocused on where she was going and why it was so important. Every morning she visualized her dream life, and it was becoming even more vivid. The feeling and belief that this was in the process of happening was so intense that she just knew everything was unfolding in a manner that was perfect for her. She honored and acknowledged her fears. She didn't ignore them. She understood not dealing with her fears only gave them more power because they kept popping up again and again when she ignored them. Instead, she would acknowledge the fear by diving head first into it and then performed an exercise that she learned toward letting the fear go so it would dissolve. She then refocused on what she wanted to create and realigned with the feelings that she had when she focused on what she wanted. Her future destination was now so clear that it was like a freight train speeding towards its destination. 5. Gather evidence. In just a few months, Ally's life had changed so much. She was no longer waking up dreading work. She woke up excited to write her book. In fact, the writing was something she was very much enjoying, and she patted herself on the back for choosing something she actually enjoyed rather than just jumping to something else that she thought would make her money. She didn't want to trade one job for another that would not bring her any closer to being active in her children's life to the degree that she had envisioned. Her book was now almost half finished. She had started researching how she wanted to launch it and what audiences that she wanted to target. She was delighted on how the book was progressing and had remembered just how natural writing came to her. One day she had this huge epiphany about her capability when her husband had read some of what she had written and congratulated her on what she had accomplished thus far. Ally took a few minutes and looked back over her last few months. She had noticed quite a few things that were different already in her life despite still not having left her job. But she hadn't really taken a look at the full picture. There was evidence everywhere that exactly what she wanted was unfolding in a manner that was even more perfect than she could have ever imagined. She had started writing a book. Evidence that she was both doing what she loved and going to be earning an income. She still wasn't sure just how much that income was going to be, but instead of listening to the old limiting voice who said it would not be enough, she persisted and was ready to find out and figure it out no matter what. She also noticed just how much more present she had become in her children's lives already. She was taking one afternoon off a month to volunteer in her daughter's kindergarten class. Just being there was even more evidence of how important this was to her and that she was on the right track. She had always known staying home was what she wanted, but she just never dared to dream it was possible. The evidence was showing up everywhere that her dream was possible. She hadn't waited for everything to be perfect to make changes in her life. Ally was and waiting to write the book until the off-season at work or when she could spare a week off. A little time designated here and there were now showing lots of results months later. The book was almost finished. Her husband had started believing more and more too. When he read her book, he saw how advantageous it would be for people and realized it would definitely make money. Evidence that what she wanted was happening everywhere. She began to understand that everything transpiring in her life was actually conspiring to help her rather than to stop her. Even when her past stuff or old limiting voice surfaced, she realized it was part of the process toward helping her understand where she was and what else needed to happen to help get her to where she wanted to go. The most important thing was that no matter what, Ally continued to stay focused on what she wanted and what she was creating while gathering evidence along the way that it was all happening as it should. 6. Experience the new desired reality. 8 months after Ally had first even considered the possibility of what she really wanted, her life was now almost unrecognizable. She had finished her book. As the book was in its final stages of editing, she began to tell some of her friends about it. A few of them wanted to read it, and one friend even offered to edit her book. They made some great recommendations that she implemented, and she set the date to publish for 2 weeks from then. She had been envisioning leaving her job within a year or sooner and was no longer attached to how this was all going to turn out. Ally launched her book as described in the program that she had bought, and within the first days she had some sales. Unfortunately, her results were nowhere near what she had hoped or had been thinking. It surely wasn't going to be enough for her to leave her job. The old limiting voice came back with a vengeance. The voice said things like, "Told you so, and what a waste of time." Ally began to really doubt whether it was possible and if this had all been a big mistake. She had come so far and thought for sure that the book would sell. Everyone who read it thought it was good for the target market. She didn't understand why it wasn't selling. She thought to herself that maybe she just was not ready for this and that she had gotten carried away thinking she could make a lot of money being an author. She studied the conscious equation again and even doubted it was valid anymore. Her fears and limiting beliefs were kicking in at full gear. She was hitting a major possibility stumbling block and she wasn't sure she wanted to keep going toward her dream. She began to think maybe her life had changed enough and that she could just stay at her current job doing what she had been doing. So much had already changed, and she thought maybe she could just be happy with these new changes rather than continue toward the ultimate dream and possibly be disappointed if it didn't happen. Ultimately, she knew down deep that she wasn't ready to give up. She had come so far and knew this was just another one of the obstacles that was getting in the way. This obstacle just felt so much bigger than the other ones. Her momentum and excitement had gotten her over so many prior obstacles, but her current results from the book's sales seemed to be a much bigger challenge. She was struggling to believe she could sell a large amount of books and make enough money to at least supplement her old income. Luckily, her vision toward where she wanted to go was bigger than even these newest fears, so she decided to persist and deal with those fears too. She had seen enough evidence that her life had definitely changed and things were progressing. She had begun to experience her creative power and that what she wanted was actually happening. She noticed enough evidence to keep her moving toward her dreams. Instead of giving up, Ally decided to go back and look at how she launched her book. She rewrote her description and changed the categories that she had published in Amazon. She declared to herself that she would find out what wasn't working and what needed to be improved in order to make sure her book got in the hands of the people who needed it. She stopped focusing on the money and started focusing on what benefits she wanted people to get from the book. Within a week her sales doubled, and the following week they doubled again. She had identified some crucial areas that she overlooked before that needed to be improved, and she made the changes. Ally and her husband had previously agreed that when she was making half of her current income, then she could leave her current job. After 1 month of her new, improved book being on the market, her book income was about 20% of her job income. Again, she had been hoping for more than that, but she realized it was still the beginning. After her initial disappointment, she realized that there was more that she could do to promote the book, and she was just learning how to do that. Her results did not necessarily mean that what she wanted was not happening, but rather, that she had more to learn in order to get to the amount of book sales that she was aiming for. This realization was a huge mental shift for her. It was no longer about what had stopped her in her past or her limiting beliefs. Her life was now about staying the course and overcoming what appeared to be in the way. There was evidence now that her book could definitely sell. Each of the first 4 weeks had seen increases in sales. She was now ranked 15th in one category and 9th in the other area that she was targeting. She wanted to be number 1 in both categories, so she kept moving toward those goals despite the obstacles that presented themselves. Ally once again took a moment to realize everything that had happened over the last 9 months. She was now a published author. She enjoyed waking up every day. She was more present in her kids' lives. And despite still being at her old job, she was making money selling books even when she was working at her job. She realized that if she kept her current increase in book sales up, then she would be able to leave her job in 6 weeks. She also had another idea. She decided to divide her time into marketing her book to increase sales in new ways and to start her second book. She knew that if she had another book published, she could surpass her original goal of earning half of her current job income. Ally and her husband had also cut back their expenses significantly and were living on what they were expecting when she left her job. They had saved up nearly 3 months' worth of expenses, which gave them even more of a buffer of security for when the time came for Ally to leave her job. Eventually, in month 11 after she had declared her dream, Ally met with her boss and gave her 2-week notice. Her boss was shocked. But when Ally told her the entire story about her dream to stay home and what she had done regarding writing a book, Ally saw the envy in her boss' eye and was even congratulated for what she had accomplished. All of her co-workers were sad she was leaving, but she sensed just how much everyone admired what she was doing and why. In fact, many of them confided that they had similar dreams, and now that she had shown them it was possible, they were going to look into ways they could change their own lives too. Ally felt amazing, and she knew this was only the beginning. Ally's husband was actually shocked. He admitted one day to Ally that he thought maybe this was just a phase and that it would be very hard to attain the financial goals that they had set before she could leave her job. He told Ally how proud of her he was and that she had inspired him in so many ways. He too had started looking at his life differently and what he really wanted. He had become more present in their kids' lives too, and their family was never happier. The kids loved having their mom home, but most of all, they loved seeing their parents more alive and happier than ever. Ally had a dream and she was seeing it through. To her, now that she had experienced what was possible firsthand by becoming a published author on Amazon and leaving her job to be home full-time, she began to dream even bigger, knowing that the only thing that had ever stopped her was herself. She loved her current life and was very grateful for what had transpired, but she also was extremely excited to see what else she was capable of doing. Ally life wasn't necessarily about making more money or seeing how many material possessions she could amass anymore. Instead, she wanted to see just how much she could show herself while actually enjoying the process of how her life was unfolding. She felt amazingly powerful, and everything she had ever dreamed about was now within the realm of possibility. She couldn't wait to see what was next in her new world of living from an unlimited possibility mindset. She had gotten a taste of arriving to the destination that she had set forth upon, and she now set her sights upon her next dream, helping other people realizing what was possible for them too. Chapter 11. What being rich truly means. As I have stated previously, it was no accident that I titled this book Quit Your Job, Follow Your Passion, and Be Rich. While mentoring many clients, I have found that the most important thing to the majority of people is to spend their time doing something that they love. In the previous chapter I walked you through the conscious equation possibility of quitting your job and what it could look like to follow your dreams by living from the unlimited possibility mindset. Now it's time to look at the final component that people yearn for: actually making money doing what they love. I want to point out again, this is not about finding something that will make you tons of money and then trying to be happy. That equation doesn't add up properly, and it will just get you stuck and unhappy because you will feel like you can stop because the money is too good. You need to understand that you can do what you enjoy and make money doing it. This is a completely different possibility mindset. I will share what this can potentially look like and how it's possible as we proceed in this chapter. But first, I want to discuss what it means to be rich from an empowered and freedom perspective. Webster Dictionary defines being rich in two primary ways. 1. Rich, having a lot of money and possessions, or 2. Having or supplying a large amount of something that is wanted or needed. The first definition talks about a large sum of money, and the second definition discusses having a large amount of something of value to people. In the Western society and most of the world, the definition of being rich to most people involves having tons of money. People equate a certain dollar amount as the quantity of money needed to consider themselves rich based on their current situation. For example, some people may think being rich is making $100,000/year, while other people believe being rich is having a net worth of over $1 million, and so on. When it comes to the actually dollar amount to be rich, everyone has their own view or opinion. After having coached numerous clients, guess what begins to happen? As people make more money, their determined level of what it means to be rich increases too. Therefore, every time they hit a new level, they feel like the amount of money it would take to be rich goes up too. What happens from here? Being rich is almost always elusive to almost everyone, because once they reach the previous level they determine to be rich is not enough and another level must be reached to feel more secure or even richer. There are multimillionaires out there that don't feel like they have enough money, and that if they just made another $5 million then they would consider themselves to be rich. The point I want to make clear is that using a dollar amount to distinguish whether or not you are rich will always be a carrot that is dangled in front of you. and it will always seemingly be just out of your reach. There will always be another level that you think will make you feel more secure or that you need to have really arrived. It is completely meaningless and an empty search to use money as the means by which you describe yourself as being rich. The other problem with using a dollar amount to define your perceived level of wealth is that people erroneously think that money will bring them everything that they want. They feel life problems will be easier across the board. I fully realize that money can provide you things like cars, houses, and travel that not having money can, but this is only true up to a certain point, and it is a very limiting thought process. Money alone will never make you happy. Money alone will never help you feel connected to other people. Money alone will never make you feel purposeful and that your life has meaning. Many people try to convince themselves that just having money will give them all the things they have wanted most, only to find out after many years of chasing this dream that it is absolutely false. They will eventually realize or find that there was no amount of money that could satiate how they felt about themselves. In fact, money is one of the biggest distractions people use to avoid how they are really feeling and the means they use to avoid what they really want. They make money the focus, thinking it will provide the answers, only to find out it has kept them from getting clear about the things they really want that they had hoped money would bring them. It's a merry-go-round that never ends. It also has no meaning. The wheels are spinning but nothing of substance is happening. There is a funny saying that says money may not buy you happiness, but it sure as hell beats being broke. The saying is absolutely true, although terribly misguided. This phrase insinuates that although you might not be happy with a lot of money, at least you are unhappy with money rather than being broke, as if that kind of unhappiness is somehow better. Being unhappy does not feel good no matter what financial situation you are in. Wealthy and poor people are both depressed and feel pressure equally. I can almost hear your objections right now. You are trying to tell me it is much better to have money than not to have money. I would not disagree with most of this assessment. Besides the much better part, being miserable is not fun whether you have money or not. I have personally made a lot of money and have been miserable at the same time. I have been almost homeless with absolutely no money to my name while also being in debt. They both felt awful. I'm not sure I would label either of them as worse because they both taught me so much, and I am now grateful for those experiences. What is being rich? I am about to share a fascinating new definition of being rich that you may accept readily or may need to personally experience in order to believe. Whatever you believe money will give you or however you believe it will make you feel, you can have or feel right now without the money actually being in your possession. For example, let's say making $100,000 would make you feel safe that you could pay your bills so that how much you want to make. I have clients tell me all the time that a certain amount of money would make them feel safe, or good, or better, but in actuality, if this does happen, it is only temporary. This declaration in almost every case is just flat out not true. Why? Because the reason they feel a sense of lack, insecure, or unsafe has nothing to do with the amount of money they have saved or the amount they are currently earning. Needing a certain amount of money to feel good is a belief they have about themselves, and no amount of money will solve their inner beliefs about themselves. Only they can solve those feelings of worth and lack. They are using a certain amount of money to compensate for a feeling they have about life and about themselves, thinking it will solve their problems. The problem has never been or ever will be about the amount of money that they have. Their problems will always be about who they believe they are, how they feel about themselves, and what they believe is possible. Their beliefs are causing them to feel a certain way, and until they change those core beliefs, the money will never solve their problems. It just won't happen. It took me many years to not just understand this conceptually but to experience it firsthand. I keep raising my income goals, and despite hitting them every year, I was never any happier. In fact, for me, my life just got more stressful, and I felt even more trapped. I wondered how I had gotten in the predicament of making money and being absolutely miserable. I finally realized I was trying to make money doing things I was not passionate about and just hoped that the money would be worth it by bringing me joy, purpose, and meaning. I found out this thought process was not working and did not compute very well. I was lucky. Most people go their entire life being completely miserable, chasing money, and never finding out that money is not the source of happiness. You can be rich right now. Whatever feeling you want from money you can learn to experience right now. Many of you might be thinking I am talking about the law of attraction right now. Yes and no. It's important to align with what you want and to visualize it, But it does not just stop there. You have to work through limiting beliefs you are currently aware of and recognize the ones you are not. You are canceling your orders dreams with past limiting beliefs without ever even knowing it, and you need to understand this is happening before you can stop it. Don't focus on only the money to begin with. Yes, you can have an idea of what you would like to earn and even imagine that happening. Yet that is not the primary focus, because you don't want to make money the only focus. You need to focus on what you want based on something you enjoy spending your time doing. For now, don't worry about how this will happen. Just concentrate on what brings you joy. Think about what you love doing with your time. Think about ways you can spend your time doing what you love as often as possible. Think about how what you love can serve or help other people. Visualize doing what you love and why it is so much fun. Get in touch as often as possible with those feelings. Being rich is about experiencing the happiness you know is possible right now in this very moment. It is about satisfying your soul and fulfilling your purpose on this planet. It is about aligning with who you really are and what you came here to do. And then guess what happens when you center on what you love instead of just money? Abundance will find its way to you. The richest people on this planet are the people who have provided the most value to other people. Steve Jobs had many setbacks, but he loved technology and knew the value he wanted to provide the world. Apple fired Jobs early in his career. He later openly talked about how embarrassed he was to get fired and how he felt he had let people down, including himself. He didn't let that huge setback stop him by just giving up and quitting. After starting a number of very profitable companies, Jobs was rehired at Apple and took them to new heights never achieved before. Steve Jobs never worried about becoming super rich, but he became a multi-billionaire doing what he loved doing. We have all heard the phrase, "Oh, what you love and the money will follow." Instead of following that advice, we usually unknowingly try to create our own phrase and the money and hope it brings us happiness. This thought process is backward and makes no sense. This approach is destined for failure. The world is now redefining being rich, whether it is conscious or not. People are beginning to realize they are not happy and are finding books like this and mentoring like I provide to help them overcome their fears and disbelief. Disease, unhappiness, and despair are at an all-time high in the world, and people are seeking new answers about how their lives can have more joy and more meaning. What used to be the norm is no longer acceptable, and it become obvious. People just aren't able to ignore it any longer. Money is no longer the answer to their problems, and they now know this fact, which is quite scary and something they are not sure how to respond to. They know they are unhappy with their current life. They want to feel it but have no idea. So they seek something outside themselves that they hope will bring them happiness, only to eventually realize their endless search is pointless. Being rich is doing what you love and enjoying the process of learning how to do what you love to the best of your ability. There are infinite ways to earn money doing what you love. You just need to acknowledge what you enjoy most without getting stuck on the "oh will I make money" question. The ways and the possibility of how it present themselves as you follow the conscious equation process. Being rich is a state of mind, which means you need nothing outside of yourself to feel good, to be happy, or to experience being fulfilled. When you are doing what you love, then empowered feelings of joy, abundance, love, and freedom are natural byproducts. When you feel stressed and constantly struggling, these feelings are two very concrete clues that you are not doing what you love. Instead, they are evidence that you have settled for something that you don't like in hopes that it will bring you something that you do like. When you align with the richness of how you want to feel, the money will follow. Money is just another word for abundance, which is one expression of energy in physical form. When you do what you love, when you are providing a service, when you are feeling good, and when you are optimistic about the value you are offering, money is sure to follow. Money is the transference of belief to energy. The more you feel and the stronger you believe in each of these components, the faster money will begin to show up in your life. Evidence of abundance will start showing up not because of only feeling it, but rather, because you will begin to experience that all abundance is within you. Then, with these positive feelings, you will take inspired action that will draw you even closer to what it is you are creating until your dreams actually happens. I could discuss this aspect of abundance and making money all day, yet until you begin to experience this happening, it will always be outside you and something you will think is beyond your control. The amount of money you make is definitely within your control, and you are in the process of understanding this truth. You are skipping the stage of seeking and instead aligning with what really matters, which will help bring it forth even faster. Oftentimes, I have witnessed my clients even firsthand in my self-experience receiving abundance in ways they could have never imagined happening. Abundance may arrive in the form of food or shelter or an opportunity that opens up a new possibility. As you begin to get really good at noticing evidence that your dreams are progressing, everything will be viewed as positive feedback. Reaching this level is an advanced stage that can be achieved immediately with a proper mindset. You can feel rich right now in this very moment and therefore experience what it feels to be rich. Again, it has nothing to do with a certain dollar amount. Being rich is all about a feeling within you, and no matter what appears to be showing up in your outer world, you can experience feeling good, or happy, or rich within your mind and body. This inner security and this knowing is the new form of rich. When you focus on being an abundant vibration, you then also attract the material manifestation of those things you see happening in your life. Initially, the more you come from a vibration of being rich, the more your past patterns and beliefs will surface, and you can begin to let these limiting thoughts go. You will then begin to experience more of what you want and less of what you do not want, because the old patterns will no longer be dictating your current choices. This results in completely new outcomes that align with what you want to create. You will experience a new reality that includes everything that you have always hoped for but have not yet experienced. Abundance will often show up in the form of money. Abundance will also show up in the form of joy, love, connection, and many other ways that will feel amazing. Your job will be to notice and love each form of abundance and express gratitude for how your life is unfolding. Also, understanding at all times that everything is working perfectly to get you to your intended destination. As you have probably noticed or possibly wondered, I did not name this chapter at Rich because this chapter is all about being rich. You can start the process of being rich right now just by choosing empowering thoughts and dreaming about things that you want to see happen in your life that sound fun and would be meaningful. This is a completely different viewpoint, with the focus always on where you are going rather than the past. An inside look at redefining being rich. I have experienced this firsthand. How I define being rich has completely changed. I used to think once I had a certain amount of money, then I could do what I really wanted. I lived as if my life was only going to happen in the future rather than it all being possible right now. Instead of waiting to get rich as defined by most of society, I decided I was rich and began doing some of the things I had always thought I would do when I was rich. In this past year alone, we have gone to Universal Studios in Orlando with my entire family, gone camping in the Sequoia National Forest with my family, went to Los Cabos, Mexico for 6 days all-inclusive at a gorgeous resort with my wife, spent a week in Denver visiting family, and spent a few days in Southern California wine country tasting wines with my wife. All these events combined were nearly 5 weeks worth of time off, and only something I could have ever imagined doing if I were a millionaire. Not only could I have never imagined taking this much time off, but I could have never imagined having the money to pay cash for all these things. I did not realize all these things were possible until I showed myself how. These places and these trips had all been dreams of mine that I was putting off until day when I had the money, or day when I thought I was rich enough to afford them. When I started to understand I was rich right now, the money began to show up regarding how to pay for them. The money presented itself once I acted on the ideas that came to mind and when I got in touch with my feelings about my true worth. This may sound outlandish or hokey, although I can assure you this is exactly what happened. Changing my thoughts on what was possible and getting clear on what I wanted made a dramatic difference in what I was able to create in my life. In the last few chapters of this book, I will actually share the tools I used to let go of my limiting thoughts about money that had a major impact on my abundance and my ability to create the possibility of these trips. We did more this past year than we had done in the previous 5 years combined. Next year we are upping the fun possibility ante, so to speak, and traveling to even more places that have been on our bucket list. We have a family Caribbean cruise planned for the beginning of the year that is already paid for, and it will be a surprise to our kids for Christmas. A cruise has been on our wish list for years now, and we finally have made it a reality, knowing that there was nothing stopping us from going but our thought that it was impossible due primarily to time and money. We are also in the beginning stages of planning a family trip to Hawaii, which has also been on the wish list for many years. This used to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream, but now we know we are going and just need to plan the details. Same thing with a trip to Europe and a bunch of short weekend trips up the California coast and a quick getaway to Cabo again. The possibilities are endless, and we are getting even more clear on what we want and then moving toward creating exactly that. It is so much fun, and now that we have done it numerous times, we see exactly what this process looks like toward making these trips happen. I share this not to brag or show off, but rather to show you exactly what possibilities exist. I feel richer now than I ever have, and guess what? I made more money this year working less than ever before. How did I do this? For starters, I set the vivid intention that I wanted to make more money than I have before and got very clear on what that looked like. I battled an old thought pattern that working harder was the only way to make more, but I have since shattered that limiting belief. Instead of working harder to make more money, I spent more time working on myself and understanding what had held me back up to this point. I practiced what I am sharing now by following the conscious equation of which I have been practicing and fine-tuning for years in order to play a bigger game. I visualized the money flowing to me easily, and it began to do exactly that while taking action on making it too. I no longer believed that what I wanted was up there and instead realized the possibility of anything was within me. I have experienced what it means to be rich as I have described it here to you. I can claim to have $1 million as of yet, although I am on my way, but I can tell you that I am able to create what I want in my life now. Beyond the money, and even more importantly to me, I have more love and meaning in my life than ever before. I spend my time with a deliberate intent to impact other people's lives and open them up to a new world of unlimited possibility. I feel more connected and centered than I ever have before, and I can actually say that after years of feeling like something was wrong with me and that life was not going the way I thought it should, that I am now happy and extremely grateful for all the experiences. I am blessed. I don't say this from the perspective that I have more than other people. I say that I am blessed because I understand how fortunate I am to actually understand I have been given the greatest gift I could ever have been shown, the ability to see what I am truly capable of and who I really am. My health consciousness now goes well beyond just money. I have created a life where I get to be present for my kids' sporting events and school activities. I get to go to teacher conferences and see them win awards. I am often home when they arrive home from school, and I get to play with them. I used to be dead tired and emotionally unavailable when I came home from my old job, not having enough energy in my tank to truly engage with them. I am becoming the father and the husband that I intended as each day progresses. Getting to be around for my kids' lives has always been one of the main aspects of my vision toward being rich. I figured if I had enough money that I could do whatever I wanted. I finally realized I was using the excuse of not having enough money as the limiting factor towards stopping me from doing whatever I wanted. I followed the conscious equation to develop an unlimited possibility mindset. I now living my dream lifestyle, and it feels so amazing. Being rich is way more than only money. I married my dream girl from college. It was one of the first times I practiced the conscious equation, and the funny part is I did not even know it at the time. I had a huge crush on my future wife in college, but at the time I was only able to pull off the best friends label by going on a few dates with her and hanging out occasionally. After college, much to my surprise and delight, she actually sought me out. I was no dummy and took the opportunity immediately. We got married a few years later and had our first of 3 children a few years after that. We always had a great relationship, and to this day, including our resulting kids, I consider our marriage my very best creation ever. We are different in a lot of ways, and yet we also get each other at a deep level, allowing one another to be who we are. As my thought process has changed around money and being rich, my wife Megan and I have been able to do so many more things together. With work, responsibilities, kids, and life in general, it is easy to take marriage for granted. I adore her more than ever, and she is my best friend who I treasure spending time with. We have a blast together. I can even begin to put a price on this creation because our love is priceless. Just the two of us took a trip to Cabo for her 40th birthday, and we went to Vegas for a quick getaway. We have been going on many more dates than we used to go on. Our intent is to have as much fun as possible because we both believe that living life to the fullest and having a blast is one of the main purposes of life. I share this story not to brag, but instead, as another example regarding how my definition of being rich has changed so that all these things are possible. We went almost 3 years without doing any of the things I just described. We were stagnant, and mostly it was because I felt broke and lost. I felt like a failure and was licking my wounds for a few years after my t-shirt business venture went under, and we lost practically everything. It was not acceptable for either one of us to live our lives without doing some of these things we had been putting off for years. So about a year ago we planned out 2013 with our kids and declared what we were going to do together. We were not sure how we were going to pull it off, but we sure as heck were not going to live from this limited and scarce mindset anymore. These are all examples of what being rich is all about. You can create your own definition by thinking about how you would spend your time and what you would do if you had the money you believe you needed to do it. Let's say you want to go to Italy for a vacation. Here is an example of what possibility and being rich can look like. Possibility in action. You acknowledge it has been a lifelong dream to go to Italy. Yes, this is one of my dreams. In this very moment you have no extra money and have no idea how this is possible. Regardless, you declare you are going to Italy in August for 10 days. As soon as you set this intention, you begin to look online for airline prices and places to stay. You research travel magazines and websites. Just as you thought, it won't be cheap, and you begin doubting it is possible. Then you remember what you read in this book. You understand your limiting thoughts that have held you back are coming to the surface again, so you decide to keep moving toward traveling to Italy by again declaring that you are definitely going to Italy in August. As you continue your research, you come across an article regarding the best time to buy flights to Europe, and that date is only a few months away. You realize that if you cut back on eating out for the next 3 months, that you could afford the ticket. Hurdle number 1 accomplished. But you still have serious doubts about the accommodations. You want to go with your spouse, so hostels are out of the equation. If you are going all the way to Italy, then you want to enjoy some nice places. You again look online for deals and are losing hope that you can find a place in Rome and Venice that you can afford. You decide to ask some friends who have been to Italy, and you keep looking once per week to see if anything shows up. The most important thing is that you never lose sight that you are going to Italy and have complete trust that you will find a way. Then a crazy thing happens. In May, you find out that you are getting a $1,000 bonus at work for a team project that greatly surpassed its goals. You weren't even aware that the bonus was possible. By now, you were figuring that you needed an additional $2,000 after the plane ticket for food, accommodations, and some touristy things. You had almost enough for the plane ticket already and were just about to buy those. Fear was definitely coming up because you didn't want to buy the non-refundable plane ticket if you could and afford being there. You continue and trust that there is a way that exists for what you want despite not being able to see it right now. Although you have come so far with your desire to go to Italy, it still seems doubtful and brings you great discomfort. There is a part of you that feels only rich people go to Italy and that it is reckless to spend this amount of money when you are barely making ends meet financially. Again, you persist and your desire to finally go to Italy is bigger than your fears or limiting thoughts. You go ahead and buy the flights despite your concerns, trusting it is all going to work out just fine. The following day you come across a travel site that is advertising a bed and breakfast. Someone who had prepaid for 5 days in Venice could no longer go and there was a no refund policy. They had paid $2,000 for 5 days but were willing to sell for half that price. Raise, you think to yourself, that is the exact amount of your bonus. You have done the math, and with flights you are only going to need 8 days of housing. You check this out with a specific bed and breakfast to make sure it was and a scam, and sure enough it was a go. Wow, now you are cooking. A lifetime dream is unfolding before your very eyes. Some doubt and trepidation is still coming up, but you have now seen enough evidence that nothing will stop you from going to Italy. It only 2 weeks before you are about to go and you have saved up an additional $800. You figure you need at least $500 for food while you are there despite planning to eat light, getting breakfast included for 5 days at the B&B, and no plans to eat at fancy tourist places by finding deals at local hidden spots. You then try to find accommodations of the 3 remaining nights in Rome for $300, which concerns you because everyone keeps telling you Rome is expensive. You decide to give it a whirl with an online travel discount site. It won't tell you the exact hotel, but you find a price for $125 during the week, which is amazing. You go ahead and reserve it and think to yourself that you will make the most of the accommodations no matter what. The hotel location is in a decent spot that is safe, so you trust that all will be well. The day for your trip arrives, and you board the plane to Italy. You are almost in tears thinking about how long you have had this dream and what you were able to overcome to make this happen. You had thought that only wealthy people go to Italy for 10 days. But you were on a plane going there now. You have experienced your power and what you were able to create. Sure, There were many obstacles, but you had taken on each one and were about to embark on the vacation of a lifetime. You also realized this was just the beginning. You had reprogrammed yourself on what was possible and what needed to happen in order to go on this trip. You were focused and about on the lack or not having enough money. You decided it was time to go, declared exactly what you wanted, and proceeded toward that destination. You experienced the process of an idea coming to fruition, and now that you experienced this, you better understand how to apply this to other areas of your life. Your definition of being rich completely changed after your trip to Italy. Although your bank account hadn't grown as of yet, while you were in Italy you felt richer than you ever had in your entire life. You were so grateful to get to see so many sights you had always dreamed about, and you were delighted to have many meals provided to you for free from wonderful people you met while there. The entire experience was magical, and you felt like you were floating on clouds. Your energy was higher than it had ever been before, and you realized that you want to feel this way all of the time. You now get that it was possible to feel that way and that these feelings were your natural state, not the feelings of fear and lack that you had clung to for so many years. This, my friends, is a great example of what is possible and what it means to develop an unlimited possibility mindset. It is a portrait of the conscious equation in action and how you can apply your dreams. It demonstrates perfectly that being rich is not about having a certain amount of money. Nothing is holding you back, including money, except yourself and your belief about what is possible. Once you experience something in your life similar to this Italy trip, there is no going back to your old limiting ways of thinking. Once you consciously know what is possible, there is no way to ignore what you experienced and settle for your old, lower vibration. Your task is to keep repeatedly showing yourself that anything you could ever imagine is within your realm of possibility. How would you feel if this happened? What would it look like? What would it mean for you? What are you willing to do differently? Why start being rich someday when you can begin today? You can begin to feel love, abundance, and joy right now without anything else needing to happen. The magic of possibility is in you right now. Part 4. Tools. In this last section of this book, I intend to provide you some extra tools that will help you develop your unlimited possibility mindset further and help you navigate your way through the conscious equation. These are the tools that I attribute to playing a major role in my success and changing my beliefs and living from unlimited possibility. These tools will enhance your experience toward participating in what this book has taught you by helping you deal with the obstacles and past patterns that you need to release now. Change and growth takes deliberate intention to let go of your false self and the illusion you have believed to be true that are not. You have spent many years developing your belief system, and to think that it may have been a waste or that you are led astray is difficult for many people. Rather than working through these limiting patterns, many people just try to convince themselves they have it all figured out, despite their life not being anywhere near how they want it and having no idea how to change it. These tools will help you do the work. They will help you change your vibration and your mindset about yourself. The more you practice these tools, the faster you will start to experience a new reality. This section is vital to your success. It's the portion that many books leave out that actually make all of the difference. I have no desire to get your hopes up about living your dreams only to have you fall back into your old patterns. The following tools are all designed to help you experience a deeper level of your power and truth. I will describe each one of these tools in detail and further encourage you to become a student by practicing these tools as often as possible, along with researching them even further outside of this book. Chapter 12. Tool number 1. The UP process. The first tool is what I call the UP process, which stands for the Unlimited Possibility Process. This is a process to be used on a daily basis when your old limiting thoughts, fears, and patterns come up in your life. The UP process is designed to help you have awareness toward limiting or negative feelings so you can release those feelings and realign yourself with who you really are and where you intend to go now. The UP process is a vital component to what I am sharing with you in this book because it is one of the main how tools. What you will see as I describe the UP process is that it is very similar to the conscious equation, yet at a more detailed, intimate level to be used in the present moment. This process is what you would use when fear, or doubt, or any kind of limitation starts to surface for you. The entire purpose of this process is to help you move through these negative feelings so you stay on track, and even further, to help you let go of the perceived limitation so it no longer has control over your life. The UP process. 1. Acknowledge feeling, fully feel what is coming up. 2. Allow, be present with the feeling. 3. Dissolve the illusion, Is this feeling real or is it just a reaction to a fear from past experience? 4. Reacclimate. Refocus on where you are going and what you want to create. 5. New choices. Respond consciously based on how you want to feel. Don't just react. When something happens that you do not like or does not turn out the way that you had hoped, feelings of frustration, anger, disappointment, confusion, and sadness often occur because you are having these kinds of feelings labeled as negative or ad. The tendency is to avoid and ignore these feelings, which only makes matters worse. An event occurs for a reason, and unless that reason is recognized, understood, and results in a new choice, the same event is going to happen again in either the exact same way or a similar fashion. Why does this happen? Because you are actually creating so much more about your life than you are presently aware. As I have discussed earlier regarding quantum physics, scientists have proven that you are creating your own reality. Every thought, belief, and choice is dictating the results you are getting, whether you realize this or not. The UP process is a very deliberate way for you to deal with past feelings and begin engaging in new feelings, behaviors, and choices that will ultimately change your results. This is a deliberate exercise to shift how you are feeling. The more clear you are in what you want to create, the greater clarity you will have about your feelings and your choices, which will bring about a new reality or experience. Let's take a look at what each step of the UP process asks us to do and the purpose behind each step. UP process. 1. Acknowledge feelings. You must first acknowledge how you are feeling in order to be aware that these feelings exist and have had control over you. When something happens to you, an event, then you must become aware of how this is making you feel. If you are having an intense reaction to an event in your life, then your feelings are a great indicator that this event has some kind of power over you. You need to identify whether or not the event is causing you positive or negative feelings. Action. Recognize and become aware of your feelings that surface from different events that happen to you. 2. Allow. The next step can be rather uncomfortable because you have been unconsciously reacting to your life in the same manner over and over. These reactions have caused the same feelings, which in turn keep giving you the same results. Another common occurrence is to avoid these negative feelings and ignore the pain from these events, which again just ensures the same results will continue to happen because your negative beliefs and feelings have never been dealt with properly. Instead of ignoring or avoiding how you are feeling, you must allow your feelings to dissipate. A simple way to describe this would be to just calm down. Yet I want you to go much further than this. I want you to honor the feeling so that you can let it go, and so it will no longer have the same power of you. You will be understanding at a deeper level where these feelings came from and how they have been controlling your life. Just being with your feelings and allowing them to occur will demonstrate that you are no longer afraid of them and that their power over you is fading. Once you allow yourself to feel what you have not consciously acknowledged before, then you can consciously let them go. After letting them go, there is now room to decide how you want to feel rather than just blindly reacting. Without allowing your feelings to just and without letting go of them, your old learned feelings will keep resurfacing until a new, empowering feeling has replaced them. Action. Simply be with your feelings at a non-judgmental and peaceful level for a few moments. Take a few breaths and just allow yourself to feel what is surfacing. Then say aloud or to yourself, if in public, acknowledge this feeling and understand this is a limiting belief I have about myself. I honor these feelings, and I am in the processing of letting these feelings go. 3. Dissolve the illusion. No matter how much it appears that what you are feeling seems to be happening nothing is happening it is happening echoes of you. All of your feelings are thoughts and beliefs you have about life and about yourself. Let me give you an example. If someone says something to you that you know for sure is just not true, then these words or this opinion does not bother you as much, if at all. But as soon as someone states something that you believe has some truth and that also happens to be negative, these words can cause an intense reaction and really hurt your feelings or make you angry. What is the difference in these two scenarios? In the first scenario, you disagreed with what was said, meaning you emphatically knew their opinion was just not true. Therefore, you did not allow it to bother you because you gave no power to the words. In the second scenario, at some level you agreed with what was being said about you, which caused a reaction that hurt your feelings and caused some sort of pain. There is a belief that something should be a certain way, and when it does happen that way, then it upsets you. Do you see what is happening? Do you see that these are your creations based on how and what you believe to be true? Your thoughts and feelings are being mirrored back to you. Your life is all based on the perspective you believe to be true, and no event that happens to you is necessarily the truest what you believe to be true. This is an important point that can and will change your entire paradigm. When you dissolve the illusion, you are realizing and becoming acutely aware that you have a choice in how you respond. You are responsible at some level for what has happened and how you are feeling. Nothing is outside you. Nothing can make you mad or make you happy. You need to start recognizing how you react to events and the role you play in creating them. In essence, dissolving the illusion is telling the complete truth about what happens in your life and taking total ownership for it. Everything that happens is because of you, and nothing is anyone else's fault. I have explained this in various ways throughout this book, but I also realize this concept might be challenging your past beliefs that everything is outside you. You will need to experience what I am sharing with you in order to comprehend this at a deeper level. For now, open yourself up to the possibility that you have control of how you respond toward everything and that you are creating your reality. Also, in this step of dissolving the illusion, you need to identify why you feel this way. Essentially, why is this bothering you, or why did an event in your life get such a rise out of you? This realization will help bring further awareness to areas of your life that have been problems or triggers for negative feelings. When you decide to look at what is bothering you at the core, then you can actually deal with the root issue. To put it in basic terms, for example, if you were getting stung by a swarm of bees, then of course you would look around to see what is going on so you could stop being stung by the bees. That seems like an obvious example, yet you aren't doing this in your life unless the pain is bad enough, like a bunch of bee stings at one time, to force you to look at the underlying cause of the pain. Most of the time you just keep getting stung because you are so used to being stung that you have adopted a belief pattern that getting stung by bees is normal and to be expected, qualifying it as the way it is. This is not true. Life is not about just enduring and getting hurt. You have adopted that belief pattern, and you need to dissolve the illusion about what you previously believed to be true. Once you ask yourself why you have felt this way, then you are first examining why this is making you feel bad, scared, angry, or whatever feeling is coming up. Next, you examine why you are feeling this way from a deeper perspective, meaning when did you first feel this way in your life and why? Where did the root cause from this learned reaction come from? After you dive into both of these whys, the reason behind the feeling and when you first felt this way, you can gain a much clearer and deeper understanding as to the reason certain events have happened in your life over and over again. Action. Examine your feelings and decide if they are true or if they are feelings you have learned based on past experiences. Examine why you are feeling this way and the root cause from the past. Ask yourself, why do I feel this way and when did I first start feeling this way? Then tell the truth about the origin so you can dissolve the illusion by declaring, I now better understand why I have felt this way and realize these feelings are not who I really am, nor do I have to continue believing them. I let this old feeling go right now. Take a deep breath and release the feeling on your exhale. 4. Focus on destination. A common problem that can occur is for you to dive into your feelings and then stay stuck there, never getting past step 1 in UP process. Therefore, after acknowledging your feelings and letting them go, you need to redirect your thoughts on where you intend to go and how you intend to feel. Frequently an event happens that can completely derail you from the direction you are heading. What is happening at this point is that you are creating an event to distract yourself from going in the direction you really want to go. You are creating this distraction based on fear and lack of belief that where you want to go is possible, since you have never been there before. It is very common to have an event happen and then get stuck there for days, weeks, and even years. The truth about a particular event is decided by you. You have a choice on how you feel, which then influences your desire or intention to keep going in the direction of your dreams. Refocusing on the destination will help ground you and aid you in keeping your eye on the prize. The distracting event was just another obstacle that needs to be dealt with, which is exactly what the UP process is helping you do. Realign with your vision of your life and why it is so important to you. Side note: this redirection is not about avoiding your feelings. You have already acknowledged your feelings and allowed them to be. This step is about making sure you refocus on where you want to go rather than just stopping after identifying and understanding your feelings. This will help you stay on track, avoid distraction, and realign with what you intend to create. Action. First, envision how you would like the event that just unfolded to go differently and see yourself responding exactly how you want and intend. Visualize your perfect day and your ultimate dream in great detail. Close your eyes if you are somewhere you can, and visualize this dream vision movie for at least 60 seconds or longer. At the end of this step, your energy level will increase dramatically, and you will be realigned. 5. Make a new choice. Now that you have visualized and reconnected with the direction that you intend to go, your dream life, you can make an empowered choice to deal with this event from a new perspective right now. Making this new choice is the focal point and purpose of both the possibility mindset method and the UP process. The intention is for you to have a new awareness so that you can make new decisions that are congruent with who you want to be and what you want to create, rather than old reactions from limiting patterns. Action. Decide how you want to respond to the event that just occurred and concentrate on how you want to feel and who you want to be in this moment. Ask yourself what would be the highest outcome and open yourself up to all possibilities. Make a new choice based on this new vision for your life. This new choice is based on choosing a new way to feel and or taking a new, inspired action. Let's play this out in an example to clearly illustrate the process. Let's say you find out through an associate at work that your boss made some very rude remarks about you. Your first impulse is to do what you have always done and charge into your boss' office to confront her and give her a piece of your mind. These kind of angry past reactions have also gotten you fired at previous jobs. You begin to understand there is a pattern you have with bosses and other authority figures, and you decide to use the UP process. You gone through the first 4 steps. 1. You acknowledge the feeling. 2. You allow yourself to feel how you are feeling. 3. You dissolve the illusion realizing you can feel differently. And 4. You refocus on where you want to go and you are determined to change the results when these kinds of challenging situations surface. You are now calm and on track in how you want to respond, especially after staying grounded when you spend some time thinking about the life you are now creating. You make the decision to respond differently, and you realize that although the things your boss said about you really hurt your feelings, there was also some truth to them. 30 minutes later you go to your boss' office and ask her if she has 10 minutes. You explain to your boss that you are trying to grow in areas that have held you back in the past, and you ask her if she could share areas that you could improve. Your boss is taken aback by your request and even comes clean about what she had said about you while also apologizing for saying these things behind your back. Your boss then proceeds to tell you some eye-opening feedback that is very difficult to hear. Yet you are surprisingly grateful to have the honest discussion because you were completely unaware of these items. All kinds of light bulbs start going off for you. You had previous meetings with your boss, but she had never shared these details with such transparency. This discussion felt as if she was coming to you more as a friend and mentor rather than your work superior. You also come to realize that your boss really cares about you, which means the world to you. You had made up so many negative stories about what your boss thought about you, and now you feel a little foolish learning that you were off base on your speculations. The outcome of this interaction leaves you hopeful and proud of yourself. You utilized the UP process and felt tremendously better just walking yourself through that brief series of steps. The new result is that you and your boss now understand one another better, and you seem to be getting improved treatment almost as if she respects you more. From this one conversation with your boss, the entire relationship has changed, and you see more and more possibilities. Even if had you not set up a time with your boss to have the candid discussion, the UP process would have paid huge dividends by stopping the negative feelings and unconscious reaction. This is the inner work and the old feelings that need to be released. There will be a mixture of choosing new feelings and taking new actions in a conscious response to old events. This was a lengthy example of the 5th step, make a new choice in the UP process. However, I wanted you to fully understanding what will transpire when you follow this process. Hopefully this illustration of the final step of the UP process gave you more clarity regarding how it can change your unconscious limiting patterns. You will begin to experience unlimited possibilities, all stemming from the choice to respond in a deliberate, empowered manner rather than with automatic anger and knee-jerk reactions. The UP process review. 1. Acknowledge feelings. Action. Recognize the event that happened and embrace your feelings. Dive into the feelings and don't push them away. To the highest extent possible, truly feel what appears to be happening within you. 2. Allow. Action. Simply be with your feelings at a non-judgmental and peaceful level for a few moments. Take a few breaths and just allow yourself to feel what is surfacing. Then say aloud or to yourself, if in public, acknowledge this feeling and understand this is a limiting belief I have about myself. I honor these feelings, and I am in the processing of letting these feelings go. 3. Dissolve the illusion. Action. Examine your feelings and decide if they are true or if they are feelings you have learned to believe based on past experiences. Examine why you are feeling this way and determine the root cause from the past. Ask yourself, Hi, do I feel this way, and when did I first start feeling this way? Then tell the truth about it so you can dissolve the illusion by stating, I now better understand why I have felt this way and realize these feelings are not who I really am, nor do I have to continue believing them. I let this old feeling go right now. Take a deep breath and release the feeling on your exhale. 4. Focus on destination. Action. First, envision how you would like the event that just unfolded to go differently and see yourself responding exactly how you want. Visualize your perfect day and your ultimate dream in great detail. Close your eyes if you are somewhere that you can, and visualize this dream vision movie for at least 60 seconds or longer. At the end of this step, your energy level will increase dramatically and you will be realigned. 5. Make a new choice. Action. Decide how you want to respond to the event that just occurred and concentrate on how you want to feel and who you want to be in this moment. Ask yourself what would be the highest outcome and open yourself up to all possibility. Make a new choice based on this new vision for your life. This new choice is based on choosing to feel differently and or taking a new inspired action. Chapter 13. Tool number 2. The power of meditation. I can easily say that meditation has had one of the biggest effects on helping me redirect my life from lack of clarity and frustration to possibility. I meditate every morning and it provides me great clarity and focus regarding what I want to create that day and how I want to feel. Some of the most famous and successful people in the world have designated meditation as an integral part of their success. People like Paul McCartney, Oprah Winfrey, Clint Eastwood, Russell Simmons, Jerry Seinfeld, Rupert Murdoch, and Ellen DeGeneres are just a few of the famous people in the world who are avid meditators. Growth experts like Jack Canfield, Wayne Dyer, and Deepak Chopra, just to name a few, share the importance of meditation in all their teachings. So why do all these people meditate, and why have I chosen to make meditation the cornerstone of each morning? Because meditation helps improve the quality of life in a variety of ways. I started meditating quite a few years ago, and in the beginning I really struggled. I would find a quiet place, sit down with my legs crossed, close my eyes and breathe. I had watched a couple of videos and read a couple of articles. I learned that there were hundreds, if not thousands, of ways to meditate, yet the common theme that ran through every technique I came across was to get out of your head, stop analyzing, just relax, and simply be in the moment. Well, for someone who had never done these kinds of techniques, I had no idea what any of these methods really looked like. Up to this point in my life, my mind was racing a mile a minute trying to analyze and judge everything in my life. As soon as I closed my eyes to meditate, my mind would start racing, and I could and stop all of the endless thoughts about what else I should be doing or could be doing with the time I was using to meditate. I would get very restless after just a few minutes, feeling very agitated and anxious. Needless to say, I was not a fan of meditating in the beginning, and I thought it was a waste of time. I kept with it though, because everything I read talked about how beneficial it was to health and mindset. Also, mentors that I highly respected spoke about the importance of meditation, and they seemed to be practicing it on a daily basis with great results. Over quite a few months of practicing, I was able to get up to about 10 minutes without feeling like I needed to be doing something else and without feeling agitated. It was a constant battle because my mind always tried to tell me I had more important things to do. In the beginning, I would often listen to my limiting voice yelling to stop meditating and do something worthwhile, because sitting there silently without moving was very uncomfortable. My mind and body did not know how to do nothing and to just be in the moment. I had been trained to constantly be doing something, so sitting still in silence was very difficult for me. Over time, probably a few years, I was able to get up to about 20 minutes of meditation in one sitting without having as many random thoughts and feelings of restlessness. I was able to learn to just let thoughts go just as easily as they had come. I stopped judging myself for having thoughts and stopped getting mad at myself when I felt restless. I just allowed myself to ease, which was a practice within itself. I was soon able to go into a deep meditation where I felt extreme peace and in a state without worry. In these deep states I felt intense love for life and myself, along with a profound sense of optimism toward what was possible. I craved the silence and going within, letting go of all my perceived problems. I loved the feeling of reconnecting with myself and becoming aware of the love within me. In the beginning, I was always trying to meditate in what I thought was the I'd way, which was just another method to analyze mediation and stay in my head. Slowly, over time, I just concentrated on being relaxed and centered. I call this kind of meditation island meditation. I was simply breathing in complete silence and letting go of all thoughts to the best of my ability while allowing the moment of now to just happen without judgment or worry. I eventually came across guided meditations. For me, these meditations were very helpful because while I was being guided either by someone's voice, or some kind of music sound, or both, it really helped me to connect and keep other thoughts from entering. I focused on the guided meditation, which helped my mind from wandering. This keen focus on the present moment helped me go into a much deeper meditative state and really helped me start to experience the true power of meditation. In some guided meditations, I focused on what I was intending to create in my life and increased my energy level to match the frequency of the vibration of that creation. The results were amazing. This is the first time I began to experience and truly understand that creating a life of my dreams and being successful was not only about just doing things. It also was very important to focus on being or to connect with the essence and feeling of what I wanted in my life. Another very cool result from meditating was that ideas and possibilities to questions or problems I had been having would just randomly pop into my mind. Some of my best ideas and choices came as a direct result from meditating. I listened to this information that came to me while meditating, and I took inspired action on these ideas. Without knowing it, I began following the UP process that I would later create. I started getting completely different results extremely fast and beyond what I had thought was possible. Over time I came to realize that meditation was allowing me to get out of my own way. It was helping me overcome my fears and helping me to stay focused and gain clarity on what I really wanted for my life. If I was feeling angry, I meditated, even if for a few minutes. If I was feeling sad, I meditated. If I was feeling frustrated, I meditated. I knew at a conceptual level that my negative feelings were not who I really was and that they were a programmed reaction that I taught myself over my lifetime. I did not want to feel negativity, but I was not sure how to feel differently. Meditation helped me redirect my energy toward what I wanted and who I intended to be in that present moment. It helped me reconnect with my true power and helped me dissolve the illusions I held about myself. I meditated enough that I could not help but notice all the benefits it was providing me both physically and emotionally. When I first attempted meditation, I would meditate for a few minutes and then give up, not trying again for a few weeks or longer. After a few years, does not need to take you this long, I was able to consistently get to a 10-20 minute time frame, and I started to see that I was enjoying meditating, yet I still had not developed the practices and daily habit of meditating. Over the last year, I decided to make this part of my daily routine by committing to meditating every morning for at least 20 minutes and oftentimes up to an hour. I make the time a top priority in my daily schedule, and that is why I ensure it happens. Now I also frequently meditate in the afternoon or evening for around 10 minutes. My next commitment is to meditate every night prior to going to bed. The thing I realized is that I needed to see the benefits and experience the enjoyment so that meditation did not seem like a vata but rather a atu. It should not just be another do item that needs to get done and checked off the list. I meditate first thing in the morning because I believe there is no better activity I could do in order to have a meaningful and productive day. It helps me start the day centered, focused, upbeat, joyful, and abundant. Ultimately, I feel truly alive because meditating heightens my senses. But the number one reason I love meditating is because of the gratitude I experience for my life during my meditations. I always end my meditation time focusing on all the wonderful things that have happened to me, that are happening to me, and that will happen to me. I want to share some of my favorite meditations and some techniques that have been very helpful to me. Initially, I was very resistant to meditating because it made me feel uncomfortable, almost like I knew it would help me deal with my negative beliefs and limitations I felt about myself, and I did not want to face them. I had many objections to meditating, and once I overcame these fears it became much more enjoyable. You may be experiencing some of these same issues, so I hope the following information will help you become more comfortable, and hopefully it will not take you 10 years to incorporate meditation into your daily routine like it did me. Making meditation enjoyable. Comfort. When I first started meditating, I did exactly as I was told in the books I read and videos I watched. I sat with my legs crossed and my hands resting on the tops of my knees. I sat up erect and straightened my back. After about 10 minutes my mind was screaming how uncomfortable I was and that the whole meditation thing sucked. My back really hurt, my bum was sore, and I felt very restless, which made for quite an unpleasant experience, which was not good since it made me not want to meditate. In fact, Lack of comfort was the #1 reason I had so much resistance in the beginning, and I believe this is the case for many people. I have come to realize meditation does not have to look exactly like it does on the videos or in the books. For me, being comfortable became my biggest priority, although in full disclosure, it took me about 7 years to actually overcome this objection to start doing what I am doing now. Yes, I am a slow learner. To increase my comfort level, I now use a rectangle piece of shag carpeting that is on top of a very soft pad. This combination of 2 layers of padding makes it very comfortable and soft to sit on. I'm not the most flexible person, and I have very long legs, so my legs used to cause me problems too. Now I put pillows under each leg to help prop them up comfortably. As for my back, I sit in a corner of the room and put a pillow directly behind my back. The pillow provides me lower back support, and the wall helps keep me upright. I prefer the corner to have support on both of my shoulders. I know some people who just lean up against a flat wall. Choose whichever method works best for you. The reason these comfort factors have been so important for me is that I'm no longer distracted by being uncomfortable. It's actually so comfortable that I enjoy this posture, and it allows me to meditate for long periods of time rather than focusing on being uncomfortable. I am still performing the posture most recommended in the meditation techniques with just a little bit of support, so it is not a struggle to sit still. Some diehard meditators might claim this is cheating or goes against the true form, yet I say comfort is crucial. One of the main intentions of meditation is to get out of your body, and being comfortable has taken all objections from my body off the table. Designated time. Habitual. Finding time used to be one of my biggest objections or reasons I rarely meditated. I told myself I was just too busy, and unless there was almost nothing standing in my way, I used time as my excuse to avoid meditating. In actuality, this was just resistance and me finding excuses not to meditate despite knowing it was good for me. After having meditated for a few years, I would occasionally find time here and there, yet I never really developed the habit or practice. I eventually made the commitment to start every day by meditating first thing in the morning right when I woke up. My morning routine now looks like this. I get up, have a glass of water, put some clothes on, stretch, and start meditating. I can think of no better way to start my day. It clears my head, gets my blood flowing, gets me focused on what I am creating, and centers me with who I really am. I put aside all the thoughts of what needs to get done, and I just am in that moment. Deliberately meditating at a specific time and doing that every day for a month, even if just for 10 minutes, will make this practice become a habit. I started out committing to just 10 minutes to develop the practice, and now I average about 30 minutes per meditation. I have meditated so many times and gotten so much benefit from this practice that I really look forward to doing it. Time almost seems to stand still, and 30 minutes often seems like 5. Decide when you are going to meditate and make it the most important thing you do every day at that time. Everyone can get up 30 minutes earlier. If you really want the change you say that you want, then you need to be open to doing things in a new way. Getting up and meditating is a great way to develop the habit, make the time, and increase your discipline toward creating your dream life. Place. I struggled to find a good location to meditate for many years. I could not find a spot that was quiet enough or comfortable enough or warm enough, or any number of excuses. I used to meditate outside a lot when I first started, but stopped because I became rather distracted by insects and noises nearby. Meditating in nature can be an amazing way to connect or go deeper quickly, yet it often has some less than desirable components like bugs and temperature. Ultimately, I ended up choosing a place in my home that I designated as my meditation area so I couldn't choose weather, noise, or bugs as an excuse. Having a designated meditation spot is also beneficial for the energy that you will create in that space. The area will become a representation and memory of peace and connection. Treat the spot you choose as your sacred shrine and make it yours. This may be in the corner of a closet or in the living room, depending on how much space you have in your home. I recommend meditating in the same spot every time to help develop the habit and reduce location excuses. If you are traveling or not at home, then perform everything the same way and pick your new sacred temporary spot. How to meditate. I do not claim to be an expert meditator, So I recommend researching different kinds of practices and finding the method that resonates best with you. I got so caught up in doing meditation correctly and making sure it looked a certain way that I was always frustrated and missing the entire point of meditation. I finally learned that one of the main goals is to achieve a very heightened level of relaxation and peace. I could talk to you about alpha and beta states and all kinds of detailed things that makes meditation very technical, but there's no need to get caught up in all the technical details of meditating in the beginning. I recommend following my above tips to create a favorable environment in which you go into a deeper state of consciousness and reconnect with who you really are. Don't worry about what is going to happen or what you are going to get out of it. Simply do your best to not think about what meditating should look like or what should happen. If you are a beginner, then you will have thoughts and probably feel some sort of resistance because you are not accustomed to being still and have little to no control over your thoughts and mind. Once you have sat down and gotten comfortable, focus on your breathing. At first keep it very simple. Close your eyes and take a deep breath through your nose. Hold that breath for a few seconds, and then exhale deeply through your mouth. Slowly inhale and slowly exhale repeatedly. Keep doing this and focus on your breath. Notice yourself begin to relax, and if any thoughts come up, then just do your best to let them go and keep focusing on this pattern of breathing. You can keep the same pattern or have it slowly decrease into a rhythmic pattern without the deep breathing. Eventually, as you meditate more often for longer periods of time, your breathing will come to a very natural and slow pattern, almost as if you are barely breathing at all. For beginners, I recommend to only focus on the breathing and relaxing. This will help you get very connected and attain a peaceful state, which is beneficial on so many different levels. Meditation has been proven to be tremendous for your health and for helping bring clarity to your life. Another one of the biggest factors that meditation will bring you is it will make you much more aware or conscious of your surroundings. This awareness or being more conscious is very important toward making new choices and practicing what I am sharing with you in this book. It will help you become more deliberate instead of reacting to events that happen in your life. When you are in a calmer and more conscious state, then you will also make choices from a completely new vibrational level. If you are more advanced at meditating and have been practicing for a longer period of time, then I recommend ending each of your meditations by focusing on the energy you want to bring throughout your day. For example, you may want to focus on abundance or joy and raise these feelings in your vibration. Take a few seconds to visualize yourself throughout the day acting and behaving in a way that matches these feelings. Spend some time focusing on what you are creating in your life and the dreams you have. Immerse yourself in the feelings and pictures about the life you want to have unfold and how amazing it feels to know it is all happening right now. I recommend this to only people who have been meditating for a while, because beginners will just want to immediately use their mind to think about these things and get off track. The reason this happens is because a beginner mind is not yet trained on breathing and letting go of thoughts. For beginners, just breathing and relaxing is the key and primary focus. As meditating becomes easier and you are able to notice yourself drifting in thought, then it will become easier to redirect yourself back to letting go and relaxing. There are so many different kinds of meditations and ways to meditate, and again you need to find the method that works best for you. Meditation has easily been one of the best techniques I have used to create the life I have always wanted, and I am confident it will do the same for you too. Recommended guided meditation resources. I would like to share some guided meditation resources that have been instrumental for me. Although I meditate quite a bit by just breathing as I described above, I have also found guided meditations to be extremely beneficial and help me go into a deeper state more quickly. I really enjoy how guided meditations help me stay focused on just being and prevent my tendency to wander. Each guided meditation I am going to describe is different in approach. I also encourage you to research your own forms of meditation to find what best aligns with your preferences. HoloSense audio technology by Centerpoint. This is one of the first guided meditations that I ever came across a number of years ago. I tried the demo version and really liked the results, so I bought the CDs. I have been listening to this particular meditation for around 7-8 years now. I have provided a link to their webpage below, which will explain in much greater detail what HoloSense is all about and how it will help you attain a deeper meditation state. I can assure you that they are dedicated to helping you achieve a deep and peaceful level of meditation. I especially like this method because it involves soothing sounds like running water and sound bowls, which have always resonated with me. I primarily listen to Heat Dive, but they have other meditations that are amazing too. In case you would like to learn more, The website can be found by Holosense Audio Technology. Dr. Joe Dispenza Body Parts Meditation. I came across this guided meditation more recently and can say it was a major reason this past year was a giant leap forward for me on so many levels. I listen to this 49-minute meditation at least twice per week and absolutely love it. It aligns perfectly with what I am sharing in this book. Essentially, Dr. Joe Dispenza guides you through letting go of limiting thoughts and helps you get connected with what you want to be creating in your life. I was able to let go of some major limiting beliefs that were holding me back, and as a result, I created significant results in my life within a week of beginning this meditation. The reason I love this meditation so much is because it is a wonderful tool to help you get clear on who you are and what you are creating on a daily basis. Life can be difficult, and it is very important that you begin to change how you think and what you believe in order to transform your life. This guided meditation is a perfect tool that I highly recommend. It is less than $10, so there should be no price objections. You can download it instantly at Body Parts Meditation Super Manifesting Guided Meditations. This is a program created by Jeffrey Oswald that I bought a number of years ago. I really wanted the guided meditations, which I really like. But you also need to purchase his course that comes with it, which is $49. If you want 12 guided meditations that are good and mostly focus around money, then this might be up your alley. Make sure you focus on this book and finishing this course before considering diving into that. It's easy to go from one thing to another without lasting change. I recommend these as an additional possibility for meditating. You can learn more about them at Super Manifestor Meditations. Full disclosure, I am an affiliate, so I would earn a commission if you bought this program. I am not recommending this as a way to make money, just sharing what I have enjoyed. YouTube. I was going to provide you some links from YouTube that might be helpful, and then thought it would be better for you to research this yourself. There are so many choices available, and I will allow you to find what connects best with you. Put in a search of "to meditate" or some other descriptive phrase on YouTube and watch a few videos. Try a couple of different techniques and then commit to doing that meditation by following my previous suggestions. Some of my favorite meditations on YouTube are sound meditations like Tibetan chants or crystal bowls. You can do a search for sound meditations or relaxation meditations and see what comes up in the search, and then look at the side options for even more choices. In the beginning, it is important to explore and experience so you can determine how you best like to meditate. Just like with anything in life, there is not just one path, only the path you create. Chapter 14, Life Management. How to get more things done that matter to you and get closer to living your dreams. I could write an entire book about this chapter alone. I will share with you the heart of the matter so you can see how you are spending your time and then look at the possibilities regarding how that could change. I use the term life management instead of time management for a couple of reasons. First, I think it is important to focus on managing your life rather than just time. When people focus only on time and fill their day, they are not necessarily focusing on what they want. Most often they are focusing on a list of things to get done and filling their day with things they could really care less about but feel obligated to get done. Using life management as the focus brings awareness to the fact that how you spend your time is also how you are creating your life. As you go deeper and deeper into the unlimited possibility process, you will find yourself spending more time creating what you actually want and less time filling your schedule with to-do items you could care less about. In fact, you will look back and be surprised at how naturally this happens. The second reason I use the term life management is because it has a completely different vibration level. It is much more exciting to manage your life than it is to manage your time. Managing your life is your intention, and time is one of the tools you will use in order to help you arrive to your intended destination. So how do you manage your life? For starters, by utilizing and practicing everything you have read in this book. This book is designed to give you a new perspective regarding what is possible and show you how to start living from an unlimited possibility mindset. This is a process that you are in the midst of learning right now. Your entire life has caused you to buy into a specific set of beliefs that are dictating everything you choose to do and every decision that you make. All of the books on time management may be good at getting things done, but are they good at helping you achieve what you really want? Most people spend much of their time distracting themselves and avoid what is truly important to them. This happens because they don't see how it's possible to spend their time doing what they want. Therefore, They just fill up their schedule in the attempt to make themselves feel good about accomplishing a bunch of to-do items. You need to start developing the deliberate habit of managing your life. So, what does a manager in the workplace normally do? They guide people in a certain, specific, and intended direction. A manager analyzes what is happening and determines if the specific target is being obtained and whether or not things are on track. If there are problems and the results are not aligning with the intended destination, then the manager will look at what is wrong and make changes. You are the manager of your life. No one else has control over you. No one else is stopping you or causing you to fail. You are the sole manager dictating every step of the way. If you have started practicing the concepts taught in this book, then you have started the journey of becoming the manager of your life. You have taken responsibility for your life, and you are figuring out where you want to go, why, and what it will take to get there. When you have the mindset that you are managing your life, then and only then, will you have the focus to spend your time performing activities that align with what you really want. Having the mindset that you are the manager of your life is crucial toward transforming your life. It may seem like a very simple concept to you, but what if you wake up every day thinking about how you are going to manage your day? How do you want to be today? What is your focus? How will you begin your day in order to be the best version of yourself that you can imagine? What are 2 things you can do today that will help you create your dream life? What will you do differently today than you did yesterday? What is something you will take off your normal to-do list that just isn't important to you anymore but that you have been doing through habit? When you ask yourself these kinds of questions, your entire life will change and your time excuses will begin to dissolve. These questions are filled with unlimited possibility, and make the primary focus on what you are creating rather than all of the other distractions that are zapping your time. These questions also all involve answers that you can control or manage. You are acknowledging to yourself that you are in control and that how you spend your time is essentially how you are choosing to engage in your life. How are you spending your time? Do you spend enough time each day doing what you enjoy? Do you spend the time you want with family or friends? If not, then why? Take a close look at your normal day. What do you love about it? What would you change if you could? Based on those answers, decide to do something today that you would enjoy. Try eliminating activities that you dislike or despise. If that activity is very important, then possibly try finding a way to delegate it. The point here is to try to show yourself that there are possibilities that exist that can free up your time so you can take action or utilize your time on what you are passionate about. As you begin to manage your day differently, you will realize your choices have changed and your intentions are more concerned with what you want rather than habitually going through old patterns that got you nowhere. You have woken up to the fact that you do have a choice and that there is time for what you want. You have used the excuse of having no time because you are scared to pursue what you really want. You are scared because you aren't sure it's possible. You are in the process of becoming the manager of your life and nothing will stop you from attaining what you are starting to experience is possible. 3 simple ways to manage your day effectively. 1. Morning routine. Have a morning routine that increases your energy level, aligns you with what you are creating, and gets you excited for the day. I recommend starting the day by having a big glass of water, then meditating, and finally visualizing how you intend to be throughout the day and seeing your dreams coming true. A good morning routine will help you be very deliberate about how you feel and will keep you focused on what you are creating. 2. Map your day. Write down how you want to see your day go. This is not necessarily a to-do list. Describe your attitude, how you plan to engage other people, and each of your activities you plan to perform. Write down the most important things you would like to accomplish and start with an action item you can take toward what you want to create. For example, you may have a job and a number of things you need to get done in that work environment. Before writing down all the things in your job, write down at least one thing you will do today toward creating your dream life. For example, if your job is to manage people, but your dream is to become an author, then your one thing today could be to create an outline for your book. Tomorrow it could be to write the introduction. Then the day after that, your one thing could be to start writing the first chapter. Designate a time when you will do this. Will it be first thing in the morning prior to work, at work, or later that evening? Get specific about how and when these tasks will be done. I highly recommend making map your day your first priority or you will fall into the trap of getting everything else done but not finding the time to do what you really want to do. It's a common trap, and this is how you solve that problem. Make it a priority by scheduling it into your life. Manage your day by making sure you are engaging in activities that are moving you toward what you want. In review, Spend a few minutes mapping your day by writing down how you see your day unfolding with the energy you want to have, the attitude you envision maintaining, and the activities you choose to engage in. The goal is to look back on your day and see that you were deliberate with your choices and your actions. You want to avoid falling victim to wondering where the time went and feeling empty that you did not do something that felt worthwhile with your life. 3. Make your heart sing. Every day you need to do something that you absolutely love. This could be spending time with your family, reading a book, watching a good comedy, taking a walk in a park, having a drink with a friend, or whatever you just love doing. You may catch yourself not having a very long list or not being able to think of much. Solve this dilemma by getting out a piece of paper and writing why favorite things to do at the top of the sheet. Begin writing down as many things as possible that you enjoy doing. Don't think about having the time or money or anything else. Just write down what you love doing, no matter how big or small it is. You might have something like adding my dog on your list that seems small, or you could possibly have bigger things like aching an overnight with my spouse to my favorite hotel without the kids. Don't stop with the list until you get to at least 50 items, and if you can come up with more than that, then keep going until you can thinking of nothing else. The purpose of this exercise is to have a prepared list of items to turn to in the event you are stumped about what you can do each day to make your heart sing. Another aspect to this list is that many of the things on it are how you would love to be spending your time in your dream lifestyle. Every day you need to do at least one of these activities for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, these activities will keep you grounded and will bring you added joy. Having fun is what life is all about, and if you are not having much fun in your day, then you will feel out of balance and start doubting what life is all about. Having fun and finding meaning in life are synonymous. You might perform the same activities over and over again, which is fine as long as they bring you joy and you love doing them. Performing these activities will also help you increase your energy, bring you more peace, and show you that you do have control of your life. You can manage what is happening in your life in each moment and how you choose to feel. Chapter 15, Tool number 4. Possibility partners, getting support to help you stay on track. One of the biggest reasons clients share with me that they are having trouble toward creating their dream life is that they feel very lonely. They have decided to embark on a new journey, yet the people in their lives and their environment are exactly the same, which makes it difficult to find support and make new choices. My clients often share that they feel like they can't tell their family or even some of their friends because they fear their friends or family won't be supportive. These feelings of isolation and loneliness are actually valid concerns. The people in your life can be your biggest dream killers if you allow them to be. Eventually you will get to a point with the unlimited possibility mindset that no one can say anything to you that would derail you. Their words will have no effect on you because you will realize what they are saying represents their current belief system, not yours. In the beginning of this journey, it is important to only share your dreams and what you are intending to create with people you know will be supportive. Embarking on the path toward creating a new life can be a fragile time, full of doubt. When you tell someone you have new aspirations, it is common that they will try to knock you down or create doubt because of their own limiting beliefs or fears. If you doubt the reaction of telling your friends or family, then follow your gut and don't bother until their opinions will not have an effect on you. You do not need to spend your energy convincing someone else of what you believe is possible. You will find as you travel farther on this journey that it does not matter one iota what other people think. It only matters what you think. The feeling of being lonely can be very real. I have experienced it myself on numerous occasions, and it was definitely a low point in my life. I have often refrained from telling my friends what I really believe in fear of them thinking I am weird and out of concern that they might not want to hang out with me anymore. It has taken me many years to care less and less about what other people think of me. I finally realized that spending my energy and time pleasing other people is another distraction keeping me from living what is possible. I used to remain at a certain level of achievement or growth based on where my friends were, so I would and feel like we were drifting apart. I unconsciously chose to play a smaller game so I could feel accepted and so I could keep the same friends who made me feel comfortable. Eventually I was able to let go of that limiting belief by realizing that everyone is on their own path, and if my friends did not understand or accept me for who I intended to be, then they weren't the best friends for me anymore. Of my current friends, I cannot think of anyone that I speak with on a regular basis that would doubt my dreams or try to change my course. I have surrounded myself with other like-minded people who are following their bliss too and who want to be supported in their journey while supporting me in mine. When I finally pursued my dreams, I realized that the people I hung around were crucial toward my success. I recommend spending your time with people you admire and who are doing things with their lives that you would like to do with your life. If your friends only sit around complaining about their lives while do nothing about it, then you can easily find yourself doing the exact same thing. On the other hand, if your friends are going for their dreams and creating their lives purposely, then you will be inspired to follow that same path. You need to become very aware of your friends and how they make you feel. I am not saying just immediately drop any negative friends that you have, but over time you will start realizing the friends you resonate with and those that bring you joy. You will also start noticing the negativity some friends bring into your life, and you will realize they are not people you want in your life anymore. Finding a possibility partner. It is extremely helpful to have someone in your corner who knows exactly what you are intending to create in your life. The reason it is helpful is because their feedback and positive support will help you see things you may not be able to see. Further, their support will help you through the more difficult, challenging times. Having someone help you get back up when you are knocked down and encourage you to keep going is not absolutely necessary, yet it can make your journey much more enjoyable. I recommend thinking about someone who you think wants to change their life and who might enjoy this book too. Yes, I would love to sell more books and I am open to that possibility, but the real reason I recommend finding someone who would like this book is so that you can develop the unlimited possibility mindset together. You can also participate in the free course together that you can sign up for at the end of this book. I call this person who will help support you and vice versa a possibility partner. You will share your hopes, dreams, fear, and worries with one another. Sharing your dreams with another person, or even a few other people, is a powerful action step that demonstrates to yourself how serious you are. You might feel vulnerable at first and wonder how they will respond, which is why it is important to choose someone that you believe will be very supportive and positive. In choosing a possibility partner, make sure you identify someone who will not only be supportive but also someone who wants to aim for their dreams and take action too. Having a possibility partner is a two-way street. It is not about just having them support you. You will get just as much out of this partnership by supporting them as you receive from them supporting you. Why does this happen? Because when you hear your possibility partner share things with you, it will help you recognize thoughts, viewpoint, limitations, and fears while bringing you greater clarity on your own. Run-on sentence, maybe simplify or divide up sentences. Helping them overcome their obstacles will also help you coach yourself as you notice more and more about what has been stopping you. Essentially, your possibility partner is your biggest fan, and you are their biggest fan. If they need to talk, then you are there for them. If you have a problem, then you can count on them to be there for you. The main focus of this relationship is not to dwell on the past or what is wrong, but rather, to constantly keep each other on track to where you both intend to go. Sometimes you will need to snap the other person out of their victim story about themselves and remind them that the past is no longer real and does not have to hold them back any longer. There might be some love stating that a limiting belief is no longer true and that they need to move on. You might recommend meditation to them or help them use the UP process to become realigned. Now I want to be clear that it is not critical that you have a possibility partner. Although I highly recommend it, it is very helpful while you are in the beginning stages of becoming more serious about changing your life. Again, find someone who has big dreams, wants to change, and who you would enjoy working with. If no one comes to mind, then set the intention you are aligning with that person right now and trust that they will come. Once you find a good fit, then make a commitment to each other on how you would like the partnership to look. Discuss how often you will talk. I recommend communicating in person, but by phone is fine too. In what ways you will be there for each other, the manner in which you each prefer to receive feedback, and other details of how you would like to see this partnership unfold. You get to create this relationship in the same manner you get to deliberately create everything else in your life. Imagine what characteristics you would want your possibility partner to possess and do everything you can to be that for your partner along with what they specifically ask from you. What you are giving to them as a partner will have a significant effect on what you gain from the relationship. Also, Focus on having fun and make sure you stay positive and on track, focusing on where you both want to go. Take an assessment after the end of each meeting and decide if this is how you would like future meetings to be. Constantly focus on becoming a better partner and having more meaningful meetings that become even more and more powerful. The more you put into these meetings and what you can give, the more you will get out of them and the more worthwhile they will become. As with anything in life, your possibility partnership will be what you make it. Chapter 16. Tool number 5, True Forgiveness, the Path to Freedom. One of the biggest untold tragedies happens every day throughout the world, and when it ceases, then an entire new world of possibility emerges. What is this tragedy? Blame and guilt. Most people go around blaming everything and everyone for how they are feeling. Because of this blame and negativity, it makes them have remorse for having felt this way. Many people blame others, which then makes the possibility of change something that is outside themselves and something they can control. Even further, based on this blame, they usually make choices out of spite, anger, or disappointment that don't make them feel any better. In fact, the blame makes them feel worse and then they feel guilty. What is the common theme here? Blame is based on an event or something that happened in the past. We feel the need to reclaim our power based on what happened to us. Rather than consciously choosing to be who we want to be, instead we respond unconsciously, realizing that not only did our response not help, it made the situation and our feelings about it even worse. The end result is guilt. Although much of our blame is directed toward other people, the blame we put on ourselves can be rather harsh. We blame and beat ourselves up and then we feel guilty about that too. It's a vicious cycle that gets perpetuated every day and serves no purpose but to keep us stuck and feeling bad. Guilt and blame are two of our biggest distractions to avoid the life we really want. The problem is that these feelings are often just underneath the surface, making us unaware of them, and consequently they suck the life out of us bit by bit. Instead of experiencing these past events once and then moving on, we relive them in our mind over and over again, which forms a limiting belief about that event, and our mind concludes that type of event is something to avoid at all costs. Ultimately, we label how we perceive the event as truth and then do everything in our power to avoid having that happen again because it felt so awful. The consequence of this is that we are actually focusing what we don't like and what we don't want to have happen. We are focusing on the past rather than what we want and where we are going, which keeps us stuck. This is where most people get trapped. They either completely do their best to deny the past or they try to focus on the future without even having really let go of the past. We make tremendous strides and leaps of growth in our lives when we actually deal with our past and let it go. What I am about to describe to you might be very difficult to receive. It is a very different way to view your life, and it might challenge you. I'm choosing to spell this out and make you aware of this in order to help you consider the possibility of how this could empower you to move on from the past. When we focus on the past, then we are continuing to make it real. The past is no longer real. It is an illusion. I don't mean to minimize what happened to you or that it doesn't matter. What I am saying is that you are choosing to relive the past and letting it have power over you rather than letting it go. Why do we do this? Why do we hang on to things that are painful? Quite simple. We think we are protecting ourselves from having it happen again, but instead, by continuing to relive it, then we are contributing to having the past repeat itself. People have no idea that they are living their lives over and over again based on the past and have no idea how to let go of difficult, traumatic events or how to deal with them, so they no longer have power. We hang on to life events as if they will forever define us. Yet the only thing we can do to change the past is change the way we view it and let it go. The truth is that the only thing that is real right now is this very moment. Everything in the past and everything in the future is an illusion that we are creating. The realness of the past and future is all made up by us, which is not always a bad thing. Focusing on what we want to create helps us move in the direction. On the other hand, focusing on the past is how we keep ourselves stuck and feel we are not deserving of our dream life. In order to get to where you want to go, you can stay where you are. Think about that last statement. Can you imagine wanting to go somewhere, but not be willing to leave where you are? You want to go to New York, but refuse to leave Philadelphia. Guess what? Then you won't get to New York. Do you see the simplicity of this thought process and how it pertains to your life? Which brings us to the big question. Do you let go of the past? By first understanding that the past is over and no longer real. By realizing and telling yourself that the past is no longer something you want to repeat. By understanding your choice to stay in the past, feel guilty by it, and let it have power over you. This awareness will allow you to make new choices and leads me to a new definition of forgiveness that will have a huge impact on your life. Most people have been taught that forgiveness is the act of letting someone else off the hook for what they did wrong. The focus again is on someone else and what they did. It places all of the responsibility of feelings on something outside of yourself and beyond your control. Therefore, the logic is to think someone else did something that was not good, and you are forgiving them for what is wrong with them. There is a huge problem with this thinking, an old way of forgiving, and that problem is that nothing changes in this equation. Everything is about blame and there is nothing you can do. The control appears to be outside of yourself and about other people. Although the kind of forgiveness that lets other people off the hook for something they did to you can make you feel better temporarily, it will never give you the freedom from the past or fix what appears to be wrong. For clarity, I'm not saying that traditional forgiveness is bad or wrong. Letting other people off the hook and not resenting them for events that happen is very powerful for both parties. Utilizing the kind of forgiving I am talking about takes a completely different approach. This new forgiveness recognizes that what happened in the past is no longer real and that you have the choice to no longer have old feelings have any power over you. It is a very conscious and deliberate decision to let the past go right now rather than allow it to dictate your current emotions. This decision brings you the power and ability to let go of anything that has ever happened to you. I fully realize there are atrocities that happen in this world. People are murdered, raped, robbed, and hurt in a variety of ways. I am not taking away those experiences from anyone and not trying to undermine the significant role they have played in their lives. I am simply stating that those events no longer have to control how you feel, and they are not a reflection of who you really are. No matter what happens, you still have the ability to be happy and to experience what is possible. This is true freedom. People think once they have more money or more time or more of something, then they will be free. Those are all limiting beliefs that have nothing to do with actually being free. Freedom is knowing that nothing from your past can stop you and the realization that you are capable of experiencing anything that you so choose. The past is gone and now is the beginning of your future. In this moment you are free to create, to decide, to choose, to feel differently, and to experience a new life. The new forgiveness I am describing here is the realization that only now exists and letting everything from your past go by realizing that it is no longer real or happening. Do you see the vibrational difference in the shift? You no longer have to hold the memory of a teacher that called you dumb and think it true anymore. You no longer have to use one of your failures as the reason you do not believe it is possible to start a new business. You no longer have to believe that time or money are the reasons you can have the life you want. Those are beliefs learned from past events that are not true. You can begin telling yourself the truth about the past. It no longer exists, and has no power over you anymore. This kind of forgiveness can make radical differences in your life right now. Let's take a look at how you have been using the past to hold you back. Take 10 minutes right now and think about past events you have been focusing on and using as reasons to stay stuck. Really dive into your feelings and acknowledge the pain associated with these past events that you still are holding on to. Realize how much effort you have taken to avoid this happening again and see the fear that it has caused you. Now tell the truth about it. Here is my own example of what I am sharing. Example: failed business from my past. First, I remember how scared I was. I feel the fear behind potentially losing money or not making any and wasting my time. I feel lack of confidence and doubt that I have enough knowledge to be successful. I begin to realize how those fears continue to dictate many of my current choices. I start to understand through looking at the past how it continues to dictate my future. I declare that I want my old patterns to stop and I want to overcome my fears. I say the following aloud or silently: honor what happened to me when my business failed. I learned many lessons that will help me run a successful business in the future. I understand why I am afraid, and I see that there is no longer any reason for me to carry this burden of failure. I choose to let go of being angry and sad about this disappointment. I realize it is no longer real and has no impact on my ability to have a successful business. Right now, in this moment, taking a deep breath, I release this illusion from my past and let it go. I am so excited about who I am intending to be and all the evidence that continues to show up that everything is working out perfectly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To be clear, I'm not stating this exercise is something I do once and everything is just gone. I suggest performing this quick exercise in this new forgiving when you realize you are dwelling on something from the past. This is a mini version of the process I taught you earlier in the book. When fear, sadness, anger or any negative emotion comes up, It is stemming from something that happened in the past, even if it feels like it is in response to something happening right now. Your emotion is based on something happening now that you learned from your past. As you engage in this exercise more and more, then you will begin the process of not allowing past events to have control over your life anymore. I fully realize this might be making your head spin, or it may be somewhat difficult to comprehend. The form of forgiveness I am describing is a vastly different viewpoint that is probably very new to you, and your past beliefs are making you doubt this new possibility. These doubts are another example of the need for you to open yourself up to new possibilities and to see what is going on from a new perspective. The fact is that without this knowledge, we continue to make life harder than it has to be. Forgive the past as often as possible. Stop making real what has happened in the past. Decide to let the past go, not by denying your past, but by acknowledging the feelings and letting them go. When you let the past go, then you allow your life to unfold in a manner of your choosing. Chapter 17. Miscellaneous tools to explore. There are so many tools to help you on this journey. You probably already have some that you are using to keep you centered, focused, and inspired. Stay with your tools and add a few more to your arsenal so you stay on track and keep moving through whatever obstacles appear to be in your way. I am going to briefly share some other tools that either I use or plan to use in the future. As with anything I have recommended, explore and learn about these tools on your own. Find out what tools are available and which ones resonate with you, and then use these tools on a consistent basis so you become really good at performing them. Yoga. Yoga is a great way to connect your body with your mind. It is described as a system of exercise for mental and physical health. I have done yoga a number of times, and it very much challenges me both physically and mentally. I plan to perform yoga more frequently as one of my regular tools. Exercise. Increasing your heart rate and releasing endorphins is very good for your state of mind and your physical self. The body loves movement, and exercise can be a great stress reliever. I know exercise seems pretty obvious, but I recommend doing some form of cardiovascular exercise as part of your daily life. Do one form of exercise per day and make it habitual. No matter how small it is, make exercise a part of your daily routine. I do some muscular toning work at the gym a couple of times a week, but also go on a walk in the morning once the sun comes up. I use my walking time to get centered on what I want to create that day and to reflect on things I am working through. Food. What you put into your body has a tremendous amount of influence on your energy and your mood. Your body needs healthy foods in order to operate at a peak performance level. Healthy food will also help you make new choices. When you feel better, it becomes easier to make better, empowered choices. Eating garbage will decrease your energy level by making you tired and can often lead to sickness. Unhealthy eating also leads to body image issues. My recommendation is to find a healthy food that you consume every day in the morning. This food should be very good for you by raising your energy level and highly nutritional. My morning food of choice is a vegetable smoothie. When I was younger, I loved eating all kinds of junk. It did not happen overnight, but over a few years, by slowly changing my eating habits, I can now say my food options have changed dramatically and I feel much healthier inside and out. Nature walks. You could put taking nature walks under the exercise heading, but you could also put it under meditation, which is why I am sharing it with you as a separate entry. Walking silently in nature is a great way to connect with yourself and increase your energy level. Nature has a higher vibrational frequency and it is usually quiet and beautiful, which makes it much easier to be in the present moment and appreciate what is. Try incorporating nature walks into your weekly routine at first and increase the frequency over time. I have had major breakthroughs and have brainstormed some of my best ideas on nature walks. Have you ever just watched kids play? I have 3 children, so I can help but notice how amazing they are at playing. Kids are masters at staying in the present moment and making almost any situation they find themselves in as an opportunity to play. Children rarely take life too seriously, and if something is bothering them, they have the feeling or emotion and move on quickly. Choose one activity that you do every day, or you can choose one you may not enjoy that feels like a hobby and turn it into a playful activity. For example, listen to music and dance while you fold the laundry or take out the trash. Turn work activities into a game. Make mundane tasks into competitions with your family, like who can make their bed while laughing the loudest. Be creative, be playful, and most importantly, have fun. This practice of play will have a profound effect in every area of your life. Anything can be fun, if you are open to that possibility. A reminder to you: I wrote this book for you. I know what it's like to feel lost, stuck, hopeless, worried, and to wonder how what I want is even possible. I also know firsthand the intense desire to change my life. I know of all these things because I have personally lived them. I made the conscious choice a few years ago to live the most amazing life I could imagine. I was tired of playing a mall game, as I call it, by just showing up and getting by. I wanted to travel the world, spend my time performing what I'm passionate about, and help other people do the same. Most of all, I wanted to have fun. More fun than I had ever had or could possibly imagine. The problem was I only knew what I knew up until that point, and that knowledge was not enough to get me to where I wanted to go. I didn't know how to break out of my fears and make new choices. I was scared. I felt alone. Despite all the failures and doubts, I was beyond determined to show myself and my kids what was possible. I began learning everything I could, much like you are right now reading this book. In fact, this book is a detailed account of what took me many years to learn. What I have shared with you is what I have used to go from being broke to actually getting to travel and show my kids what is out there in the world. I no longer worry about bills. I spend my time serving people and following my heart. I make sure I have fun every day, and I am much more present in the lives of those people whom I cherish. I wrote this book for you because it is the book I wish I could have read 10 years ago. Sure, I came across many books that were very good, yet I had to put it all together and get bits and pieces here and there. I had to figure out the concepts and what I needed to do to actually apply them. I needed to discover the how. Many books told me to be happy, deal with my stuff, overcome fear, and let go. I just never got enough answers regarding how to do those things consistently and in a manner that brought me closer to what I wanted. My intention for this book was to go beyond what many books do. I wrote this as more of an operations manual on how to live from possibility and achieve your dreams rather than just passing along information to you. I also set the intention that I wanted this to be more than something you just read. I want you to experience what I have shared, so it is something you apply and repeat and eventually arrive to your intended destination. There is no need to continue wandering aimlessly hoping the next book you read has all the answers. Eventually you will need to take the steps to change your life, and this book is intended to help you do exactly that. Like I mentioned in the beginning, I highly recommend you read this again and again. Each of the first few times will feel like the first time reading it. Take even more notes the second time. I admit this is a lot to grasp, and reading this book multiple times will help the message sink in at a deeper level rather than just being another bunch of words in a book that does nothing to help change your life. Transforming your life is the only acceptable option here. What is possible for you is more than you could ever imagine right now. Currently, your dreams seem to be out there away from you and something that only happens to other people. This is not true, but you need to experience this for yourself. Your dreams are within you and waiting for you to realize them. They have not gone anywhere, and they are all absolutely possible. In fact, when you head in the direction of your dreams and keep on that path, then it becomes inevitable that you will arrive to your dream destination. As you travel this journey, there will be obstacles that appear to be in your way. These are your limiting beliefs, past doubts, and fears that seem to be stopping you from remembering who you really are and what is really possible. As you overcome these illusions about yourself one by one, you get to experience the power within you to create a life beyond your wildest dreams. I realize this may seem fluffy or pie in the sky thinking, yet I can tell you firsthand that your dreams are possible. I have been amazed at dreams I am now living, and I firmly believe that my journey is just beginning. You are an amazing person, full of love, abundance, joy, power, and perfect in every way. The only thing that is standing in the way of you experiencing that absolute truth is your belief right now that this fact is not true. Embarking on this journey of living from an unlimited possibility mindset will show you the truth. In fact, this is what your entire life is trying to allow you to see for yourself. Free course. I realize this has been a lot to digest. If you have not already done so, then I invite you to download my free Unlimited Possibility Mindset course, which will help you participate in this book and see how it applies to your life. The course will walk you through what is taught in this book and is designed to take what you have read from concept to deeper understanding to actually experiencing unlimited possibility in your life. There is nothing different from people like Steve Jobs, Rev. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Bill Gates, Abraham Lincoln, and many other visionaries from you, besides the fact that their dreams were so big and vivid that it was worth pursuing no matter what fears they had about accomplishing them. Of course, these were amazing people, but you have the same innate ability to create just like they did. You just need to show yourself what is possible and keep expanding in that mindset. Everyone starts somewhere. It just is up to you where you go. Lastly, I want to thank you for being you. There is no one else like you in the world, and you are definitely one of a kind. As you reconnect with your greatness, you will help other people do the same simply through your courage and example to do so. People will be watching, and the most important person watching the movie called your life will be you. You get to rewrite your movie starting now and show yourself exactly who you are. There will be nothing more fulfilling and meaningful you will ever do in your life. I am so excited for the journey you have already started, and it is my hope that you decide to continue. So much is waiting for you. It won't always be easy, but I can assure you that discovering what is possible is so worth it. I want to hear from you. On the next page I am providing you my email address, and I would love to hear where you intend to go and your declaration that you are ready to start a new life of your creation no matter where you are right now. I also encourage you to start applying this book by signing up for the free e-course by clicking here or below. The course is a simple way to start getting clear and applying what is shared in this book. Show yourself you are serious. Show yourself you think it is possible. Just begin. That is what life is all about. Every moment, hour, day, month, and year is a new beginning or starting point toward where you want to go. Begin again now. I send you my love. You have my support, and most importantly I believe in you, for I know who you really are. I see greatness. I see love. I see you becoming who you really are. Much love, Gavin. Acknowledgements. I want to thank my beyond awesome wife for helping me edit this book and for encouraging me to write it. It's been quite the journey, and I'm honored to get to experience it with you. Thank you so much, my love. Connect with me. Email Gavin at possibilitymengtoring.com. Facebook, facebook.com/GAVINWEBERFAN. Websites, possibilitymengtoring.com, GAVINWEBER.com. Free course, Unlimited Possibility Mindset Course.